coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are on week 4 right now. I'm your host, Victoria Cheng, and on desk with me, we have got Tasteless and Paper Thin. This might be the oldest desk in the history of esports.
It's aged like wine. I'll say that. We're seasoned. I'm feeling presidential here at the desk.
He's celebrating his 68th birthday this year. And we got Grandpa Paperson.
I'm the dean.
You're the dean.
Yeah, that's right.
You can be a grandfather.
That's true. That's
both.
fair. Yeah.
How are you doing? You look great.
I'm fun. I'm fantastic. I mean, it's a good day. The weather was nice today. I walked down to the studio. It was wonderful. I don't have to put up with the Kilios on the desk, so everything's great.
It's good. I feel like we've just been waiting a really long time to have this trio here.
Yeah, it's good to be down here. Yesterday's games were insane. It was a lot of fun casting with you, Paper Thin, and I'm looking forward to the matches that we got here.
Yeah, today should be excellent, right?
Today should be amazing. We've got the Korean powerhouses playing today, and we've got the Japanese powerhouses playing against each other as well. But we also had some really exciting games yesterday in which we just suck at predictions. It was a very fast night for you guys.
Yes.
Really quick 2-0s. It's like actually on that topic, let's pull up the standings and see where all the teams are at this moment. A little bit of unexpected standings right now.
It's been interesting. We've got DRX continuing to crush. I think it's obviously fair to say they're probably going to continue to do this. Gen.G looking very good as well. Yesterday with DRX, I mean, I thought it was one of the funner matches to cast, honestly, with them versus Paper X. It was really exciting, but ultimately DRX is just too strong.
Yeah, that split was definitely a lot of fun. I mean, that was a lot closer of an affair. That Ascent was kind of pretty lopsided for DRX, but yeah, I mean, DRX is, nobody is surprised by this. Or if you are, you shouldn't be. Like, they've been the best team in Korea for some time. They've been the most consistent team in the Pacific throughout the history of Valorant. So no doubt that that's what we expect. Now the real question is behind them, what's going to be the next Korean team to step up? Is it going to be Gen.G or T1? That's what we're really looking at today.
Yeah, you know, we've had Korean domination so far, which is not really a big surprise, right? I mean, they've been able to play on this stage in this environment for a long time when everybody else was stuck at home practicing during the pandemic. But now we're going to start to actually get to rank each of these Korean teams as they're going to play off against each other, and we're going to get to see where exactly they stand. And the same is true for our Japanese teams as well. Yeah.
On the first point about Korean teams, DRX mentioned, I think it was Stacks, that Gen.G was the team that he was a little bit most hesitant about facing off against, so we'll see how that goes. And to your point about Japanese teams, what does it mean if DFM wins today?
I mean, then it means...
Because they are the second bottom of the current standings.
No, yeah, it's really bad in a way, because that means that Zeta has a really low likelihood to make the playoffs potentially. Like, it really screws up the math for them to get there. So I'm concerned if DFM wins today for like a hope for somebody to even get to the playoffs, not just let alone Tokyo Masters, but to get to the playoffs. And you know, Zeta should be the stronger team, no doubt about it. The history, the pedigree, everything should be there. But, I mean, at times, DFM has looked flashy, right? We've seen some tremendous plays out of them, out of Suggest in particular. Certainly, any team is capable of beating anybody else. RRQ, you know, beat Team Secret yesterday. That, you know, shocked all of us here as far as our predictions went. But, I mean, it doesn't in a way, because I know how good these players are, how long they've been playing. We have tons of veterans, great players. It shouldn't shock anybody if any team beats anyone except maybe DRX. Like, that's the only team where I'm just like, well, if you beat them, then you actually did shock.
It's also worth pointing out, like, you know, we're getting further along here in the tournament, and we're starting to really see where everybody stands. It's getting a little bit scary here for DFM if they're not able to win anything. And to what you were saying as well, Paper Thin, like, they don't look bad. Okay, I mean, losing, obviously it's not great, but inside of those maps, there are some interesting plays, there's some interesting strats, but you lose too many more games here, too many more best of threes here, and it starts to become basically impossible to survive to the next phase of the tournament.
Yeah, so we are on week 4. We were just talking about it a bit. We're almost at the halfway mark before playoffs. So they're told about 8 weeks. We're at week 4 right now. And this is really it. Now, we're talking about some unexpected wins. I was hoping Paper X and DRX, let's talk about that game. I was obviously hoping Paper X would be that team, but that wasn't the case.
Well, you know, Game 1 was a little bit disappointing for Paper X. I think there was a lot of anticipation where you had, you know, this team from Singapore going up against this team from Korea. We really wanted to see how would they measure out. And Game 1 for Paper X, it was a disappointment. It was pretty brutal, to be honest. But when we got into game 2, it seems like Paper X was able to then really bring an exciting match. We saw Foxy9 versus Something over and over that duel, and a lot of times Something was actually coming out on top. He was getting that initial peak. That was really exciting to follow, but it seemed like DRX was really able to navigate that extremely well in the closing moments of map 2 and ultimately come out with a win.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think like Something flopped pretty hard on Ascent. Let's just be honest. Like they showed that comparison, and his ACS was like 77. That's not what you want to see. But that being said, you know, you could still see that Paper X is, you know, putting the pieces together. Split is definitely a map that DRX has proven they have some vulnerabilities on. So I wouldn't be too surprised if this is a map where a lot of teams are, you know, trying to see if they can sneak a map out from underneath DRX's feet. But at the end of the day, like, Foxy9 is the real deal. Like, you can see why DRX really went out of their way to go and get him early in the offseason to make sure that they had a duelist, a foundational duelist that they could build around. You know, Buzz was great, but he had some inconsistencies. He had some concerns. They needed somebody who could really take over rounds with the op in particular, and that's something Foxy9 brings.
You know, it's interesting when they did pick Foxy9 because DRX could really pick any player in the world to have on the team. And we didn't get to see him really play that much early on, but there was a lot of hype around it. And a lot of the interviews with DRX, they were saying disguise the secret weapon. He's not even in like his final form, basically. And then he's come out, and you're seeing exactly why they chose to use this player. And, I mean, he's looking phenomenal.
Definitely. I think the first week we were here, we were talking about it. We didn't think we'd see Foxy9 so many times. But he's been having a really strong showing, and he indeed does get better week by week. Now, in the second game, we really thought it was going to go to the third game. I mean, me and Quack at home were like, it's going to go to game 3. I'm like, sure it's going to go to game 3. And it was really close. But then Mako, being Mako, when he's the last man standing, you just know that there's a chance that DRX is still going to win that round.
Yeah, it feels like he's almost guaranteed to win those rounds. Like, it's crazy. Like, every time he's in a 1vx, I'm like, oh, Mako wins these. Like, that's literally what everybody says. Like, you could just see it in chat. You know, you see the co-streamers are all like, oh, Mako wins these. And they're right a lot because it happens a lot.
Exactly.
That final round in that where Mako clutched that, he had the Viper's Pit set up. He was going in the Viper's Pit, out of the Viper's Pit. It's always cool to see a player in a moment where it's like a 1 versus 1 or a 1 versus 2. How does their instinct work? How are they going to rotate around? And he snaked through that so well and got just an incredible closer. And I think you guys are right. It may very well have gone to a map 3 had he not clutched that moment.
Yeah, it's like he's got like some kind of sixth sense. Like, he sees stuff, and his lack of information gives him the information he needs sometimes to kind of make decently correct decisions. Now, he got a little lucky at the end of that the first shot on his right like whiffed, and he was able to like spin on it and get that kill. But then the reaction after that is perfect. Like, he knows that his opponents are weak. Certainly his teammates are telling him that, so he's like, oh, I can just snake fight this. I've got 2 left. I can just, you know, play the long game now outside of the pit.
Definitely. Valorant is an FPS, but with players like Mako, and when you see any util still left in his kit, you should be very afraid. And he's proven that yet again yesterday. Now, there was some stuff going on during the game. You could see people shooting corpses, a little bit of other things happening. And the question is, DRX and Paper X, this was the big game. The big 2 strong teams facing off each other, but they're actually good friends with each other, you know, when they're not competing against each other. I feel like that was just all in good fun.
Well, the rivalry's there. I think when you look at DRX and Paper X, you got to remember, you know, that they have this respect for each other. And especially, I love this, by the way.
It's so adorable.
They calls him Oppa. Like he's calling him
brother.
Oppa Stacks.
Yeah.
In Korean. And it's just really wholesome here. They actually have massive respect for each other.
This is well, it's fun to see these guys having fun on social media. I mean, the rivalry is there, but you know, it's good to see a little bit of friendly trash talk, a little bit of banter, you know.
Yeah.
And their teams will like have a history, not just at international events where they played each other. And yes, DRX has gotten the best of Paper X every time, but even like Paper X was one of the original scrim partners that DRX has talked about as like somebody they respected, a team that they wanted to scrim against in Asia, that they had the confidence that they were that good, that they were worthy of DRX's time. And so, yeah, there's a ton of respect there as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's really important to remember when we're watching these games. We're supporting either team. And this actually follows for the next team, too. We had 2 Southeast Asian teams face off. We had Team Secret and RRQ. Now, they're also friends. They were hugging each other while they're doing their walkouts onto stage, holding hands. It was so cute. And I have to say, The thing is, when you win a game, it is even that much sweeter when you defeat your friends. I don't know how about you guys. Maybe I'm just like that kind of toxic friend, but I love beating my friends.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, I think with these two teams specifically, there was a lot at stake. I mean, Team Secret, it's funny. They came into this tournament tournament ready.
Yeah.
They were crushing. They were playing so extremely well. And then when it came to RRQ, it seemed like they needed a little bit of time. I actually got to talk to them briefly after their match, and I said, did you feel comfortable on the stage the first 2 days? And they said no. And then I said, well, so did you feel more comfortable today? And they said yes. We feel like we're kind of in sync with it. And we've known for a long time that RRQ is very determined. They've got a great work ethic. And we saw it happen here. Now, that being said, I think Team Secret is a team that proves that they will not go out without a fight. And they're making, RRQ in this case work really hard to actually close this out.
Yeah. I mean, this was RRQ. We knew they were a strong team. And it was at this moment, I think this weekend, when they really showed their true strength.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, there is some history in these matchups. Like, Team Secret has struggled against some of the former Boom players and things like that. Let's hear from the interview.
I think it's okay. Just keep predicting on the other team, and we're gonna surprise you.
All right.
That's the casters.
To be fair, I predicted them once against DFM. So.
Oh, so did I. I did. Last week I was supporting RRQ too, but you know what? What the heck yeah, look at that. It was a full Team Secret. I don't know. Do we apologize? Is it our fault?
Well, I asked him after the show, and they basically said, "Just keep predicting against us. It's working." So,
so EJ was lying in his interview.
Yeah. When I was asking, they're like, "No, it's fine. You guys do what you're doing, and we're gonna do what we're doing."
Yeah.
But look, I mean, I think a lot of people coming into this, they thought that this might be the weakest team, and it's exciting to see that they're actually able to hang. This looks like, even though we've got some teams that are at the bottom that haven't actually won a best of 3 yet, that these are extremely close maps and extremely close matches, showing that this whole Asia-Pacific region is extremely strong.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if you're like, look, if you're coming into this with the way Team Secret had been playing, the way they played at Lock-In, they beat Paper Rex, they've been playing incredible Valorant coming into this match, and RQ is a little shaky, still trying to find their footing. Look, if you're coming into this and you're not favoring Team Secret, like, you're probably just a really big RQ fan, and that's great, that's fine.
Yeah.
Good for you, but you can't, like, look at us and, like, be surprised by this pick. Like, if you're surprised by the Team Secret, like, if somebody would pick Team Secret to win that match, then you're kind of a little bit off the case here. Like, you need to find.
Well, at least with how they performed so far, right? I mean, in some ways, they were kind of stealing the show in the first couple of weeks with how well they were doing. But again, another exciting plot twist here to now see that RRQ can hang. And RRQ, they're kind of right in the middle right now as far as scores go. So the next couple of weeks are going to be extremely important.
Yeah, they've definitely climbed climbed up that ladder back to that middle point there, which is great. So happy for RRQ, and Team Secret is still up there too. They've been performing really well. Now, you guys know I like games on this desk. We're going to do games again. We're going to do games.
Well, you got a couple of gamers here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Elite
ready.
gamers. Like,
Gamer time.
Yes.
Gamer time. Today, we're going to do something a little bit different.
Oh.
It is a little game of casting taboo. So casters, they like to say a lot of words.
It's
all
true.
the time, constantly. That's like your specialties. Like, you guys talk a lot, but now what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to talk a lot over a clip. You're gonna have to cast something.
We're gonna cast something, okay?
But you cannot use any Valorant or heavy gaming terminology.
All right.
Think of it as explaining it to someone your age who doesn't game.
Okay.
So that's
like
how
you're
you're gonna
explaining it to your
explain
parents, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
He's
right.
68, so like.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Mom, this
Something
isn't
like
a
this.
phase. This is who I am.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes. So, like you're explaining it to your parents. All right. Now, I have not seen the clips myself. I don't actually know what's.
Are we
gonna
taking
be.
turns,
doing-
or are we?
Yeah.
are we both casting at
You
the
know
same
what?
time?
Why don't you do? Actually, it's up to you guys.
Taste, let's
All right,
go.
all
All
right.
right.
All right. He's got the bird in his hand. Are we gonna play action? Am I casting a picture? Or?
Yeah, I guess just go.
All right. They got the bird. They're trying to shoot at each other with their guns. Headshot. Is a headshot not a Valorant term,
That's,
right?
Well,
That's
that's
No.
a gamer term, though. I don't think you can use
right.
that. That's banned.
What's
They're
happening? Can you
hopping around.
words? Can you?
Gamers,
Man, their aim is good.
gamers gaming.
Yeah, they're
I-
gaming on him.
I've never seen Tasteless not have words to say. This is
I don't
amazing.
have a lot. Oh, it's so green. It's so very green. They're going to blow up a really important part of the map.
I like the way you call it the Riddler gas. You
Where's
used
the
to call it
Riddler
the Riddler gas.
How's Batman going to save Gotham now? Oh, he shot that. Oh, and he fell over.
Batman wins?
The knife's in slow motion.
That was great. That was a moment from yesterday's game.
Yes.
That was where Mako just did the green thing, and
That's
Mako
right,
did.
man.
He greened good.
That green was the last thing they saw.
Yeah. That was a split map where we thought DRX would be a little bit weaker, and I mean,
It kind of worked.
it kind of worked. Almost. It was a very close game. Now, are you ready to do some
Yes.
casting taboo?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to make Tasteless look bad. Here,
All
I swear.
right.
Let's go, dude. You're going down.
Oh, God. Okay. Legolas wannabe guy is going to use his bow and arrow, and he's looking for the orcs in Mordor. And this other guy has big bangy gun, and it has loud boom. But they don't want to fight big loud gun boom guy. So they go and use I can't call them zip lines because I'm like, what are these called?
Zip line is a
Zip line
word.
Valorant?
It's
Is
a
it
real
zip line?
word.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they take zip line and go to place where they put big explodey object on ground. Another team has to try to stop. Another team.
It's a cold map.
Yeah.
It's a very cold
Yeah.
map. It's winter here.
Another team shoots pretty good.
If you're going to be on this map, you should bring a jacket,
Yeah.
gloves.
But you're
You're going to get cold otherwise. You're going to tell your friends you're not cold. You're going to say it's not cold out here. I'm from Canada, and
That's
then you're going
right.
to get sick.
I'm from
You're gonna
Wisconsin.
get
It's
sick.
never
You're
cold.
saying,
That's
I'm from
right.
Canada. My girlfriend's from Canada too. You don't even have a girlfriend.
Yeah.
You made that up too. And now you're sick. You went on the map icebox without a jacket,
And they lost.
and you lost.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let us know, viewers, how you would rank that. Is that a 10 out of 10? 10 being the best. With that, we're gonna go on a commercial break, but stick around. It's gonna be really quick, and then we're gonna go into our first match, the Korean powerhouses T1 and Gen.G. So don't go away.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Come on, everybody, don't stop, don't quit. Do it like this. Do it like this.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria, and with me we have got Tasteless and Paper Thin, and now we're going to go into match 1 where we got the Korean powerhouses, excluding DRX. They're kind of in their own category. We're going to be talking about Gen.G and T1 today. What are your expectations for today?
Well, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, but these are two teams, obviously in the Korea region where we're going to really see where they actually rank against each other. We haven't had much Korea on Korea matches. And look, right now Korea is at times looking like the strongest region. I mean, they're certainly bringing the best results here. I would say Gen.G is slightly favored here. I do think this is one of the more difficult matches to call, to be honest. I know we've said this before, that if there's an upset, we shouldn't be too surprised. I'd say that's especially true for these two teams here today.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I'm having a tough time getting a read on them, in particular because of the player swaps and the role swaps that they've been doing. So, like, sometimes it looks really good, sometimes it doesn't look so good, like these pieces to the puzzle that they're trying to add. Like, obviously Carpe is the one that a lot of people are talking about as this, FPS veteran, superstar who comes into the team, and he looks okay. But then an intro comes back to T1, right? And he's a known quantity inside of the VCT. He's been a really good player at times in Korea. But then, Ban he's coming in, at times he's looked okay, and at times he hasn't looked that great. So they're still trying to kind of figure out how this Rubik's Cube is actually going to be solved for T1, and they're still kind of spinning it in their hands, trying to figure out exactly the right combination to make all the colors line up.
Yeah, that's a great analogy. T1 has been swapping out their roster a lot, and I don't know how they're going to be figuring it out today. Now, Gen.G is another team where they have roster swap outs as well. I'm kind of curious to see who they have on for now. We see Goddad is in.
Yeah, he's going to be in the mix with this one. Gen.G has so far performed very well. This is one of, I know Gen.G's been around for a while, but it's one of the newer teams if you look at the lineup overall for these big Korean franchises. I think they've got a lot of promise. I really do feel like this is an all-star lineup. If DRX had not been so dominant for literally years now that Valorant's been out, I think this would be the team we'd all be talking about.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys used to be on what most of us consider the second best team, TNL or Quantum Strikers, way before that, with a lot of coaches and players who have, even King, who's actually been on Vision Strikers, right? So you've got guys who have crossover with the DRX players and teams. You've got Coach Bile, who used to be on TNL. He went over to North Eption at last year and then got them to the point where they beat Zeta, with Meteor, of course, in the mix as well. So there's a lot of really strong pieces. But again, they're doing kind of the same thing with T1, where they're trying to mix and match a little bit. And right now, in my book, I think Sylvan is a better part of the puzzle than Eco. I think Eco's been okay, but I think Sylvan is just a little bit stronger in the initiator roles as an overall player. But, not to say that Eco's playing bad, but Gen.G hasn't lost a map that Sylvan's been on yet.
That's actually very true. In fact, the scoring line for Gen.G has won all their games in general so far, all their matches. Yeah, the Korean derby between the two Korean
the derby.
powerhouses.
I was hoping
mint juleps.
I was going to say, I was hoping I'd get to use the word derby in this broadcast. It's good.
Today's the day.
Yeah.
We did it.
Look, these teams have played against each other many times before. This is one of the different parts of the story here compared to a lot of these teams that we've seen play.
Yes, very true.
Yeah. So, I mean, these guys have gone head-to-head many times before. Again, I think Gen.G favored here, but we want to see what T1 has planned out, because this is actually, frankly, an old rivalry with these two
Definitely.
Organizations.
Yeah, organizations-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, they faced off in many other titles, so it'll be pretty exciting to see them today. Yeah, so look at their current standings right now. T1 did lose one against Paper Rex, but Gen.G is kind of on a win streak right now.
Yeah, Gen.G has really not been touched, and at this point in time, if they can win again here, they're going to be 4-0. They're going to be right up there with DRX, and then that's going to be so hyped to have that Gen.G match versus DRX. T1, I think they've honestly gotten a lot of the hard parts of the tournament out of the way. But I think this should be a long series. I think we're going to be going to 3 maps, and each of those maps should be, scoring high on both sides and competitive. Yeah.
I think so. I mean, I even though, so some of the people I was talking to, some of the Korean casters and stuff, were saying, they're favoring T1 slightly because they feel like Gen.G's opponents have been a little bit weaker, and that the fact that Gen.G struggled a little bit against DFM, but I don't see it quite the same way. I think DFM was playing their best Valorant that week that they played against Gen.G, and maybe the matchup just, suggests has a lot of experience against these players, so he kind of knows their tendencies and stuff like that too. But yeah, I mean, overall, you could see that their stats are pretty darn similar here. I mean, a little bit better in certain respects, but the gun round percentage is what is really concerning here for T1. 46% on their gun rounds versus 67% for Gen.G is extremely concerning. Yeah, they might be a little bit better at pistols. Yeah, they might be a little bit better at ecos, but most of the rounds are gun rounds, right? And those are the most important rounds. So for Gen.G to be better at that to me is the biggest key indicator there that we saw in this screen.
One other little stat that I really caught my eye when we were looking at that was the percentage of wins in post plant. 76% and 71%. So basically, if the spike is planted 3 out of 4 games, they win.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Really, really impressive stuff. And I want to take a look here at like kind of how they're doing on both sides of the coin on each map. So you can see that for T1, they're relatively kind of off kilter. Some of the maps they're pretty consistent on. Pearl and Lotus, yeah, the numbers are pretty even, although in Pearl it's not so good. But then you look at Gen.G, why nobody wants to play them on Pearl? Because they're destroying on it. Yeah, they've only played it one time. That's because nobody wants to mess with them on it. You saw it at Lock-In as well. They played it against Loud. They played it very well against Loud. So Gen.G here, I think, more consistent in the stats. You can, and especially on maps like Fracture and other things like that. So again, I slightly lean in favor of Gen.G because of things like this.
Yeah, I agree with you. Fracture, also T1 looked a little bit weak. I know we haven't had a lot of games on these maps, so there's still probably a lot more data that we could mine from this, but it'll be interesting to see if they choose that as a map to maybe ban coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's talk about some of the key players that we're interested in. You've mentioned a couple that you had your eyes on, Carpe being one of them. And today, well, we have GodDead, not Sylvan, I'm sorry.
I wanted Sylvan, but he's not playing in the first map, so we'll swap in GodDead in a way. But right, the reason I wanted to compare these is these are like new players to both the rosters, but in different ways, right? Where like Carpe is new just to Valorant completely, period, but he's also Initiator. And he's been playing pretty well. Coming over from Overwatch, he's a really, really strong individual talent. We can see that at times with his aim. And then GodDead on the other side of the coin, he's new to this team, but he's been around Valorant for a while.
Yeah, and looking at GodDead, I mean, this guy, he's got one of the highest assist rates in our entire league. Great with KO. We've seen this guy for a long time here in the Korea region, and I've always loved when I get to cast him in game because he's had some pretty insane plays. We're definitely going to be watching to see how he performs here, as I think if he can really deliver today, it's going to be a strong showing for the team overall.
Yeah, as GodDead goes, sometimes it kind of feels like that's how Meteor goes. Like when GodDead first came in, that was Meteor's best performance. Since then, Meteor has kind of had a couple shaky games, but for the most part, GodDead is that guy. He's the one setting you up with flashes and utility to get the job done. So he's a really consistent, strong player.
Now, you expressed that your rationale for Gen.G, and I have to agree with you. Let's pull up our predictions. I tend to be in the same boat.
Ready?
I mean,
Oh no!
All right.
Moments before disaster.
Yes.
Like,
we've been so wrong on predictions before. I feel like I think we're going to be right on this one, but
I don't know. That's what we thought yesterday too.
Yeah.
But it's okay. Look, for me, it's similar. I mean, the stats, they've won all their games and really clean wins for Gen.G. T1, I'm a bit uncertain about. I do want to see them perform better, cleaner, and with more certainty, because there's some rounds where it just seemed almost lucky. So that's why I decided to go with Gen.G today, but I don't know.
No, I'm sorry to run over you there. One of the things I'm wondering here for T1 is, can they fill these shoes? This is a really storied team. This is kind of T1 is the original Esports team. I mean, when I moved to Korea, I got my plan under SKT1 just because that was what I knew, right? The advertising even worked on me. And, all the way back from StarCraft into League of Legends, they've had a massive presence. But this is a really important season right now for this team with Valorant. And right now, DRX and Gen.G are looking a little bit stronger. If they can come through here with a win, it's going to be big because they obviously are already a strong team. But if they can dominate the other Korean teams, that would be huge.
Yeah, definitely. With that, the stage is ready to go live. We got our 2 Korean powerhouses ready to go. Watch this. Watch this now.
All right.
Now.
And action.
Ladies and gentlemen, VCT Pacific Match 18 starts now with two historic Korean teams facing off for the first time this season, T1 and Generation Gaming.
This is going to be so exciting, and we're really going to finally figure out where each of the Korean teams rank against each other. So far, we've seen Gen.G looking so deadly, so strong. They may not be stopped. Right now, they're either gunning for a #1 or #2 spot here along with DRX. T1 is still, I would say, in good health as far as the progress they made in the tournament. Their survivability is looking good. But again, this is an old rivalry. T1 wants to come through here. They want to punch through to the top, and this is their opportunity to do so.
And they want to get revenge for the LCK finals. Like, no doubt about it. Come back and do it. But I mean, oh no, he fumbled it. Oh no.
It's a bad sign.
It's an omen.
It's a bad sign.
Oh my God. Well, I mean,
no, it's good. He gets all the bad juju out now.
That's
you fumble now. You don't fumble during the game.
I mean, it's...
Oh, don't drop it. Okay.
Okay, they got it. Yeah.
We've had a lot of missed fist bumps at this event so far.
These players, they do not want to be on camera, at all, if they can help it.
Yes.
Just get in and get out.
Yes.
But, I think, there's a lot of interesting storylines here. Yeah, we highlighted Carpe and Goddead because of their kind of newness to each roster and the initiator presence, but obviously everybody's going to be looking at Saya Player and Meteor as the duelists, and both have been kind of up and down a little bit. Meteor's had generally good stats. He's had one really, really good match. But outside of that, it has been the best. Ottoman, Elma Putty there as our coaches, both doing great jobs with these teams. Frankly, to me, it comes down to so many little things. Is somebody on a duelist going to explode? Is TS or Zeta going to have just a brilliant day with their IGLing? This is going to be a really back and forth match, I think, and a really close one.
We've also seen that a lot of these teams in our league are adapting very quickly. There was some shakiness in T1's play early on. Again, still looking good, still delivering. But if they can really tighten that up, I think they've got a real shot.
What round do you think Goddead's going to put the tissue in?
That's right.
He puts it on a random...
It came pretty quick last time.
Yeah.
They started losing.
Yeah. Exactly. And then they put it in pretty quickly. The week before that, week 2, he put it on the very end.
We need to have somebody on standby with the toilet paper.
That's right.
Yeah.
Ready when wrapped up, and he just says, all right, it's time to deprive oxygen from one nostril. Let's go. This changes the way my brain is working. It makes me play better.
Yeah, that's all it is. It is literally just I play better this way. All right, so the bands here, T1 is getting rid of Pearl. This is not surprising.
No,
Gen.G is really good on this.
Yeah, that was probably the best map here for Gen.G. And around the corner, Icebox is going to be the ban, so no Icebox here for T1.
Yeah, Gen.G kind of bans either Icebox or Split, depending on who their opponent is. So it is going to be Ascent for T1, so pretty interesting to see that map come through. Then Haven for the side of Gen.G. Haven has been a map that they were able to beat best Team Secret on, so it makes sense that Gen.G wants to go back into that. They looked great on Haven.
Split is going to be another ban, and there it is, Fracture. I was saying earlier, a lot of these Korean teams are very conservative with the map picks. And we've seen this in Valorant as well as other esports titles, is that they will almost always default onto older maps. So that's what we're going to be starting out with for this, although Lotus is going to be that final map.
Just make it like League and have the same map every
time.
Every time.
Yeah, so players getting ready to go. How confident are you with Gen.G taking this home today?
I'll go 70%.
70%? How about you?
I think even a little bit less than that, probably 60% for me. I mean, that's one of the things when we do these predictions where it almost doesn't really do it justice. Like, if you have to pick a winner, okay, I guess I picked Gen.G, but I do think it's going to be a very difficult round. And again, remember, these teams, they really know each other's play style. Going for the agent selection here, a very classic comp to start this off over here. For Gen.G. I didn't actually see what they selected over there for T1 yet.
Yeah,
I think
T1 is mirrored. Yeah.
Okay,
It's mirrored.
Mirror matchup. Got it.
I'm a little bit surprised with Gen.G that they didn't put Sylvan in here, because the only other time that they've played a Sova is on Haven, and they did have Sylvan in as the Sova. So it must just be a map comfort thing, I suppose, with Eco here. So again, I do favor Sylvan a little bit, but yeah, maybe he's got some good moves with the Sova. We'll see.
All right, we are ready to kick off our first game for today. We got the two Korean powerhouses, T1 and Gen.G. Let's hear from our casters, Achilleos and Valdez. Annyeong!
Annyeonghaseyo, Victoria and the desk. Thank you for breaking down this matchup. Of course, I'm Valdez. With me is Achilles today, and this is going to be a fun one. Definitely am well-versed in the Gen.G versus T1 matchup, but
That's why
hope
I
you'll help
requested
me with the Valorant side a little bit.
Exactly. I figured this would balance things out a little bit. You talk about the LCK rivalry a little bit more for people who might not know about it. Obviously, just last week, you were over there at the playoffs on the analyst desk going through the action as well as the semifinal, watching Gen.G be able to make it. Well, they're asking what round does GodDead get the tissue in his nose
Round
before
zero.
the round's even begun.
Yeah.
He's ready. This is what he did last time.
Not wasting any time. And we are ready to go as well, as we are going to be loading into Ascent for map number 1. Paper Thin over there was feeling a little bit confused, maybe with the Ascent early pick. And a little bit surprised, perhaps, but...
yeah, I mean, given what we've seen, maybe kind of not counting yesterday with DRX, electing to go to Ascent, it's always been one of their best maps. They will continue to pick it. But widely in Pacific so far, we haven't seen nearly as many teams willing to go here. It has been kind of middle of the pack for such a classic and well-rounded map as far as, how every team's prep overall should be. I'm curious to see how this is going to look with Eco back in the mix, because Sofa historically is going to be his most played agent, opting to just have him go onto that one rather than have Sylvan come in. And I'm wondering if that's going to be a little bit of a comfort situation, kind of like we see from T1. Because talking to Carpe, Ban, Intro, they kind of go for these swaps not because one can play a certain pick. Obviously, we've seen them both play Omen, Viper as well. It's more about comfort on a given map. Now here comes the side of Scoop.
Now we're going real quick onto the safe site, as we do have the side of Gen.G. We'll have to rotate through here. Late rotation from Munchkin through mid. It might be able to spot some of the rotates out from Gen.G, but actually TS is going to get that first headshot in mid, as T1 will put this spike down onto the site.
Pretty delayed reaction there from Munchkin, not quite identifying that TS has already swung out that far. Had he been able to get one, likely would have been traded. Even then, that would at least give him even numbers on either side. Watching from behind there is Ban setback.
Oh, and they're pushing out of the door here, getting really aggressive. Very nice right click in there, but King gonna take that down, but T1 are holding the site really well. Ends up being a 2v1 as in he comes King and is not able to pull that one off. Not too much time left on that spike as they do make that push. And actually T1 was the one that kind of got the jump on them.
Yeah, it seems like just playing, I believe, contact off of maybe the paranoia toss from Ban as he was sat back over in a main. Either way, I'll have to take a look and see what the timing exactly was on when he had thrown that, but it's a good early catch from the side of TS, but Zeta player just gets himself situated here in Hell, and when you got this guy and a sheriff in his hands, it's always going to be a pretty terrifying prospect to go up against. Now, even more so when there is that Marshall, which he's going to be rocking going into the second round. So looking to just put some pressure around on mid. Going to be a fairly deeper smoke over towards Market and Pizza rather than cutting off that archway by Bench.
Yeah, the desk was asking what percentage do you predict Gen.G with how wrong our predictions have been. I'm going to go with 51% to the side of Gen.G, although I did predict them. I do think they are based on what we've seen, kind of the quote-unquote correct prediction, but you never know. And sometimes predictions are just a feeling as well, so I would not be surprised if T1 end up winning this. I wouldn't be surprised if Gen.G do either. I think it's a closer match than maybe a lot of people would expect, as a little bit of a push through mid here.
Oh man, that's a great shot on the Carpe. 15 HP down, really good stuff there from King. And yeah, Munchkin having a rough go in so far. Push up, they'll finally be able to break the turret. And as you can see, Meteor lingering around the backside of that smoke. Wanted to try to get an aggro push in, does have that shorty in hand, and can punish him, but oh, the reveal comes in, Saya's gonna be taken down.
Yeah, that's pretty big as they make the sentry, and now the shock dart is in, comes Meteor from behind, just totally shuts this down, as Gen.G are not wasting any time, even a little bit of an upgrade now for Meteor, as Ben has to go 1v4, and this is not gonna be easy. Picks up one, does not make it two, and Gen.G kind of going to be doing what we saw from RRQ yesterday, and already off the bat here in round 2, get a win.
Yeah, winning the eco after dropping the pistol, really great way to go ahead and break down the economy of your opponents. You can see this is going to be a bit of an investment coming in still from the side of T1. Curious to see if Munchkin actually ends up holding on to that Vandal, because it does put him down to 1,000, which is not going to be great, but that's like best case scenario for Meteor in that situation. He wanted to try to get the crunch over at Market before they'd even made their way towards the site, but there's enough distraction on the site itself. He dashes in, doesn't quite get God dead because the shock dart kills him, but he still is able to find one for his trouble, putting that shorty to good use. And okay, Munchkin does hold on to this.
And he's going to hold on to that for now, as a little bit of push out here. And seeing what they can see, Meteor with the Spectre, seeing if he can get some shots on in, kind of surprise them, gets the 1 kill onto Carpe. Ben's trying to get on through, but is not able to trade one back, and even takes more damage himself. And is now not in a great spot. May just want to look to back away from this and push with his teammates elsewhere.
Yeah. So in the meantime, decent forward presence, just staring across, seeing if anyone's going to cross from that tree into the site. Goddead pushing forward, now finds the spike. Ban still hovering. Unfortunately, just strands this now. And if you're Munchkin, you're already thinking about where can I get tucked away? Just hold on to this Vandal.
Yeah, that's not the greatest feeling as side player kind of just gets isolated in mid. Down a member. Munchkin is going to hit that one headshot, make it 2.
Okay. Suddenly bringing this one back, but only 35 seconds. The Spike still in control of 3 players on the side of Gen.G, one of which has a rifle.
30 seconds left.
This is still dangerous, but possible for T1, but they need to be swift.
It's not going to be easy. Trying to collapse in here onto the Spike. Munchkin already down on health. They're going to try to make the play.
Well, that fragment's going to hurt.
Yeah, and he's just going to go down to it. Zeta at least is going to trade one back, but you see Goddead's trying to buy some time. Really nice flash, and he picks up the kill. A 3K for him. And Gen.G will continue with a couple of rounds in a row.
Yeah. Unfortunate here. To Munchkin, it's going to be 3,800, so enough to be able to get his util, get a rifle and some half armor. Half armor, obviously not nearly as taboo as it was a couple of years ago. Fnatic proving that you can have this work. Granted, that's usually a full team system rather than individuals, but at least does still have firepower and can, perform as a KJ should, what with the alarm bots as well as the nano swarm. So it's not as dire as it could be. Picking up those 2 kills, also assisting in his economic situation. But now, Meteor's got an op.
Yeah, and this is a problem. He's really good at just, playing this jet operator position, right? He has been a fantastic duelist for Gen.G. He's been part of the reason why they have seen a lot of success so far.
I think Zeta might have just been able to see the gun barrel of the op, but I'm not sure if he quite spotted it there. Either way, now they're well aware.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an op there.
I kind of gave it away, as we do have a little bit of a push in here.
I mean, this is effectively a triple stack at market with Meteor as well swinging in. Cloudburst comes up. Looks like Saya player is still willing to stay sat in this position. He is on the close side of the wall. Zeta on the far side. And oh, that blind shot nearly connected.
Yeah, it looks like he was pretty close as, ooh, really nice shot there up on top. Echo's going to at least trade it back. As now looking to maybe regroup out in A. As over to Tree they go. 4 members of T1 making a push on in as 2 guys from Gen.G are still on B. Goddead might just have to do it himself. The flash is good, but he can't land the shots, and Zeta is going to turn it around.
A bit whiffy there, but TS still looking to side anchor. He's going to take the TP across, gets himself tucked into hell. They're trying to scout this. They need the double swing. They don't. One leads the other. And TS looks to hold it down. Carpe now, the last man standing, and there's a lockdown in his face as well. They say, yeah, you can plant the spike, but you're going to give your life on the far side of it.
Yeah,
Seems like he'll just opt to go ahead and collect the money.
Yeah, well,
and you're dead.
Run away as fast as you can. Yeah, he's just dead. 3-1. And he did just pick up that spike money, as you were saying. At least T1 able to get that, as they did make a pretty nice push in through Tree and into A, and just wasn't quite enough as Gen.G were able to respond.
I mean, it started off all right. Getting that off out of the hands of Meteor nice and early was really, really good from Zeta to find that headshot, but op is going to be recovered. And this was effectively the first full buy round for T1. Now they get kicked back for their second one. They're going to be going on to an eco yet again. And this just puts them in such a dire economic situation where they absolutely need to find stability and quickly. They also need to rack up as many attack side rounds as they can possibly get, given that we are here on Ascent. One right now not going to cut it, and you're anticipating that barring a Miracle Thrifty coming in this next round, that's going to be 4 locked in for Gen.G with a nice little snowball effect going.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, and TS kind of being the superhero as Saya player not wasting any time, already making his way in onto the A site. He's got some coverage from his buddy Zeta. He's going to be throwing some Hunter's Fury through as, yeah, just going to be a little retake attempt here from the side of Gen.G. We'll see how this goes.
I don't mind that as an escort, given that the lockdown was already used, so you don't need to be pocketing that Hunter's Fury to counteract the lockdown anymore. So just use that, try to create some more extra space, take the site, and now look to hold it where the Stingers can be the most deadly, which is going to be at close range. Let's see, though, if they're going to be able to pull this off. There's a really late lurk from Munchkin as he's getting himself on a catwalk right now, but Ban's the first to fall.
Yeah, coming in through the door comes Echo. 3, 4, 5 members of Gen.G on the side of Zeta. The first one to pick up the kill at least, as now defusing on the spike here as the coverage is good, and Zeta's just going to try to run away into Wine.
I mean, at this point, you need the push. You want to be able to get that death bonus.
Yeah.
Not carry the Stinger forward, so Goddead going to be collecting up 4. If he didn't have the null command already online, he certainly has it now as he's leading the pack at 8-2. But, I mean, I don't mind the idea here from the side of T1. But the re-entry just looked all too easy as Goddead just drops down off of heaven, cleans up 2, is very privy to where Munchkin could be. Goes ahead, takes his head off, and seems like the tissue buff is here in full force at the moment.
Yeah, you know, bringing it out early, showing the respect to T1, saying, okay, this is going to be a difficult matchup. And so far, I mean, starting off with round 2, obviously, it's kind of all been in their favor. As now Echo's going to pick up the Odin. Just look to hold down the B side by himself, which should give more coverage to them over in mid and A, which has been the focus here for T1.
I'm going to be grateful that he wasn't trying to push up on the cat there. Otherwise, Meteor might have just been able to get him. Ban thinking about, okay, just wants the TP across. He's not sure if anybody had pushed out. Nobody else, there's nothing there to signify whether somebody could have swung into Wine or is just staring at Archway, so does have to burn one of those shrouded steps just to get himself across. He's still going to be watching for it.
Here we go once again. T1 are going to be looking to push potentially through Pizza into market. Let's see what direction they go as the Smokes already down. Ban up on top here is going to look to pick that kill up.
He's a TP soon. The
crunch is coming in. Uh-oh, TS is going to shut that down.
I mean, it's almost like his PC froze. He was just waiting for the call to go ahead on the execute. His gets a kill now. He's going to be checking out in the back of Boathouse. Obviously doesn't want to arrive there, so cancels it. Now has to rotate back over. But Ban waiting for this site exec to come in from the rest of the players, ends up getting himself killed. And that could cost them this round.
Yeah, and this lockdown, of course, is going to be used early. It secures them to plant, but 3v4, they got to hold down this site. As immediately the null command is here and the push, the retake is on. Nice little crossfire comes in though, side player Munchkin, and Munchkin's gonna pick up 2, make it 3. As they are able to actually get 2 apiece and easily clean up that push from Gen.G.
The null command was everything, being able to deny any kind of counter util coming through to look to retake space around B was excellently done. I mean, very much the second that the lockdown had finished, Carpe was ready to pop that. So that helped out immensely. Obviously, Goddead being taken down as well, not having those flashes to try to exit out of market, make it so very dangerous. So it's a bit of a meat grinder situation for Gen.G in the attempted retake. So at long last, another round of victory here for the side of T1 since the pistol, and a very much needed one, because that absolutely would have just really punished them. Not only...
Well, taste of their own medicine, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to say not only economically, but also probably mentally. But I think TS might be mentally boomed after this.
Yeah, that feels bad, man. Just trying to make an aggressive push, and Zeta just kind of Odins him in the face. As now everybody on the side of T1, they had rotated back over to A, but now regrouping as Munchkin's holding points here in B lobby. Looking to make this push go off.
I mean, yeah, they likely heard some of the KJ setup over at A. They say, okay, it's probably just going to be a 1-1-2, so we don't have to worry too much about that much opposition over here. Eco going to get tagged down just a bit. Oh, the reveal is monstrous.
It is pretty monstrous. We do have some shocks coming through, and Meteor hits a shot.
That's just a blind one. The reveal was already gone.
Yeah.
And that's Ban dead, so now defensive smokes very much limited. Goddead, not sure if he's going to read this position, but he does.
Well, regardless, he is going to get the shot down, and he's able to dodge that too.
How does he get away?
I don't know, man. He's really slippery. Rubbed himself up with some oil before this one, as King is going to pick up one, and we do have Meteor as well.
I mean, we've seen Sovas in this position. Odin's in hand, went out rounds before. Versus 3.
That was very obvious.
Oh, Zeta's got 7 bullets.
Oh, not able to get it done, and Meteor is able to just hit him in the face with a knife. A nice little retake does come through for Gen.G.
I mean, and it's excellently done. I mean, Goddead just fantastic reactions, and like you said, so slippery, not they take it down. This obviously doesn't do T1 favors either. Just getting a lucky stray shot through a smoke there, full blind from Meteor, decides to pop the blades for the full retake, knows that the off close quarters isn't going to do him too much good. But very clean stuff to be able to take them down at the end. But this is great from Gen.G, just not allowing T1 to string together rounds, never have a stable economic situation. As you can see right now, they're still very much on struggle street. I mean, Munchkin's buying down to 0 with just the Sheriff in his hand with full armor. And this is definitely concerning. If they win the round, it'll look brilliant. If they don't, it's going to look mighty foolish.
It's very risky, you could say. And we'll see if it does pay off for him. Maybe expect some of the other guys on the team to pick up some entry kills. Maybe he can upgrade from there and make some kind of play, as there has been a lot of focus from Saya player in this exact spot so far on the attacker's side on Ascent.
Problem is, with the Blade Storm and just a classic, he can't really take down the turret. So that contact point is still going to be there for the side of Gen.G. A great TP out from TS and a nade to go ahead and slow him up. As that's the spike now stranded.
Yeah, and we do have Munchkin looking to come over and pick it up at least, but that's going to be information that he's here already. It allows Gen.G to reposition, potentially. As for now, they're just going to hold their spots, actually, 3 on A. God Dead just holding the same angle. Seeing what he can see.
Turns his sights back over. Okay, spots 2. That's enough for him to be sold that this is going to end up at A.
They know they don't have mid coverage, so just going to back up and hold sights for now. See if he can catch Saya player, who he expects to come in through there, but the glass is broken, and God Dead easily reads that. As not expecting him to jump up, actually. Munchkin will get that entry at least. But 2v4, they try to take the A site with 13 seconds.
I mean,
Meteor,
it's over.
yeah, just going to snipe him in the arm, and that's going to be enough for that. As Saya, at least,
He has to kill both of them and plant this in half a second. Now he can't do it.
yeah, maybe he could take the operator out of his hands. I mean, there's a shorty in the smoke, and Saya, okay, he's going to be able to pick up 2 more, and the third, making a 4th in total, so at least he's able to get that going, but they still lost the round to Kilios.
Yeah, I mean, cool. Nice play. You got a 4K,
great.
but you lose the round. Yes, you deny the operator away from Gen.G, which is a hefty weapon to take out of their hands. But at the end of the day, this unfortunately isn't improving your own team's economic situation. Garbe will get some nice bonuses, or side player will get some nice bonuses, but this is just still really rough territory, which is why I'm glad to see this timeout finally getting called here from the side of T1.
Yeah, well, at least if you are going to go down in the round, at least go down swing, because it did look really cool, but not going to do them any favor. 6-2 in favor of Gen.G right now, and so far it kind of feels like, you know, Saya players been able to open up some space for the team. They've been able to get some plans down, but hasn't really been as clean as you would expect T1 to be getting on some of these plans.
No, definitely not. I mean, especially just considering that, you know, this is their map pick, so you would suspect that this is going to be them coming in with a solid game plan, knowing how they want to pilot some of these ecos and buy rounds, and it just feels like right now they haven't had really a full reset on their economy to try to really get that stability for themselves. And now as we go into this one, I continue to be, I mean—
Where have we seen this before, Achilles?
I can't say their name. I'm not saying their names. They don't exist. If I don't talk about them, they cannot hurt me. They're at least all hovering around a similar area, and the full loss bonus, it won't be too terrible. Still not exactly what I want to see is Saya.
Hey, well, this is extremely aggressive, and immediately they're going to get shut down. King's got his own Sheriff. He gets a 3K with the Sheriff just sitting in market and accepting their generous present.
Well, this timeout went well. I don't know. I don't understand. So I just dashing in aggressively, immediately sets his sights on Eco in the corner market, but no one pays any attention to King, who's able to take down 3 people with a Sheriff. I mean, aside from Zeta delaying and creeping forward and eventually dying, like, this would have been one of the fastest rounds that we've had in Pacific. It was just blink of an eye, everyone's dead. As you can see, loss bonus is there. They're going to be able to pick up rifles in this one. So it's okay. but the way that this execute went was not. The paranoia, far too late. By the time that King is blinded, he's already got 2 kills.
Yeah. Just sitting in a corner they didn't expect, and Saya player kind of he just passed both of them essentially and immediately died. So there wasn't a lot of quick information. You know, you got to make that that call in milliseconds. As now getting aggressive is the side of Gen.G. They want to put an end to this half pretty quickly.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, genuinely, I think that I always say like you can't get complacent. You always need to respect your opponents. But with the way that things are going right now, Gen.G are definitely feeling it. Everyone's nailing their shots. The reaction times are very much on point. So they say, yeah, we can get a little bit more aggressive. We've got great coverage. They spot one. Messiah will be able to find Eco, but just get chipped down to 63 HP. And with that minor distraction of the Jet, the plant comes in, but Meteor just takes this opportunity to go ahead and just drop down into the site, kills Carpe, looks for a little bit more, and that's Ban dead.
It's essentially all Meteor. I mean, this is still a 2-on-2 as they try to swing on in here. They don't really have a way to stop this defuse from going down, so Meteor's just going to get that. He will not survive. At least T1 kill him, but I don't think it's really going to matter at this point. As you can see, they've got enough creds to essentially full buy and end the half in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, Meteor could just go ahead and grab another operator if he wants. He's got 57 in the bank right now. See, that looks like he's just going to be actually buying for the rest of his teammates who did lose out on their weapons and popping the blades this round. So they're playing, you know, very close to the chest economic game right now, our Gen.G. So we don't want to overspend. We don't want to put ourselves in too risky of a situation. So Meteor says, okay, I'll just look to get value with my blades.
Yeah, as Smode and Spam creating room, you could say, for Meteor to push on out here as somewhat expected, but you can't really stop him either way, as Meteor's still going to pick up the 2K as he ends them outside of B. And that might just be the beginning of the end here, as at least Zeta's able to pick up 2 in mid. He's got Saya player near him, as Gen.G now looking to surround TS, going to teleport all the way behind them.
Yeah, seems like they're fairly uncertain about where they could be now. So TS goes all the way back into the spawn, expecting to push out of mid over into B connector, but now they've been spotted, noted.
Right here.
They will be given the site to plant in. But Gen.G, I mean, okay. I was going to say gather up as 3 and go for a retake. Now it's going to be a gather up as 2, but crucially, they do have this lockdown to use.
Well, let's see how they approach this, because Zeta and Saya play are kind of taking the wind out of their sails, essentially. Gen.G from the big lead, still, of course, trying to hold on to it.
They need to approach this together.
They're just going to go in alone, and Saya player with the quick flick is going to take him out. So now King is like, well, so he's the lockdown here, 1v2. Let's see what he decides to do.
I mean, you still absolutely can, but knowing King, if he finds one, I think he's liable to use it, but he is running out of time.
He's got to hit them both, and he will not. Saya player able to take out 3.
What a weird round.
And T1 will pick it up, just dominating in mid. They pick up 2 guys that are kind of just trying to lurk in alone onto the B site, and Saya's going to take them both out.
That might have been some of the complacency I was talking about there, actually. I love the way that this play is set up. And from the very beginning, this is fantastic, and it's a very big misread, a misjudgment from the side of T1 and Munchkin in particular. The knife comes out, that 0 point from GodDead, catches the Killjoy, stops the turret. But they don't think for a second that there could be somebody still pushing, or at least they don't, you know, it doesn't look like they're really anticipating to have that aggro push coming out. And then it's just the instant headshot coming across from Meteor as well. Without that turret to play contact, I feel like you need to just back way off, have 2 people watching that angle, and just wait until you have that suppression gone so the turret can actually alert you to somebody's presence yet again. They don't do that. Meteor takes full advantage of it, pushes in, finds 2, and then things get really weird. It's odd in particular to see TS being the one challenging in a 1v2 as the closest person to the site rather than waiting for your Killjoy when you have a lockdown available. Seems like maybe just confident that he'd be able to find a pick, bring it back into a 2v1, but definitely not the situation they were looking for. Widely, though, things are excellent for the side of Gen.G.
So what the little buddy was carrying there was,
the victory.
Yeah, the victory. Pretty cute stuff there, not holding the spike in that animation. But yeah, you know, the way the round started, I think, may have been a big indicator of why Gen.G were playing that. You know, it was a 5v2, and they kind of dominated them, right? So it's like, you know, say what you will, maybe they were just a little bit lackadaisical after that, not, you know, crossing their T's and dotting their I's. And they do get punished, and T1, Zeta and Saya player were able to play it out very nicely from there and accept all of those, you know, little peaks that we got one by one from the side of Gen.G.
This does give them, you know, pretty much the gun advantage for the first time now, as we are in the last round of the half, 4-T1. TS is really far forward there. Look at this crunch. Meteor right behind him as well. They're looking for the push. The turret, not going to spot them, but Munchkin is watching behind.
Seems like they have a pretty good idea this is happening. T1 on the site already, as this will be planted on in. As man on the
That's a lockdown gone.
side, yeah, the lockdown just not here, so he's just not going to get to use it for this time, and they've got one of their own as well. As the spam comes through on the edge here of where they could be.
Oh, Meteor. Just half a second off being able to take Saya player's head off there. The swing's coming in though. And Munchkin trying to fight back, manages to put Fan in a decent situation.
Oh.
But the shot's across, he will fall, Carpe will bleed out. And with the defuse, it's going to be a 9-3 half here from Gen.G. Even without the lockdown, still able to find their round win.
A more straightforward round that time, but still felt a little bit weird, you know, what with the defender Killjoy going down so early, and then, of course, just on the edge of the lockdown, just picking off one by one were the members of Gen.G, and yes, Munchkin was at least able to pick up 2, but everybody else on his team died, so he was left alone. As here at Thursday Party, we do
Thursday Party?
I know, of all the places.
That would not have been my first selection, but hey, to each their own.
It's pretty good for watching Valorant, I would imagine, at least. So
it's also
we've got
Sunday
that
night.
going on.
Sunday night, so it's a little bit more quiet.
A little bit calmer, you know.
Not nearly as rowdy.
Yeah, the reason we say that, of course, Thursday Party can get pretty rowdy.
Turnt?
Yeah, turnt. That's
Turnt?
lit, I think the kids are saying nowadays. So I suppose that's a good thing.
That's
but
a cute
for
cat.
watching Valorant, you know. Yeah. And King, will you win for us today?
Well, he's definitely trying his damnedest. You think back to that 3K Sheriff, you're just holding down Market.
Yeah. Just forget about that last round and go on with the rest of the map, you know?
Sure. But, I mean, even that's the other thing. It's like it feels like that should be a T1 round. You get rid of the enemy lockdown. They can't counter lockdown you to just go ahead and have this kind of stalemate in that moment. You have to wait for the 14 seconds for the thing to tick down before you can really even try to enter into the site. That is taken out of the equation. You get that full attack side lockdown. You're in a situation with a weapon advantage, and it just continues to get away from you. It just feels like a really soft start here from the side of T1. Again, I've liked some of the ideas that they've been showing, but they haven't been able to stick the landing. All of the kills, the multi-frag moments coming out from the Saya player have typically been once the round is already lost. And while it does contribute to pushing Gen.G's cash flow and keeping them in a much more stable spot as their opponent, it's not enough to really effectively push them onto an eco round pretty much at any point here, aside from after the initial pistol. So now that we swap sides, I need to see a pretty damn immaculate defense here from T1.
Yeah, well, you mentioned this was T1's map pick. Perhaps they are more comfortable on defender side, but Gen.G decided, hey, we want to start on defense because they do get that choice with T1 with the map selection, of course. So we'll see if maybe they've got something better on this defense side, as immediately a push in through Market. This time, not as much coverage as Gen.G had on the defense in that one round that we did mention before, as with the Frenzy, not really able to get too much done, but Munchkin able to trade one back here, as there's a second over to Munchkin. Still full health as well.
Dodges out on the shock dart as well by swinging around the backside. We'll go ahead and spot out on the button for a quick little second there. As yes, the UI colors, I believe, need to get flipped so that we don't have T1 in the red anymore. So don't panic, chat.
Yeah, that's impossible. Chat will always panic, because T1 not going to panic, and they will be able to get this defuse in. And pretty easily at that. I mean, Munchkin very important, essentially. Like right after they entered, he was able to clean up a couple of members and even trade one back there on the retake after the post plant. So good stuff from T1. That's a good start here on the defender side. Might make this a little bit more interesting as they do have some ground to cover after the first half.
I mean, that's both pistols now picked up for the side of T1. So that's at least a very solid stat line to establish. The biggest thing is not losing this anti-eco like they did in the first half. If they could do that, suddenly they're back in with a shout. You're going to be 4 rounds separated, and it's definitely possible on the defending side. You see, it's going to be pretty hefty investments. No one going for a pistol. And normally you'll see, maybe one person just sit back, have either, a Sheriff or a Ghost or something like that. We do have an Ares in the mix here, but otherwise 3 Spectres. And that's where the concern starts coming in.
We saw this at the beginning of this map as Gen.G were able to take round 2 after T1 took the pistol. Now TS did go down. So there is some potential, and it's going to be much easier for T1, you would have to imagine, this time around to shore this up and get the defense in.
Yeah, if they can get a good read on where they think the spike is going to end up going, which widely seems like the A site, Ban's defensive smokes, once he can regenerate some, can definitely help slow things up. For the time being, still 1 at a main, but that should expire somewhat soon. Love to see what his timer is. He's got the next one. Yep, there you go. Smoke's dissipated. Side player, though, sat in hell, Bulldog in hand. First fire, yep, insta-kill.
There's another.
Spike down.
How about another?
How about a B site rotate?
Yeah, how about let's run away as fast as we possibly
30 seconds left.
Thing is, though, they need to find some way to die, whether that's running at the members of T1 or to the spike itself. They are going to be running this very close, as they are also going to be running full speed right into this KJ setup, which is a classic in a Sheriff.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Guys, you gotta kind of go in there as GodDead says, take me, witness me, and Munchkin will take down both of those kills. This time, we'll be able to secure a couple in a row for T1, and all of a sudden, this is getting more and more interesting. Now, this bonus round really could be the decider of this entire map from here on out. Who's going to gain the momentum from here? As Meteor started off well, but eventually just came face to face with the Bulldog.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, that's not too bad at all for T1. They only lose out on 1 player, which, depending on what was recovered, yeah, it'll just be a Spectre that's left on the ground. They still hold on to the Ares, 2 of them, as well as the Bulldog for Saya player. So, not too bad at all. Smoke's down. Great nano swarm timing there from Munchkin, just slowing up the advance. As well, though, getting pushed away as Meteor going to be leading the charge. Looks like widely they will be able to get onto this site for free, so we're going to have a full-blown 5v5 retake with Gen.G slightly behind as far as the weapon power is concerned.
And they've got a drone to come on in here. Is going to give them some very nice info, but TS starts them off well. He's got good position, GodDead there, but this is very even 2-on-2 as Meteor picks up a 3rd for the team.
Oh, and how do you do this if you're Ban? You've got to smoke. Okay, he's going to just go ahead and try to TP into this one. Recon, however, pings him.
You know where he is.
And he probably is very suspicious that he's being surrounded, and he would be correct. But ends up getting flushed out. Same time, you gotta say, still incredibly solid efforts here for the side of T1. They might not be able to convert this bonus into a win for themselves, but they take away 3 of those weapons. And the kickback for Gen.G economically is going to be hurting. And this is kind of one of the first times that they were experiencing this in the game.
Yeah. Haven't had to deal with this much so far. A Saya player, he had an operator. Now he does not. As it's going to be mostly full buys on their side. They do have the 1 Bulldog and the 1 light armor.
This is aggressive.
Yeah, Meteor's trying to make some plays here. As the shot through the box, GodDead going to open it up for the team, but the rest of T1 up there on top are able to take out 2. The smokes are in, but GodDead is not to be stopped. Already has 3.
The take is there.
Finally able to take him out. Meteor gets 1 and steals away the ace from GodDead, but it is still a relatively clean round from Gen.G, as at least low on health were Meteor and GodDead.
I mean, they do get the round win. They take it this much closer to being able to close out on their opponent's map pick. But I'm just in all of GodDead at times. I mean, another 4K for him. Great entry, manages to just go ahead. They knew that Ban was going to be stuck in that situation, just behind box over in heaven. That blind tap onto Carpe. That's just Carpe being unlucky. Let's be real. But it's also a good sense from GodDead to just say like, okay, let me just spray over here a little bit. He just happens to get it with one shot.
Yeah. Turns out, you know, sometimes you have to make your own luck, right? And, you know, some of the shots that we say are lucky, indeed, they are luckier than, you know, getting the one-tap flick headshot. But you, as you mentioned, Kilios, very nicely, is you kind of have to have the wherewithal. You have to have the knowledge of the game to know exactly, you know, where was that player? Are his teammates calming that to him? You know, the communication has to be there as well. So still a nice shot, and it was rather close in that last round, but Gen.G still looking pretty dominant and now only 2 rounds away from the victory as they took a lot of guns out of the hands of T1 as well.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 rounds have been close. And this, you know, again, this is going to still be a little bit shaky. We'll take a look at the cash values here. No, okay, full purchases for everybody. Nobody going to be lacking utility on the side of Gen.G, so finally mistaken. I thought maybe they would have somebody with a half armor, but clearly I was doing my math wrong because everybody is very well stacked with cash. But for T1, definitely not the case.
Let's get this done.
So this is pretty much everything for them to convert this Thrifty. They managed to make that happen. They keep a hope of being able to win the map. Otherwise, they're going to be going into the next buy round just hoping that they can streak together 7 rounds to be able to, you know, have a chance at overtime.
It's pretty much what you got to hope for at this point, but at least Saya with the knives out. See what he can do. Has been pretty much the best performer on the team so far as he's going to push up in mid and immediately gets shot in the face by Echo. And that is a lot of the power of T1 now gone in this round.
Yeah, I mean, swinging that corner, there's a lot of different angles that you need to check. So when you're pushing by yourself, unescorted by any form of util, that can be very rough to deal with. So certainly unfortunate for the side of Zion. And as you were mentioning, he has been the one who's, you know, widely delivering in kills. It's been a much quieter game for Munchkin compared to what we've been seeing from the last couple weeks. Maybe not as much from the Paper X series because Team 1 kind of got ran over a little bit. But still, he has been a very solid performer ever since alleviating, you know, being alleviated of those shot calling duties.
30 seconds left.
Haven't quite been seeing as much impact today.
Well, it started off slow, but now they're fast onto the A site. Echo going to pick up 1, so will Meteor, as this A site now is pretty much entirely gone, as even Zeta as well will be spotted there for a moment, and he's taking a lot of damage to the smoke. Echo going to pick up 3.
What a round from Eco.
Yeah.
I mean, a 3rd kill for him, just somehow avoiding getting taken down. Munchkin just barely misses the timing. On to King, who's now just sat here taking pot shots at him. And it will be the finisher with that Vandal.
Couldn't take even 1 gun out of the hands of Gen.G. Not that they would have been hurting too much even if they did take 1 gun out. So Gen.G on the cusp of winning map number 1. This was T1's map pick. And this might just turn into a 13-5, one of our more dominant maps that we've seen so far. As let's see from the side of Eco how he was able to make this happen.
Just clean stuff. I mean, sees the spray coming out. Doesn't have to fully respect it given that it is a stinger, so it's going to take a hell of a lot more bullets to kill him than it will to kill the opponent. That's just quick maths for you.
And now...
Oh, not like this.
Well, Zeta, good try,
not like
but immediately gets backstabbed over the top as Meteor doesn't waste any time with that entry.
Yeah, I'd love to see that again from Meteor's POV. It's such a quick hit. I mean, from the time, you know, Zeta barely has any time to stop spraying. Drop down into the site before he's dead. A good return fire kill, though. Carpe finding 1. Hunter's Fury going across, trying to get the destroy, and it will. But it's the attacking Killjoy ult that's still there, and it won't matter at all. The ult is not necessary. GodDead and King just continue to clean house and find the final blows, and that is going to be a very concise 13-5 victory for Gen.G.
And that is a fantastic showing from them, as you were mentioning, Achilleos, and very worrying for the side of T1. Your map pick, you get 5 rounds, and overall dominated. You get ecoed on the 2nd round. Nothing feels good for them, but Gen.G, the train keeps on chugging. They just keep on winning round after round, map after map. As you can see, the fans have come out here to support them, and they should be pretty happy with the performance so far, as we will be moving on to Haven, I believe, for map number 2. And of course, that is going to be the side of Gen.G and their map pick, and curious to see how that one's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't covered LCK. I watched a little bit. We had a broadcast on the day of guys' final. Was it Gen.G that got game 1, or was it T1? Am I challenging your memory this hard?
Well,
it was a week ago, Valdez.
There were 4 games, and T1 won one of them. Let's say that.
I think I remember Gen.G winning the first game. Maybe I'm incorrect about that. I don't think it was a 3.
No, you're correct. It was 2 in a row.
So maybe
Gen.G and then one to the side of T1, and then Gen.G ended it.
Maybe that's all it is. Maybe it's just Gen.G. They get the first one over 2-1. They'll win the next one. We go to a game 3, and while this might not be a best of 5, you know, we'll be able to see a map 3 at the end of it all. Who knows? Either way, I'm curious if that man right there in the center of that previous sign is going to be seen going into the next map with Sylvan, because Eco, strong performance, was looking very good. I mean, again, mentioned Silva, his widely most played agent, but not something that we've seen as much from him, especially here in Pacific, where prior to this, he's only played 2 games of Breach, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you just won so hard with this lineup. I would say actually don't, but based on what we've seen so far, I think it's fine to just bring him in, and he's been a fantastic player as well. But guys, we do have a commercial. We will be back after the break with the desk and of course map number 2. Right click in there, but King gonna take that down. Ends up being a 2v1 as it's pretty big as they make the sentry, and now the shock dart is and this is not gonna be easy. Picks up 1, gets some shots on in, kind of surprised to turn it around.
A bit whippy there, but this, they need the double swing. They don't, one leads the other. And TS looks
folks already down. See if he can make it happen. Uh-oh, he is on. Nice little crossfire comes in though. Side player Munchkin, and Munskin's gonna pick up 2, make it. A-site in 13 seconds. I mean, that's gonna be enough for that. As aggressive, and immediately they're gonna get.
We've got great coverage. They spot 1 into the jet. The fight comes in for the site. Kills Carpe. Looks for a little bit.
Sean out here as someone expected value as he ends them.
Side player's head off there. The swing's coming in though. Manages to put Van in a decent situation.
Able to trade 1 back here, and
first fire, yeah.
There's another. You gotta kind of go in there. It's got that says, take me, Meteor.
There.
Good. Another fast onto the A side. Echo.
자기가 오늘 아무 말도 안 해. 간다. 10만 되겠는데? 10만 되겠는데? 해마도 나오겠다. 저점 그만 나오는데? 저점 나온다고? 저점으로? 아, 팔 아파. 나 진짜 잘 나왔다. 다 나오나 보다. 나이스. 꼴등 아니죠? 꼴등 아니죠? 간다. 운 좋아. 운 좋아. 운 좋아.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just completed Game 1 in the Korean face-off Gen.G versus T1. Did that go how you thought it'd go?
I thought it was going to be closer. It was a really dominant performance from Gen.G. I'm a little bit worried now for T1. T1 did take the pistol round, and then it just started to be a full-on reversal here from Gen.G. We did see some strong showing a little bit at the end there for T1, but it was not, not one where they could catch up. And 13-5, I mean, that is a wildly different score disparity to close us out on. So I'm a little bit disappointed. I hope we have a closer match. I mean, this is why we have these guys play a best of 3, as you don't want it to just come down to one map. But I think we're going to need to see a lot more from T1 if they're going to come out on top.
And this is deeply concerning for T1 for me, because this was their map pick. They won both pistols, and if you look at like the statistics of all of like VCT, if you win both pistol rounds on a map, it's something like 70% around there that you're winning the map. And then they only put up 5 rounds total, and 2 of those are the pistols. So this was not great. Now Saya player did play really, really good. But behind him, it was extremely lackluster. It seemed like Gen.G had them read from the get-go. GodDead playing out of his mind here on the KO is, like you talked about, he's been great with the assists.
Right.
But now he's great with the kills too, and this is like super scary for other teams. If Gen.G, if it's not just Meteor, if it's not just King popping off, then this team is deep and deadly.
Yeah, Gen.G was very strong on that map. You made a really great point. They won both of their pistol rounds, but in the first half, they lost the anti-eco.
Right, T1, yeah.
T1, sorry, T1. That was crazy.
No, it was. I mean, and then the follow-up here from Gen.G, I could tell right away. So King got the first kill off a spot from Eco, and then they set up. They've got the turret to play here for a crunch towards Market. So that turret gives them the info that they're pushing in. And then, Meteor just kind of sneaks up behind it. King's waiting. There's good util here to get the spot once again for King. So Eco doing a really good job here. I know we talked about maybe we wanted to see Sylvan, but Eco had some good moments. And then you got the shorty here for Meteor, who's able to hide behind the smoke, sneak his way behind the lines of T1, who are not ready for it at all. And then you've just got Ban, who's on his own against, 4 players. And yeah, he's going to get 1 here, but they are right there for the follow-up. And it's GodDead, of course, who gets it. It's just, like, right there I could tell that T1 had, Gen.G had T1 read pretty well, because they read that entire round like a book.
Would you say that applies to the entirety of the game?
Yes.
It's just Gen.G reading them the entire time, and T1 not really knowing how to adapt and react to these reads. You mentioned Saya player as well. Saya did have some pretty cool moments.
Yeah, there were many losses, obviously, in that game, but we had some moments where Saya player was totally insane, and this was one of them. I mean, you never expect in a 1 versus 3 to be able to take as many players on as he did, but it was kind of crazy. They're going to come out here, they're going to try to wipe him out. He gets 1 kill, then another, and gets 1 more. Obviously, the round is a loss, but just taking out as many other players as possible with him. I hope we could see a better performance in general with the team, but it's good to see that Saya player is playing so well. Don't play or hate on this guy.
I think he needs to Saya.
Don't hate the player, hate the team.
That's right.
Yeah, well, I think he needs a Saya prayer, because that was not going well.
Nice, Victoria.
The quips are real.
Very good.
Yep. Picking up good habits from you guys. Can make these puns all day. Gen.G was just so strong. They're clearly so prepared for this. You can see the confidence in their gameplay throughout the whole thing. But I have to say, one thing I really like about all this, having 2 Korean teams play today, is that the fan base in the audience right now is so cool. There's just so much cool art going on down there. I don't know if you guys saw anything that you really liked.
Oh, I mean, the fans are just electric down here. Valorant has been growing in popularity in Korea at a really rapid rate, especially with very young audiences. So it's kind of cool to see this whole new generation get ushered in and introduced into esports. And yeah, I mean, if you guys can ever make it down to the studio, I would definitely recommend that you do, because it's a lot of fun. You're going to have a whole evening of Valorant. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah, it definitely. I liked the King as a bunny, as a Killjoy bunny. That was very cute. That poster I really liked. But yeah, our fans are always great with the posters. Like, the art that they come out with is insane. And both these teams have fans across multiple games, and they have players that they're all rooting for and that kind of thing. And these are right now the 2 biggest esports in Korea.
Yeah,
I mean, these are it. And so certainly a lot of hopes for them in this league. And so far, both teams have played very well. But right now, Gen.G clearly has the upper hand. And again, this is T1's map pick. So you're looking at this and going, okay, well, you're going over to Haven next. That's a map that Gen.G looked really good on in their last outing. And you lost, T1 lost to, GE on it. But I don't know. I'm concerned for T1 right now because that was messy.
Yeah. It was not a good showing at all. Now, GodDead, he put the tissue in really early on in the first half. I don't know how much that affected his actual gameplay, but he did good this game.
Worked out nicely. He deprived a little bit more oxygen to his brain with that tissue, and that's when the domination started. Look, GodDead, this guy's always been exciting to watch, but he was really playing out of his mind here. It just feels like Gen.G, they're firing on all cylinders. I thought this was going to be a 2-1.
Yeah.
I think I was wrong. I think it might actually be a 2-0. I hope that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But,
That's tough because, like, T1, that was their map pick just now, and they got steamrolled. And it might be a 2-0. What do you think?
I think it will be. I mean, I have a hard time imagining that T1 is the better team on Haven. With what we've seen from Gen.G, with the history of these players on that map, it's still likely going to be King on that Killjoy. He's really nasty on Haven to get through. He's a great site anchor, locking down Garage and C site extremely well. TS says that probably that Omen against, you're going to still have a lot of comfort picks, a lot of comfort roles for your superstar players. I mean, GodDead's kind of an interesting one. Like, I think he's probably going to go over to the Breach again, right? And he's a pretty solid Breach. Not as good as I'd say he is on the KO, not as impactful, but that doesn't matter. You've still got insane talent on Gen.G top to bottom.
Yeah, definitely. When was the last time Gen.G, they played on Haven against Team Secret, right? You're talking about that game, and they dominated.
They smoked them. I think it was 13-7, and it's just they play so disciplined. They play so well, and if you can set up Meteor well to just kind of do his job, if you can get him a Marshal, if you can win one of those pistols finally, you're going to see that Marshal come through in the second round. He's incredibly devastating with that. Can even follow up into the bonus to get you some kills. Then you want to get him that Operator as soon as possible, and that's when they really start to lock things down.
What's it going to take for T1 then to, what kind of miracle are they going to need? Because at this point, it's not looking good. I wish almost we could pull one of the Crane casters who's quite confidently.
Jen, we were having a little bit of a discussion on the camera about this.
I want to know what they have to say about this because they were like, oh, Gen.G was, what did you say?
They're all T1. They said that, like, even like pros, like EJ apparently was saying that like he thought T1 was going to win. Like 5K, the former F4Q player was saying that, T1 was going to win. And they said because Gen.G hadn't like beaten anybody like, huge, and they struggled against DFM, which may be our bottom team, that was their reasoning. But
well, I wonder how the T1 players feel right now, because like you mentioned, there's so much history of T1 to the point where even when you first came to Korea, they're just like
I was a T1 fan as like a teenager, like before I ever moved out here. Look, it's big shoes to fill. I do feel like we got to see how Map 2 goes and if they can really try to lock in. You were talking earlier, Paper Thin, about the fact that Gen.G, they didn't have the toughest start. I mean, it's just sort of, luck of the draw. Who are you going to be facing off against? And they did seem to struggle a little bit, but so far they haven't really been stopped. I almost feel like every week Gen.G is starting to look a little bit stronger and stronger. It is kind of a funny dynamic to have this T1 Gen.G battle where DRX is still on top. I mean, we were talking about how these are the two big esports franchises in Korea. Like, everybody knows them. They're household names. But DRX right now has collected them the very best, at least so far it looks like, unless Gen.G has some kind of upset against them. But yeah, for now, Gen.G looking good. I hope the T1 can pull it together. They did just seem kind of, outclassed. It's like the stats for Gen.G were higher in every metric, and I hope we have a closer match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, DRX, I wonder what it is that puts DRX a class of their own above T1 and Gen.G, although Gen.G is definitely proving their assault, like showing their worth right now.
Tactical shooters in Korea, they weren't always the biggest games, but they had a small group of players, and that's the coaching staff now that is working with DRX. So I think they basically got in a head start right when Valorant was announced. Immediately, they organized before these bigger franchise teams came in. And that's why they're currently in the lead. They're currently the stars of the region, and they're not willing to sell and go to these bigger brands yet, at least not yet. So, yeah.
Any speculation from your end?
I fully agree with Tasteless. It is a lot to do with the pedigree that DRX has. And that's why you're seeing this with Gen.G as well here today and throughout this season is some of those same players that Tasteless is talking about are part of the Gen.G coaching staff as well. So there's a history of tactical shooters and a limited pool to choose from, but they all kind of went all in on Valorant, and you're seeing that come through with these results here in VCT Pacific now.
Yeah, so it looks like it's just going to take a lot of investment from a lot of these other orgs into Valorant to really pull them up. Now, for T1, what kind of players do we want to see in the next round in the roster?
I want to see intro.
I agree. I think when that overall map went that poorly, I think it would be foolish to not have some kind of a rotation, to not try something out. I don't know who played weakest. I didn't quite catch that when I was watching the map, but it would definitely be hard to say, but I think that they need to come in here with a fresh start and try something a little bit different.
Yeah, because it was everybody but Saya player was struggling. So, I mean, I think Idro's just a better player than Ban. This is, again, no disrespect, but I think right now that's certainly the case. And I don't think there's many who would disagree with me with what we've seen, with the numbers, with the results that T1 has had. You know, you've got to find a way to start, you know, making Ban. Yes, you need a 6th player. Of course, you need a substitute in case something, you know, somebody gets sick or whatever, somebody gets hurt. Like we saw with actually 10's got hurt, I think, recently, and they might have to try to find a sub for him. But look, you got to have a 6th player. You need Ban, but you need to get intro more integrated into the system. I think if you're going to have a little bit of deeper success for T1, once you get to those playoffs, you need to have your 5 best players available for every single map.
You know, speaking of the 6 players, just in case there are any injuries, I was watching, I think it was Stax and Jing having an arm wrestling match yesterday.
Oh, that scares me.
And
that makes me so nervous.
It's like if I was told them like using a punching bag, I'm like, be careful, man. Your wrists and your hands, like.
Well, even Stax was like holding his elbow afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm like, no!
Jing came in with like the 2-hand, like, you know, cheat, and then he was just like massaging his wrist. I was like, what actually happens if something did happen during that arm wrestling match?
I mean, this can bench you for a long period of time if you injure your wrists or you're not able to, you know, move your arms the way you need to. It's serious stuff. And so we have a lot of these pros. They have stretching regimens they do and work out certain like forearm muscles and try to really even yoga to try to get your posture centered.
Oh, have you been doing yoga?
Me?
Cool. Actually, I think T1, well, I know the League T1 does some yoga.
They do, because they need to get their self in good form and be flexible, because you can get injured, especially if you're kind of tight and wound up like that.
Pat had a wrist injury, which, you know, knocked Talon. Oh, sorry, not knocked Talon, but basically he wasn't playing during lock-ins in Brazil, and that's when we saw Garnett's fill in, but that's just scary stuff. So one thing I have to say about Korean teams, coming from Southeast Asia, noting how like Southeast Asian plays tend to be, which is a lot more explosive, unpredictable, is that the Korean teams and the Japanese teams tend to play a bit more conservatively. They just nail down their mechanics and they do what works. That's why we see the same maps time and time again, because you know they just have that map down.
And the same agent comps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had the same agent comps just now. So when you got T1 and versus Gen.G with the same exact agent comp, and you can kind of predict each other's plays, and you've been playing against each other time and time again, maybe you're right. Maybe T1 just needs to shake things up beyond the player roster.
Yeah, this happened, I think especially we saw this when you and I, Paper-Thin, were casting just the Korea region. It seems like Koreans, when they approach a game, they're trying to figure out the proper way to play and kind of boil that down. And we did see a lot of the same team comps picked over and over here. But, you know, we don't know the correct way, I would say, to play Valorant yet. And, you know, when you look at a team like PRX, right, that was so explosive, that was so aggressive, they're really more focused on the tactics and trying to come in and take fights and just basically have faster reaction times. It's what makes a tournament like this so exciting, is that we have all these different regions with different cultures and different approaches to learning games and mastering them and putting them all together and duking it out. And right now the story with these two teams is that T1, who is, you know, these players on T1 especially have been around since the very beginning of Valorant, but they're getting outclassed right now by Gen.G. And by the way, we do have the substitute.
Thank you. There you go.
Yes. Good.
Intro's in, which I'm relieved to see that. I would be very worried if they did not bring him in.
We do want to see things shaken up here, and I really like your point, Tasteless, about the different regions getting to play against each other. I think that's just really going to elevate everyone's gameplay in Pacific, and by the end of this, I'm expecting everyone to just be freaking awesome. Now, we are going to go into Game 2. It's Haven.
Is Sylvan
And they're
Yes.
you got 2 of your wishes granted.
I'm very happy. I think these are the 2 best rosters that these teams can field right now. I understand why they don't, because there's, they're both new players, right? Incho and Sylvan, both new to their team, both trying to get used to the systems, get used to the protocols, the shot calling, all these things. There's so much that goes into this. And so, but I think individually those 2 players are just better. Their mechanics are better, their decision making is better, their natural gut instincts are better. All those things are just a bit better. So certainly I think, you're going to see pretty much the same comp again.
Is this a mirror matchup again?
Yeah. This is Korea. This is what they do.
Korean Esports is here. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, did they pick a comp from 2 years ago? Yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
Nothing's changed in 2
All right.
years. It's still breach.
I mean, well, you know what? I hope T1 tries something new, because I don't want another steamroll match. I want it to be close. I want it to be fun, and I just, we don't want the T1 players to be fans to be too disappointed either. There are a lot of them in the audience right now with really cute signs.
Fingers crossed.
I mean,
Yeah.
T1 fans know a lot about disappointment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I think Valorant's their last hope right now. With that, we are ready to go into Game 2 T1 versus Gen.G. Over to you, Achilleos and Valdez.
Well, thank you guys on the desk, especially for filling through that downtime. Sorry about the delay, but we are ready to jump into game number 2 now, of course, with Sylvan in the roster and, of course, Intro now in here. Do you think T1 have a better chance now going into Haven, potentially with the subs?
Yeah. I mean,
Very
yes.
convincing,
but
Achilleos.
I still would favor Gen.G in this situation, unless the wheels just fall off the cart all of a sudden. I'm right there with Paper Thin as far as feeling like these could be the best 2 rosters that either team can field. Now we get to see it. There is a bit more tape, however, to watch about Haven when it comes down to T1. They've played it twice now in Pacific, once versus GE. That was a pretty devastating loss, and we were kind of questioning how strong they actually are going to be on this map moving forward with a, 4-13 loss for them. Then they turn around, they were able to take down Talon quite easily in a 13-6. But Gen.G, they've only played it once. They played it versus Team Secret. It was looking strong, a 13-8 win there for the side of Gen.G. So a little bit more to watch for T1 and to study there for Gen.G. So we'll have to just wait and see if they've been able to put that into practice. But knowing Coach Bile, they probably have.
Yeah, no doubt. And, the deskers were joking about how, same comps, same stuff we've seen on Haven. The map's been around since the beginning, so everybody should be well-versed on this one. And I think it's just going to come down to, preparation. Maybe they bring in a new strategy here or there, but I think it's just going to be who's got the better read, who's playing better on the day, as always. So nice little sneak in here onto the B side from Gen.G.
Go ahead, they flush Carpe out, put a little bit of damage down onto him. Meteor also softened up a bit, now down to 79. Side player's going to be sat out here A-long. No one's challenged his position yet. They're suspicious that he could be here. And clips the corner and is lucky to get away. 12 HP remaining on him.
Yeah, he got away.
Oh.
Okay, that's pretty nice, but at least he trades one back with 12 health, so pretty good shot for him. But now the rest of the team is going to have to defend here on the A side as Gen.G make their way through pretty slowly, trying to tick all their corners. King going to win that matchup in the classic 1v1, and now King gets a couple, and Gen.G clear them out on the A side.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta just kind of getting timing. Wasn't expecting King to just aggro swing out of that smoke. Wanted to get that shock dart down. Getting the the call from his teammates saying like, oh, he's really weak. He's one shot. So figures, okay, if I nail this dart, we're gonna be good. Unfortunately, King just quite aggressive there, and that's gonna be the first pistol round drop now for the side of T1. Gen.G get themselves on the board, 2-1 in that respective score line.
That's something you'll hear a lot in Korean esports as well. The NISA that comes out after the win. They were pretty.
It means great job.
Yeah.
Just mistranslate basic things.
So this is something we've seen a lot, and they were very collected and calm in the first map. Actually, not a lot of nices unless we missed them, but now they're feeling the energy. They got a pretty nice dominant pistol round. They lost both of them, as we have all mentioned many times on the first map. And now they've got this pretty free plant onto A. Let's see what T1 can do.
Messiah going to be noted. Started as well. Just an extra one there from Sylvan to flush him out and make sure he's definitely not pushing in. As TS is just going to be doing the rattiest thing you can do as an Omen player, which is sit inside of your own smoke with a Bucky in your hand. Now he's going to throw another one. Does he push into it? The answer is going to be yes.
Well, he's thinking about it. Just going to hold the crossfire here and cover both angles. Sylvan actually comes in, picks up a kill, and now there's only 3 guys on the side of T1 who are just trying to die to the spike, and the rest of the Gen.G members just going to run away.
All right, I thought maybe TS would play that a little bit more aggro, saying, you know what, I've got this Bucky. We'll see. You know, it's not it's not going to be the most ideal thing to carry into the bonus round, but does opt to just hold on to it. Cash-wise, looking very solid here for Gen.G.
Yeah.
T1 definitely need to start picking up some rounds here.
Yeah, it just feels like we've kind of carried over from the first map, right? It's obviously the second round, not much to say, but the pistol round was so dominant that, you know, Gen.G looking strong once again. Zeta player did go for the Marshall, it looks like, in round number 2, just seeing if he can pick off any heads, but I just got to go for the half armor here on round 3. Let's see how this goes as Gen.G looking to poke into B site once again, as in goes Meteor, clears it out.
And Drone's going to be leading the way. Swiftly gets cleared. Really like that starting shock dart out from Sylvan. Clears out that front util so they can get the safe plant down. Don't get delayed at all by the likes of that Nano Swarm. Oh, okay, Media turning. Does spot Munchkin. Puts a bit of damage down onto him. Will be sitting at 18, but oh, there's the Bucky value! TS has arrived. There's 1. Gets the tap. There's 3. Won't be able to find a 4th, but the damage is done as Zeta player gets cut down on the flank angle. Zeta with the Vandal in hand, he's looking to just try to find some kills, but they know he's not holding this spike, and he's got to hold on to the Vandal, so he will just hightail it out of there. Gen.G are going to convert this into a 3rd round victory as the spike explodes, and they get 4 guns out of T1's hands to boot. This is about as bad as it can get.
Yeah, that is just devastating, and just to make matters work, a 3K with the Bucky? Like, come on, this is just... You're not going to feel good after this as T1. TS, he's like, let me show you the value of the Bucky. Nearly gets a 4th. I mean, come on, this is just ridiculous.
I don't know that it was scouted, actually, in the 2nd round. I don't know if they ever heard him use it, so they might not have known that TS even had it.
Interesting, yeah.
And if that's the case, they probably assume, like, okay, he's got a ghost or something like that. It was one of those other guns that kind of got just mixed up into the noise over on that A site. But yeah, the Bucky made a very strong and loud opening. And what an upgrade path for TS as well to just now get this Vandal basically for free into his hands.
It's like he got an S+ on the round, so he like got the best upgrade possible. Yeah, this is a very nice spot, of course, for Gen.G now, where there's not too many guns in the hands of T1. Gen.G on the attack here on Haven. And let's see how this one is going to go. They're taking it much slower this time around, actually. Some scouting here from the side of TS. Already had his ult.
Look at it creep back. I mean, side player, the one that would have to be feared here, does have that Vandal in hand, but he's not even going to go for the swing. And now C is just completely wide open. TS just inching forward. Once he clears the cubby, it should be the go sign for them. Dart into the back side will just help further reveal that there is no one from T1 on this site.
This is just free. I mean, they're just
30 seconds
yeah.
left.
Yeah, they're just going to get this plant down, and now T1 are like, oh, crap, we got to scramble. We got to try to get in here for the retake, but it is so difficult from here. They got 3 guys coming out of A lobby right now. 4 make that. And, I mean, let's see how this goes. Maybe send 2 in through garage and see what you can get going. This Munchkin is going to be back there in the spawn as this is spotted. Sylvan gets 1, King picks up another, and Sylvan gets a 2nd. As Gen.G were just so ready for this. It was so obvious as now Meteor poking out, picks up a 4th for the team. And they know exactly where Munchkin is.
Yeah, I mean, they tag him down to 13. One more bullet into that corner would find him, and provide an extra bit of ult charge, but it seems like in the end they'll just give him the mercy of dying to the spike. But a 4-0 start is just catastrophic right now for T1. I mean, Gen.G playing that to perfection, just taking that A-long control, assessing the situation. TS in the meantime, poking and prodding, says, I'm not seeing anything over on C. They say, okay, we'll go there then.
Yep. Obviously, T1 didn't have much, but they were trying to make the best of it. At least all of them did go down in the round, so they've got a decent amount of loss bonus at this point. And let's see, though. I did like the strategy from Gen.G, though. They really slowed things down after 3 quick rounds. And we're able to get pretty much a perfect rotation on the map. So still all the momentum in their favor, and T1 need to show us something better.
Side does have this operator, but no one looking his way. So basically wait for that flash to go down, otherwise try to find a timing shot like that. And he will, very nicely done. Picks one up as TS tries to get himself across the site. Nano swarms to further delay. As GodDead, the one ferrying the spike, will be able to go ahead and get that spike plant in. Further delayed by shock darts.
Yeah.
And the plant finally is there.
I guess giving the team time to set up as, ooh, really nice flash and a peek there onto the operator. They know what side he's on, and they're able to clear him out. Although, from the backside, Carpe comes in and swings, picks up 3, and will get the defuse just barely for T1's first round win.
I mean, okay, it's definitely a scrape by victory that you're grateful to have if you're T1. I kind of want to watch this one back from Carpe's POV because it feels like he just got in there and in an instant was able to just take them down. From the outset, like you said, it was a great, aside from, great timing shot, what I said. But to try to flush Saya player out of that situation was fantastic. But oh, Carpe, I mean, basically the collat there onto King. A second bullet, a minor adjustment follow-up to just go ahead and find that second elimination. If he doesn't get that, maybe it's a different result, but definitely the hero that they needed right when they needed it. And with those 3 kills, it gives Carpe a very significant lead in getting the Rolling Thunder online, the ever-important ultimate when we are here playing on Haven. That and the lockdowns are going to be the things that we're looking to see fast-tracked by either side. You can see Carpe, King kind of keeping pace with one another, Munchkin, GodDead, somewhat similar there.
At least they were able to get that going. As you see the shock dart, not going to get much, but just buying time here. Gen.G going to break down the barricades. Let's see if they actually do push in through here, as they do have the follow-up coming in from behind with the Meteor picking up the spike.
It seems like they do, but at the same time, they're just getting a good amount of util out of the side of T1. That's the smoke gone, the shock darts as well. Expended from Zeta, no drone. Just threatening this presence in front of the door, which it seems like they do eventually want to push in off of. Still get some kind of bit. So drone used that escorts them forward. They make their way into the site. Fault line as well to try to buy some extra space. The smoke now glooms the back site to cut off intro sight lines.
And they clear out garage, and long is free. So nobody's on the site as Sylvan is able to trade 1, but intro at least picking up a shot here. King, slow rotate back in.
Do they read this? It's double push as well. I mean, TSC doesn't have a paranoia to escort, but oh, there's the pushes. It's 1 gone. They need to trade this back, but they can't. They're too slow.
Yeah, they kind of got stunned up, but now this is going to take a lot of power out of T1's push. As GodDead's right there. TS on the off angle. Intro at least holding on to the operator.
That's not ready.
And maybe they try to hunt him down from here.
I mean, they should. They have so much money in the bank right now. GodDead sitting on 4,700, 24 for Meteor. Obviously does have his own operator in his hands, but it looks like he's going to be the one maybe making first contact as he comes pushing up a long. Intro trained in on this spot. They need to strike pretty damn fast here if they want to be able to take it away, and the round win is blocking! And right as it goes away. Okay, we do get to see that Intro will be able to find the kill and hold on to the off.
The round win is blocking. Not going to block the shot. So nicely done, and at least he holds on to that operator. It gives them a crumb of confidence as, yeah, I mean, this was just not red. And
gobble it up!
He's able to go in. He just essentially gets the free kill. There's no recourse. Nobody's able to re-push in there, even though they're both stunned in garage.
I mean, just look at the... It looks silly. It's such a juxtaposition of Saya player holding onto this operator, and then everybody else having frenzy. Sylvan will get tagged down to 53. He's looking to hold this, but now has to go ahead and put it away. Munchkin does have some nice covering fire to make that a 1-for-1. So both jets going to be taken down, but that is all of the firepower that they had in their back pocket effectively eliminated. But as I say, the blind is going to be good. Carpe going to find one. Munchkin gets the third.
That is huge.
How are they converting this?
Munchkin, he traded for Saya player's death, and then the flash from Carpe comes out. It's so clutch, it isolates two of them. They're able to swing both Munchkin and Carpe and pick up 3 kills between them. And now Sylvan's alone with 37 health. Might as well just run away. I mean,
that dart?
Nothing he can do. He's going to just be taken out. And Carpe will pick up yet another kill for the team. A very nice round win for T1. Maybe that gets some wind underneath their sails.
I mean, I hope so. But yeah, certainly a puzzling way for everything to play out. But good on Carpe again to come up with value after what was a fairly quiet round, or quiet map to start off with. Munchkin being able to push out the back of this with the paranoia, just get the catch on the 2. Very nicely done. But follow-up flashes, fault lines, etc. to just slow the roll of Gen.G a bit. Make them a little easier to pick off was very good there from Carpe.
Sometimes, pushing straight into the Omen and Breach can cause some issues, as we did see. They were actually blinded by, I think, both the Breach and the Omen, so not much they could do, even with the better firepower, and Munchkin's able to hit the shots. So it's nice to see him return to that form, at least in the round. Gen.G now going to do what they did in round 3, it looks like, although a bit of a slow push here, actually.
Okay, well, that should mostly tell all here. Dart to make sure that Intro's not hovering in a close position. Looks like they also want to just try to drone him out of this. The spike is still not in the sight yet. Usually they wait. I mean, that's good from GodDead. Waiting until the smoke has bloomed into heaven, not swinging out, stranding that spike, and allowing for them to try to cover it.
This is the classic
You should run.
of the retake here, as there it is. It is destroyed. Now they've got the attacker locked down as the push comes in from Munchkin, able to pick up 1, but how about anyone else? It looks like the rest of T1 will have to delay on the pushes. Here they come. The Rolling Thunder comes through, and now Gen.G maybe in a little bit of trouble as Intro picks up 2, and the swing out from the rest of the team. TS, he is not able to hold down the site, and T1 will get the retake in time for the defuse.
I mean, the nano, as well as the aftershock through the wall, just to be able to destroy the lockdown that is normally such a thorn in the sides there. And they clear it out. They have their attacking lockdown rolling, but it does not buy them enough time, and they cannot hold the line. The Rolling Thunder coming out, again, mentioned that Carpe was able to build this one up fairly quickly. He's been holding onto it now for a little while. Is monstrous in enabling them to get back into the site and be able to take this in the end.
T1 viewing party still going strong. And to be honest, I mean, these last 2 or 3 rounds have been the best they've looked at in terms of facing off against Gen.G. So Gen.G going to take a timeout here and say, okay, what's going on? It does feel like their pushes have kind of lost a little bit of power. Obviously, that last one, there were so many abilities and ultimates used on both sides to try to get that through, but T1 just kind of getting the upper hand at the end.
I mean, I believe we had 4 ults available going into the round for the side of Gen.G, 5 available for T1. T1 now only have their Omen ult. We've got a Blade Storm and a Hunter's Fury. That's about it for Gen.G. So yeah, it was a hell of a lot invested from both sides. But it is T1 being able to, finally get 2 rounds strung together. The only time they were able to do that so far in the series was when they won the second pistol on Ascent and then won the anti-eco from there. So this is definitely a step in the right direction, but still find themselves behind. Losing here, that's what would kick them back considerably, but they should be able to bring it within 1 by taking down Gen.G here in round 9.
Yeah. King's got the only real firepower on the team. Other than that, just going to be mostly saving until 2K. It did look like TS was down to maybe 1,300. The Sheriff in half buy.
Oh, nice timing.
Armor.
Swing on the corner right as the fault line connects. They identify where Saya players situated. And it looks like they want to try to turn their sights over to B, but now this becomes so unassailable for pretty much every site. Barring a monstrous entry from Meteor, which that's a good start. Will eventually fall, but again, they don't have their smokes now.
Yeah, not a great finish after that, but okay, Sheriff headshot from GodDead might make things a bit more interesting, but Intro's right here. King with the only Vandal on the team, and now it's up to Saya player with a Vandal himself. Gonna have to try to lock this down. Doesn't really have good information on where the rest of Gen.G is, though. The other two players, Sylvan is all the way on A right now, essentially, has snuck his way through.
Yeah, I mean, with the money that he and the rest of the team have, I mean, you 100% want to be able to play for this. The biggest concern is going to be if Sylvan gets himself into a safe enough spot to try to disrupt with a Hunter's Fury.
Spike planted.
See if it comes down to that. For now, I think they're both just going to be situated in the site. They want to be able to take this, the fight together, which makes sense, especially given the King is at 15 HP. So they want to be able to trade rather than rely on that ult to try to keep them in this.
What might end up happening, based on what we see, is maybe Saya player gets the pick on the King and ends up being a 1v1, and King is kind of the information, you know, just the bait, essentially. But now they have the information, and now they have the two of them, one from behind and one from the other side, as a Thrifty comes through for Gen.G. That is just salt in the wound, man. T1, they had something going, and now once again, it's kind of blown up in their face.
And this is the scariest thing about playing against Gen.G is kind of just Coach Bile and knowing, having such a good sense of what the right play is at the right time. Allowing for the team to be able to get themselves into this position to pull off a Thrifty when they lose their smokes off the rip. Right off the rip, trying to, you know, do an execute onto the B site. Just nasty stuff. A lot of respect has to be put down onto the coaching staff there from Gen.G. Counter stun is good. That'll keep Munchkin nice and safe, tucked away down in sewer.
Yeah, bit of damage on a Sylvan as well. So that's a pretty good start for T1, but let's see the push from Gen.G, what they decide to do. For now, they're actually expecting a counter push out here from T1, who might try to capitalize on the bit of damage they've already done. And they might just be right. Munchkin is really kind of testing the water here with Saya player into A lobby, just seeing what they could see for now.
I mean, I like this. You want to be able to gather info. They're doing it in a fairly safe manner, as long as Munchkin doesn't overextend from here, but this drone is going to flush him out. He tries to go aggro, and I don't necessarily blame him for that. As soon as he was left on his lonesome, and he hears that drone, he wants to try to swing off the drone right as it's coming out and catch the Silva before he can cancel it and draw it down. He does put Sylvan to 47. So I like that play overall. I get where his mind space is at, but unfortunately, there's just plenty of covering fire here from Gen.G, so they're able to trade it back.
Absolutely, as now just gonna snipe him down. Will Sylvan is gonna take away a lot, but Zeta able to pick up two, and Carpe from the off angle, not expecting that, and now Sylvan's alone. The only one to really do much here at this point, and 13 seconds left. Looked like T1's in a good spot here. Even gonna pick up that final kill off the Saya player.
I just like them lobbing darts back and forth at each other, trying to see who could get that kill.
Yeah, we've gone full bow and arrows now, no more guns.
Okay, I mean, we'll take another look at this again. I'm curious as to how intro fully got caught. Fault line was used here, so should not have been stunned up. But okay, Zeta just plays off the back of the ping. Gets a great read on Meteor, looking to push out of that smoke, expecting that sort of aggressive tempo. Given that he had just fired his weapon and gotten a kill, so Meteor thinks, okay, I can swing during his aim reset and maybe just headshot him, but his crosshair placement isn't quite there. It's a good reaction.
Yeah.
And a good way to keep themselves in this one. T1, they're looking to claw this back.
These last 3 or 4 rounds or so have been very kind of tooth and nail fighting, getting really gritty between these two teams. As this time it's going to be a much easier entry for Gen.G. The last time there were 3 members of T1 on the site. One of them did get killed by the Hunter's Furious. King is just going to put an end to that nonsense. As you kill my little bot, and I will kill you. And this is a pretty solid hold from the side of Gen.G. Will T1 attempt to get in here? As it does look so, 3 of them are pulling into long right now.
Looking to push this smoke. Munchkin could come away with 2 depending on how this timing goes.
Oh, he pushes out though.
Okay, never mind. I guess, okay, so he was tracking the timing of the smoke. He tried to push before the smoke would have dropped. Ends up dying. Looks like Saya and Carpe will be the 2 that are able to hold on to their weapons. That's,
oh, he's fine.
This is the 7th round now here for the side of Gen.G. And if you're T1, I think if you can win this last one, if you come away with a 7-5, you're feeling okay. That's not bad for starting on the defending side. And looks like Autumn's going to be calling this timeout to try to ensure that that does happen.
Yeah, I mean, The 1 round difference could be pretty huge, and I think this is a good time. You've got the timeout, you've got the 1 round, and then, you know, potentially you've got the halftime, and you can kind of talk things through and really kind of hunker down for the swap. As, yeah, I mean, it's looked better, but it has not been great for the side of T1, you could say. Gen.G, still pretty good stuff. Their pushes have been more solid. I'm going to be very curious to see how this kind of tempo swaps after the halftime. I think T1 might come out swinging there, try to mix things up.
It's interesting because T1 on this map so far, their win rate on defense, not very good. 31% coming into today. But their attacking win rate, 65. You know, rounding up slightly there. So 65%. The biggest concern is that Gen.G have a better defending win percentage on Haven than they do on an attack. It's not separated by too much, but it's in the range of 67% for Gen.G on defense. So it's really going to come down to a lot of mid-rounding and just, you know, being able to work on the fly and change up your game plan. So I am excited to see how that does develop as we get ready to go into the next half. But for now, we'll see if T1 can at least make this 7-5. Be that much more competitive.
Yeah, I mean, it's their timeout. Let's see what they have prepped. As Gen.G just going for a quick one in through a lobby. A side player is there.
Right there.
No, not right there. Oh, well, he kind of was right there, actually. Side player now pushing up through A as we speak.
Yes, again, I mean, he's been cheating around B so very much. Smoke goes up, blocking off Munchkin. Paranoia sent through towards that C site as well, but Munchkin just pushes in ahead of the smoke, and now he's found Meteor. 2 kills. Still been able to answer back 1, but man advantage still going to be there for the side of T1, who are getting a very good sense of this. They already start rotating 3 players into the A side.
I don't want to see that one again. Sylvan, yeah, that makes sense. Zeta's going to take him out now. King is alone against 3. This is looking good for T1, who will pick up a 5th round on Haven right before the half. And the entry was fine from Gen.G. They got onto the B site pretty easily, as you would expect. The smokes are there, but Munchkin just kind of pushes his way through, and nobody calls it even after the death. It's just free onto Meteor as well. Like this kill, I don't know. I think he should know he's on the site after that first kill, but maybe the communication not there was pretty quick on the play from Munchkin.
Yeah, I mean, again, just kind of catching him off guard. I don't think too many of the Gen.G members were anticipating that he was just going to push through TS's smoke aggressively. But I'm right there with you. After that first kill comes in, you can give him that, but giving him much more, that's where things very much go awry. So Meteor not respecting the call, not paying attention towards, you know, that backside swing. Probably should have pulled off the more aggressive angle outside of C Link. But they put themselves in a winnable position right now due to T1.
Kind of looked like GodDead had multiple different tissues, you know?
Just keep stuffing him in there.
It's just not the same one every single time. I thought there was like a special tissue that he prepared in some way, and then he kind of, you know, utilized it.
I think we need like a lower
I guess
third
not.
or like a Nightbot command in the chat to
Yeah.
explain this to everybody. So in case you haven't been paying attention or you're unfamiliar with GodDead as a player, he doesn't actually have a nosebleed. I know that a lot of times when he's playing, people will assume that that is the case. He does not have a nosebleed. There is no medical emergency happening on the stage. There's no worry about blood splatter on the desk. He just finds that he plays better when he has a tissue in his nose. That's it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. I wonder if there is something to be said about like the balance. You know, it's mostly in your ears, right? But maybe like if you stuff up your nose, it kind of like messes with the airways and you kind of like feel more focused. I don't know. Or maybe it's just pure superstition.
It could be entirely placebo. But he does seem to widely perform quite well when he does have that tissue in. And we saw the difference in their series versus DFM, dropping that one map, and then suddenly the tissue was in, and it's just like, oh boy, now we're down to business.
Yeah, sometimes you need that mental reset, even if it does require a tissue in the nose. Either way, Enough about GodDead. He's playing pretty well, but he is definitely he played better on the first map. It hasn't really been about him on the second one so far in terms of the numbers.
Yeah, quieter here. The breach is going to be more about enabling your teammates rather than yourself. You know, obviously KO doesn't do that as well. But King with a nice crunch will find Carpe. Now finds himself in a bit of a pickle. So he wanted to just rush right back out over to the site, but that's where all the members of T1 are at. Double lurk going to be sent back down, as looks like Saya as well as Munchkin are going to be watching from behind, but big reveal off that dart.
Oh boy. Yeah, and they can just throw smoke down, and in they push from the garage.
Oh, no.
Meteor picks up 3 headshots in a row, and TS gets the 4th. And that's going to be another incredibly dominant pistol round to the side of Gen.G.
Okay, I don't mind the play from T1. I don't mind the idea, I should say. They try to send out a flash. And then just swing, catch them as they're pushing out of the garage. The word comes in like that's where the majority of the team is going to be rushing from. Oh, actually, no. Carpet was dead. Did they even flash this? Maybe I hate this play.
No.
All right, I changed my mind. This was dumb.
He looked pretty confused.
I think they were just, I guess they thought like, oh, we can catch him off guard here. And now they're going to go for a force buy. Oh, boy.
Ooh, they're really trying to push the envelope here. And it looks to be aggro on to C once again. See how fast they go with this. Smoke on the garage connector as yes, TS not going to be in a great spot, but he's able to survive. He's able to get coverage. But, he does go down. T1 able to get onto the site pretty cleanly here.
I mean, he TP'd on top of Flat, so he was not obfuscated at all. Easy kill comes in, but okay. Nice there from Gen.G. They double push in to really split the attention of Munchkin. They find one, but there are some trades.
I mean, some of those kills have been nice from the side of T1, but now you're down a member and down firepower. The garage push comes in. Intro somehow able to survive through all of that as GodDead just able to hold it and is covered by his teammate. Gen.G going to pick up a 9th round, and that one was off a force buy from T1.
And that's just devastating. I mean, that's as hurtful as, you know, losing your anti-eco when you do take the pistol. That is not great. Again, I don't mind trying something different. I will rescind what I said about, you know, the swing back over towards garage in the pistol round. But that force buy, I don't mind it because it's the first time that they're really doing it in this series. We didn't see them go for a force in the first half. We didn't see them go for a force. Well, they didn't need to go for a force in the second half of Ascent. But they're saying, okay, they might not anticipate this. We're going to try it, and hopefully we win. They did. So I don't mind it, but they do find themselves now in a really scary spot.
That's going to be rough. They do get this paranoia through, and TS is going to take out Munchkin pretty easily dispatched of. He was just trying to set up here in mid, but no dice for him. And let's see what T1 do from here. Down a member.
It's definitely not as bad as it could be. Obviously, you know, if Carpe, Zeta, Intro, they all die, that's a lot of your info gone, a lot of your smoke and mirrors that you can throw, but I mean, King is just, he's good for it, and he is covering fire. TS doesn't even need to be there for them to be able to win out that push. It's just rubbing salt in the wounds.
And they followed up with a smoke.
I mean, if you're Intro, what the hell are you going to do?
Where the spike is.
Yeah, that. He destroys the alarm bot, immediately draws attention from both TS as well as King. They pivot, they kill. And side player, at some point, needs to die here. Spike is stranded. He's going to try, he wants desperately
30 seconds left
to be able to find, you know, a kill, take something out of their hands, have this not be a flawless round for Gen.G. But they're just not going to give it to him.
Yeah, no one's going to peek. They might even just know that he's got the Marshal, and they sniff him out there in the window. Down will go Saya player, so at least he does go down. But yeah, that is a flawless to the side of Gen.G, who are now at 10-5. T1 take another timeout.
Yeah, I mean, burn it if you got it. You got to do something here going into this next buy. Try to pump the brakes at Gen.G, slow them down, get some. I mean, honestly, at this point, getting guns into their hands isn't going to be good enough. You need to get rounds. It entirely has to be about that. No longer can you say like, okay, you know, we got a couple. We took 3 of their rifles away, but we won, but we didn't win the round. But that's okay.
Yeah.
That's not that bad. now it's pretty much all bad unless you're getting rounds.
Yeah, you don't have too many more to expand over to the side of Gen.G. 3 more. And then not to mention you've got another map to win after that. Although, to be fair, if T1 started a comeback from here, I'm like, well, maybe they will win that third map because it would be pretty heroic to make that kind of streak actually happen. As you can see, Coach is getting at it. Not much to say there on the side of T1.
Plenty of King fans here. Showing up to cheer for Gen.G. And, I mean, right now, just given the stage that's set, it's looking like the LCK final will repeat itself, but not as close.
Yeah, you know.
They don't get that one.
Still started with the 2-0. But, yeah. This is, unfortunately for T1, not a best of 5.
Yeah.
But, let's see how this one is going to go. This is pretty much the most important round for T1. Because if you don't win from here, you don't have an economy. You lose the next one probably. You're down to 12 rounds over the side of Gen.G. They need this one.
Yeah.
So if you're a T1 fans, hold on to your lucky stuffed animal or whatever you have because you're going to need it.
Put on your Faker jerseys. And rub in your Death Adder mouse or something. I don't know.
Something like that.
I actually don't know what mouse Faker uses, but
yeah, same. Well, here comes T1. Going to push in through the A lobby.
I mean, they've got a decent chance here if they do decide to execute on the A side. Obviously, they're not necessarily aware of it, but right now, only one player. There are 2 nearby, and they're going to start rotating over. Question is, does TS also start drifting towards A? Smoke into heaven for now. Fault line to slow them up. Turret still not cleared.
Yeah.
And, I mean, side player's just eating damage.
They're just losing to the turret right now, Achilleos. And King is just right here. And he's just got a couple already. Saya player gets one, but King is going to put the nail in the coffin. It's not over yet, but this round is dominant. Munchkin, let's see what you got, 1v3.
I mean, he needs to try to separate these into 1v1s, but
very nice.
Yeah, not to be. Had gotten tagged up. God dead with the Guardian will finish. Swap the gun over to a Phantom. And Gen.G just pushing back. I think that out of the 4 timeouts that we've had from T1, only one of them has resulted in a round win, unfortunately. They just have not been able to steady the ship.
That last shot, like the first couple were kind of, you know, through smoke, you've got vision, you get the spray with the Spectre. Has a lot of smiles on the side of Gen.G in its entirety. So, okay, T1 now. They're going to really try to force this one with the money from the loss streak, and let's see if that will be enough.
I mean, no ults to work with. The closest ones, not ones that you... I mean, I guess if you're a Saya player getting the Blade Storm up, maybe you pop that. But otherwise, intro, Omen ults, not necessarily going to be the most impactful. Whereas on the opposite side, King, I mean, he's just holding on. He's got this lockdown now available. Push up will be a trade out. Flash for some smokes.
Yeah. Very small trade up side player. Oh no, he's going to go down there on long, and the rest of the team just going to group up and back away and look for the retake as they can. Now up a member, our Gen.G. Is T1 going to use a lot of utility to try to get in here onto the site in the first place? This King is just waiting.
Yep. Wait, plant comes in. Now they'll look to flush them out of the site. Munchkin, is he going to try to overstay here is my question.
Okay, tries to peek early.
Yeah.
Actually does get one.
Yeah, he's going for it, but it's a double detain.
Yeah.
Once in hell, will they check him? Have they checked hell? Will anyone check hell?
Maybe not.
Will anyone check hell?
I guess not. Okay, might not matter. Okay, that's going to be 2 kills though to the side of Zeta as King just barely is able to shore it up for the team.
Bruh, what a whoa, my God. Okay.
Gen.G having a bit of fun here at the end, you know, making it interesting for all the viewers, all the fans out there. It's really hyping us up here in these last couple of rounds.
That would have been so embarrassing, frankly, if they had actually just let Zeta win this round. Good on King getting the timing to swing out to be able to get that last kill. But that was almost a complete and utter clown fiesta on the A side.
So King was getting pretty hyped up there at the end, as now he is on 21 kills. Saya player.
Okay, spots TS.
See if he's got enough. That is a bunch of knives already sent in. TS is just waiting potentially to push on through. No, he's just going to get behind the boxes. Meteor's here. Zone knives.
Oh, and he gets Munchkin.
That was beautiful.
I mean, that was borderline, but he pulls it off. There's the Rolling Thunder. He can't get ahead of it. Cloudburst is trying to cover for himself. Shorty drawn out. The push in, doesn't get it. Side player takes him down, but King is here, anchoring the site with God Dead, and it's over. 13-5 on Ascent, a 13-5 on Haven. Gen.G win the Gangnam Derby, taking down T1.
Well, that was a stomp and a half. One of the stompiest matches we have had so far. Gen.G absolutely clobbering them here. As that last push, you saw like they spent so much time trying to kill the Jet, who got her smoke down, and Meteor, he's like, okay, I will sacrifice myself so the rest of the team can clean you guys up as you run into the site. It was perfectly done. Gen.G extremely dominant tonight and definitely solidifying themselves as just another one of these top teams to beat. It's not only DRX right now, Gen.G trying to continue with their undefeated streak in series.
I mean, and they continue to look strong. I mean, we all predicted that Gen.G was going to be able to take this. It felt like this should be closer, just given what T1 has shown us in some of their previous series. But to me, this is Gen.G saying, like, yeah, we're the real deal. We are the de facto second place team in the region right now. And who knows? Maybe on a very good day with some very clean plays, they can be the ones to challenge and take down DRX, the team that has so far not lost a map. Gen.G right now in their form, they definitely could be the ones to do that. It is a little bit scary for them, I will say that widely a lot of their best maps overlap with those of DRX's, but we'll have to just wait and see what happens, as that matchup doesn't happen until next weekend. But for now, Gen.G definitely going to be holding their heads high and feeling pretty good on the ride home, because not only did they get this done cleanly, they got it done quickly and just in time for dinner.
Yeah, if you are one of these pro players, you're like, hey, I get to go home early. We crushed them. You know, some extra practice time, maybe some extra time just to take off after the big win. And yeah, as you were mentioning, Gen.G versus DRX, definitely a huge matchup, very hyped. That's going to be on Saturday.
Yeah.
So make sure you guys are paying attention to that. Just 6 days from now, not too far off. And absolutely everybody's going to be looking forward to that one, as that might just be the best Valorant we have in VCT Pacific.
We've already had some pretty crazy matches.
Yeah.
And I mean, Global DRX, that one's still very much up there. Secret PRX, another fantastic close series between those two teams. Gen.G DRX could be the one that solidifies itself as the best of the regular season. We'll have to just wait and see for that. But for now, they look fearsome. They look, I mean, frankly, incredible. Because even when, you know, God Dead goes from having this powerhouse performance in the first map, a little bit of a quieter one as he takes a backseat role playing that breach, still puts up some solid numbers. But then you have the likes of King, who just steps into that and says, like, yes, I have arrived. To just go ahead and just massacre everybody on T1.
Yeah.
Just terrifying.
So many members on the side of Gen.G just, I feel like, playing to a very high level. Do you feel like T1 really gave them their all today? Because, I mean, it was really one-sided. Do you just feel like Gen.G are that good? Or maybe, you know, T1 maybe not stepping up to the plate a little bit here? What is your take on kind of what's going on?
I think it's minorly column A, column B, but I think it's mostly that Gen.G are that good. I think that T1, they definitely had some rougher performances than we're used to seeing. Intro not finding nearly as much value as we've seen from him in the past. Carpe having an incredibly rough and frankly out of, you know, uncharacteristic initial first map from what we have come to expect from him now in such a short period of time. As well as Saya player just, you know, nailing some nice sheriff shots, but when we were getting those marshals and those AWPs into his hands, we weren't seeing him take over rounds as he's been able to do in the past. So that's my biggest concern, because this is now twice in a row that T1 have kind of look this way, where they're not able to really deal with what the game plan from their opponents is. We saw it from them versus PRX, and we said, oh, it's just the all-out aggression.
Yeah.
They're not suited to be able to slow down PaperX. Now it's, okay, are they suited to really get a read about, on teams that as well that are just this strategic?
Yeah, perhaps, maybe it just kind of solidifies them as one of our middle-of-the-pack teams. We do just have so much competition here in VCT Pacific, so maybe you just got to look at it as, there's just too many good teams, and I think T1 maybe need to take a step forward and try to improve and try to reach the same level, because so far the last couple of matches haven't really been quite that great. So going to be curious to see what they will do to try to change things up. Do you know offhand what their next matchup is? I might be able to take a look here.
Actually don't, off the top of my head.
So they're playing against DFM, actually, on Saturday.
That's going to be
Actually against RRQ. That's on Sunday. So a little bit...
and, I mean, previously you'd say that that's one that they should be able to get. Now, these days, I don't know if that's going to be the case, given how clean RRQ looked. But that's going to do it for us here for the first series. Of course, we do have Detonation versus Zeta coming up. But before that, let's go ahead and throw down to the stage and hear from Meteor in an interview.
We're halfway into the playoffs and Gen.G takes the win. I'm here on stage with Meteor of Gen.G. Congratulations. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, you're amazing with the 4th win. Gen.G is really blowing everyone's expectations at every match. I mean, how do you feel about today's victory? 4연승을 지금 기록하고 계세요. 매 경기마다 예상을 뛰어넘는 경기력을 보여주고 계신데 오늘 승리 소감 부탁드립니다.
일단 팀원들 다 잘해서 너무 기분이 좋고, 그리고 새로 들어온 실반도 잘 적응해가고 있어가지고 굉장히 좋게 생각하고 있습니다.
I mean, at first, every teammates are really playing good, so I'm really satisfied with that. And our new player, Sylvan, is really adjusting to the team, so I'm happy with that too. And on to the next question. You are being the most threatening team in VCT. Like, what do you think is the key for your consecutive wins? 이제 VCT 퍼시픽에서 가장 위협적인 팀 중 하나로 거론되고 있습니다. 이 4연승의 핵심, 키포인트가 있다면 어떤 비법이 있을까요?
일단 키포인트는 TS의 오더, 그리고 킹 선수가 너무 튼튼하게 잘 막아주는 것 같아서 그게 저희 팀의 핵심 전략인 것 같아요.
I mean, the first thing is TS's calls and player King's really solid gaming that makes our victory to continue. And for the third question, I mean, half of VCT weeks has passed. Any changes made in your goals or improvements your team is going through? I mean, 이제 VCT 경기 이제 절반이 지나가고 있잖아요. 뭐 팀 내 목표 설정 변경이라던가 발전된 점이 있다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
일단 처음 팀과 두 번째 팀에서는 저희가 커뮤니케이션으로 좀 힘든 모습을 보여줬는데 가면 갈수록 점점 더 커뮤니케이션도 발전하고 있고, 그리고 목표라고 하면 이제 DRX를 꺾고 1등 자리를 차지하는 것이 목표인 것 같습니다.
오, 좋은데요. I mean, for the first and second games, we had little trouble with communicating, but after we had a good communication going on. And for our goal changes, I think we're gonna take over DRX and get the victory all over. Okay, 그리고요 또 이제 at second map, you had the same composition with the opponent. Like, what did your teammates talk about it back then? 두 번째 맵에서 이제 상대편 팀과 같은 조합을 들고 나왔잖아요. 그때 어떤 이야기가 오고 갔는지 조금 궁금합니다.
공부를 좀 했었어가지고 공부한 대로, 그리고 스크림에서 하던 대로만 하면 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 그렇게 플레이한 것 같습니다.
I mean, we studied a lot about their team and we just played along like just as we did in the screaming. 네, 그렇게 해서 지금까지 인터뷰 감사드리고요. Yes, that was Meteor of Gen.G and we have Zeta and DFM coming up, so stay tuned and let's get back to the desk. With you, Victoria.
Thank you, Kyungmin and Meteor. Pretty cool. I mean, Gen.G really showed up today, and they've just been playing better and better every single week. I can see why Stacks from DRX was a bit wary of their performance. T1, on the other hand, didn't really show up as we hoped they might have.
Yeah, T1. Yeah, it's too bad, right? It was 13-5 and then 13-5. They did have their moments. Definitely, there were periods where Carpe or Zeta would come out and they would get kills, like kill the entire team in like 3 seconds. And I thought, and especially early on in map 2, I thought, oh, okay, well, they're starting to do it. But then it was just such a strong second half from Gen.G where they were just able to sequence out round after round win. Look, Valorant's going to be around for a long time. We're really just getting started over here in VCT Pacific. But they're going to have to really lab out some better techniques and some better strategies and some better executions down the road.
No, you're exactly correct. I mean, this was a team effort in a lot of ways for Gen.G, even though King's stats are through the roof here. Across the board, there's a ton of assists to back this up. Like from TS, from GodDead, from Sylvan, everybody was really contributing. Like the amount of assists that Gen.G had versus T1 was significantly higher if you look at the overall stats from this match. And the stats don't always tell the whole story, but in this case, they definitely add to the picture here because you could see with like TS, he's hitting great paranoias. You could see the flashes from GodDead on Ascent and things like that. Sylvan there had some great utility, had a great Hunter's Fury that got a kill, had some recon darts that were super impactful, like great shock darts to clear utility in the early rounds. Like all these things are just better right now for Gen.G.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tasteless, you pointed out a really great round. We were watching the back around round 3.
Yeah,
I mean, they made full use of the guns.
Yeah, well, it was one of these moments where we had the Bucky bot here. Now this was used. It was bought in round 2, and never really got to be displayed here. But carrying that Bucky into the 3rd round and then getting 3 kills with that. And actually eking out that value. That was the moment we were all backstage. We're like, oh, okay, it's starting to happen again here.
Yeah.
Very cool to see that pulled off back there.
Yeah. Also, that skin was pretty cool. I haven't seen a Bucky
I didn't see
in
that
skin
one.
before.
Yeah. I almost didn't recognize it at first.
Yeah, I was really confused by that. Now, around round 8, T1 did have a nice retake. There were good plays by T1 a couple of the rounds.
Yeah, their defender's half was fine. Like a 5-7 defender's half on Haven isn't bad. And even with this lockdown, a lot of utility has to be invested to clear it, and then a counter lockdown. So you think, well, this looks really, really good, and even a flash here, but somehow Munchkin just walks right through it, gets traded out by Sylvan, but still, they're taking their time. They're waiting for the setup. There's utility, but then they have that rolling thunder that clears the site. They're able to just start swarming through. Intro gets 2 huge kills. TS on his own there against Saya players Bladestorm. But this is just a really good retake where it looked really good for Gen.G off the rip, especially after that lockdown gets cleared and then Gen.G's able to answer with their own lockdown. The patience and the timing there from T1 was good. I wanted to give them at least one round of like, hey, there are things that are going well here for them, so don't, if you're a T1 fan, don't be too discouraged.
Yeah, that's right. They did have a couple of good rounds, especially in the first half. Gen.G, while they performed really well over the last most of the last few games that they've been having, they did have their slip-ups here and there, so I'm sure they're going to clean that up as well around round 10. T1 really just stole the show here with a really fast kills by 2 of their players.
And I think it starts out with a kill from, this is the Hunter's Fury that Sylvan got. And then it just they get the spot here from Zeta, who's a phenomenal Sova, and is able to just kind of, identify this push is happening, and then it's just a murder, a death's row, a murderer's row here for them. But, again, I think we wanted to give T1 a little bit of, credit here for at least a few good rounds in that first half.
Yeah. I mean, their wins were impressive. They just weren't able to get that many of them, honestly. And, T1, they're going to have to take some time to try to evolve and grow and see what they need to do. They mentioned in interviews before we actually started this tournament, they feel like they know what they need to do to improve. But from what I saw with these games here, I don't know if they've found that yet.
Not quite yet, but it's not over. We've got 4 more weeks to go until playoffs, like our casters had mentioned. But until then, let's talk about our MVP. Who on Gen.G, because they all were popping off.
Get the crown and the scepter again.
That's right. King, his bloodline is better than ours. Such a great player. He's been phenomenal since the very beginning, always popping off on Killjoy here. And it was wild, some of the takedowns he had back here.
This was a disgusting map from him. I mean, 5.0 KDA. At the last map, I was looking at GodDead, who had a 3.3, and I was like, that's really good. And then this happens, and I'm like, oh, that's even, so much better. What is going on? He's, I talked about, before the map briefly, that he is incredible on the defensive side. That's where he really shut the other, he got some help, of course, TS had that paranoia that came out of Garage Door and they killed Munchkin, but on his own, he's spectacular. I mean, he was great with the Sheriffs today. He was great with his utility as usual. Just this is everything you want from this guy and more.
Yeah, he just is always able to. You can leave him on one side of the map and have a 4-stack on the other, and King will still be able to hold or at least kill off 2 or 3 more agents trying to come in.
Yeah. So he was just amazing today. He was both our key player and our MVP, for not just this game, but the entire match. And this continues on since last week. Last week we were quite in awe of his performance as well.
He makes defender's side so good for Gen.G. It's just, he's so tough to deal with. Just like we talk about with Mako with DRX and his controller ability, King may be the best Sentinel in Korea, in the Pacific as well. He is just, he's so deadly, he's so accurate. He responds to things so well. Like, there's that one where he got caught in garage window with a bunch of utility and jumped out and got away without taking any damage. Like, he just has great senses about him, and he's hungry this year. I've seen him have so much more personality this year, so much more, depth to his emotion. So he cares. You can tell.
He's really good at laying out his utility. He's able to reorganize that, and he kind of has that ability to almost randomize it where the other team can't quite read. He's got good instinct when it comes to lurking on site and maneuvering. He knows when he can actually commit to an area, and then he knows when he can actually back out and then wait for the rest of the team to come in. So I think for me, an easy pick for the MVP and the key player.
Yeah, he manages to checkmate the opponent constantly, and I think that's just super admirable, and I hope we see a lot more of this performance. Now, we are going to go on a short break for a few minutes before we go into match 2, a battle between the Japanese Giants, DFM versus Zeta, so don't go away. Well, unless you're just getting a snack, but see you guys in a little bit.
We'll be sitting at 18, but there's the Bucky value. TS has arrived. There's one, gets the tap, there's 3. The damage is John.
It's going to be back here in the spawn as this is spotted. Sylvan gets 1. King picks up. Gen.G were just so ready for this. It was so obvious. So nobody's on the side.
Paranoia to escort, but there's the pushes.
Right there, TS on the offense. Intro picks up 2. A swing out from the rest of the team. TS.
Pouring a monstrous entry from Meteor, which is more
interesting, but Intro's now they have the information, and now
he tries to go aggro.
In a good spot here.
Even the timing of the smoke, he tried to push before this, in ahead of the smoke, and now he's found Meteor.
Sylvan,
obviously KO doesn't do that as well, but push in to really split
through all of that has gotten to see this paranoia.
Smoke and mirrors that you can throw, but King is just...
No one's going to peek. They might even just know that he's got the Marshall. Right now, Achilleos on a couple already. Siam,
into 1v1s, but...
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
없어 의미가 없어.
Spike down A. Seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
나이키야 나이키야.
ゼータディビジョンとの日本チーム同士の戦いは日本のコミュニティでも、最も注目の集まるカードだと思うんで、互いに、絶対に負けられないと思うので、全力を尽くして勝ちたいと思います。
ゼータはシュワとかテンとか仲いい人いるし大好きなチームだけど試合では手加減しません。嫌いにならないで。
ゼタでしょ。ただのクソイケメンチームだし、もちろん強いけど俺たちの方がもっと強いから軽くひねり潰そうかな。
ゼータは日本で一番強いと言われているチームなので、まずはゼータに勝って僕たちが日本で一番強いことを証明したいと思います。
試合の日を自分自身もずっと楽しみにしていました。同じ日本チームとして絶対に勝ちます。
ゼータディビジョンは、僕たちが世界で勝つためにまずは超えなければいけない存在なので、ここで絶対に勝って、マスターズ東京への踏み台にしたいと思います。
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just completed match 1 between the 2 Korean giants, and now we're going to go into match 2 with the 2 Japanese titans. So we've got Zeta and Detonation. Focus Me. From henceforth, it's just going to be DFM because it's many, many syllables. Now, Zeta is sort of like the pride of Japan. And they've been on the international stage, and with this roster lineup, we see them perform before.
The Zeta division, these guys are huge in Japan, and I know that Valorant has just been blowing up in a way that nobody, maybe even Riot Games, didn't expect it to reach the scope that it has reached already. The concern, I think, in general for the Japanese region, and this obviously includes Zeta division as well, is that they didn't have the same history of tactical shooters that all the other regions had. And so with the game being so popular there's a lot of pressure on these guys. We want to see if these guys can make it to Tokyo to compete, but it's not going to be easy. And, of course, here we have 2 Japanese teams battling it out to see which one is going to be on top. I think it's probably going to be Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, we want to see one of these teams go to Masters for obvious reasons. Masters is in Tokyo. We were talking about this a bit earlier, what it means if DFM wins against Zeta. And that could possibly, if they do that today, that means both teams might lower their chances of either of them playing.
Yeah, Zeta's got to go on a hot run if
Yeah.
they're going to get into the playoffs after if they lose today. I mean, they've had a decent start for Zeta. They looked a hell of a lot better last week against GE, but it's kind of like up and down with Zeta. Sometimes they look really lackluster, other times they look really good, and so I don't know what version of that we're going to see. Same with DFM. They had the first 2 matches. I thought, okay, these guys came to play this year. They're switching Suggest over to that duelist role. Looks a hell of a lot better. I was thinking, okay, this DFM might make some upsets. They might, cause some chaos. But last week they looked really out of sorts.
They did, and Zeta, on the other hand, did great last week. Depth really showed up. It was the depth that we wanted to see, and he just, he dominated. Now let's look at DFM's roster.
Wait.
We have an appearance.
Wait, what?
That hasn't been here all season.
We're bringing Soldom back?
We're bringing Soldom in.
The
This
OG
is
Jet.
cool, and this could be exactly what Detonation Focus Me needs right now. We were talking earlier, like they're right now at the bottom with a few other teams like Talon.
They're second to last on the standings currently. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And in moments like this, you need something new, something original if you're going to come back, because any more losses, and there's a possibility it is mathematically impossible to actually get out into the next phase of the tournament. So, I'm hoping they can bring it. Suggest has always been a player I've been a fan of, someone who's been casted in Korea for a long time. That's where we originally saw Suggest playing a lot of before he was picked up by a Japanese team. But, look, I think this team is strong. They just don't seem to be as strong as the other teams. And if they can come in with something different, something original, something new, maybe we can see that change.
I mean, this is really tough. I think all the matches that we have today, whether the Korean matchup or the Japanese matchup, this is tough because now we're going to start knocking out certain countries as we go along. Let's look at their performance so far, because with Zeta, first I'm going to quote, does anyone want to say this with a really
The
dramatic voice?
long-standing rivalry between the 2 Japanese teams. They once again collide on stage.
Nice.
Yes, today is the first time they are facing off in VCT Pacific.
Yes.
And I don't know, how are you feeling about this matchup today, Paper Thin?
I think Zeta's going to pretty much defeat them pretty easily.
You almost sound like you're going to say a different word.
Yeah,
you really think it's going to be that much of a 2-0? It's a 2-0 kind of game?
It should be a 2-0.
Okay.
I thought Zeta should be better than DFM than what Gen.G versus T1 was, right?
Yeah.
And Gen.G just blew T1 out of the water. I think Zeta should be a much better team than DFM, even with Soldom in, because my concern here, especially with Soldom in, is that Suggest has been the better duelist than Soldom was, previously, because we saw Soldom at like the Riot 1 event. We saw him at Lock-In. He wasn't very good. And then they bring Suggest in, and he's really good for the most part until last week. So my concern here is like, what is Soldom going to play? If he's just going to be that Jet one trick like usual, I mean, okay, but he's not as good at it as Suggest in my book. And so what is this going to look like? I understand Suggest, no matter what he plays, is really good, but I'm not sure that this is necessarily the best move for Zeta.
Yeah, I like what you're saying with this. I don't know how battle tested what we're about to see is, and that's the big question. Like, it is a cool idea, and I think we need to see some new ideas if we're going to have any kind of success here from DFM. But this could backfire pretty badly.
Maybe he's not going to play Jet. Maybe he's going to surprise all of us and play Killjoy or something. Forsaken kind of showed us, you know, how you have a duelist on a
But
Killjoy.
then he can't make TikTok, you know. Can't make
Yeah.
TikTok highlights.
Then what?
It's not. Yeah.
Then it's all chaos then, huh? Then what about the socials?
Well, who knows? I mean, okay, look, we were just looking at, you know, in the previous screen, we were looking at sort of the turnout so far with the match score, the scores. Zeta did win their last 2 matches in a 2-1. They did lose against DRX. I feel like that's just a given. But DFM did lose 2 of their matches, and I don't know, maybe it's their time to rise from the ashes.
Yeah, I think, like, the concern here for DFM is that they're worse in literally every metric than Zeta. and like, not just in the previous screen, but also here you can see that they played Fracture, and they played really well until one map they won, but you know, otherwise, these statistics are pretty abysmal. The defender side win on Lotus is about the only thing other than that they have hang their hat on. Meanwhile, at least for Zeta, they've got a couple good maps. Lotus has been really strong for them, whereas that's a map that DFM is okay at. You know, Ascent's been okay. But, you know, I don't know what this is going to look like for DFM, because I don't think that Soldom is necessarily the right answer in terms of, you know, if you're going to replace your duelist. If he is going to play a different role, then fine. Then I'm actually curious to see how he does. They've struggled behind Suggest, basically. The other 4, you know, whether the B, Zen, Free, Anthem, whoever, but these 2 are the superstar duelists. These 2, look at their stats. They're neck and neck, and we both have seen, you know, just nuclear performances from them at times.
Yes, exactly. Well, last week, DFM didn't do so well, including Suggest. The week prior to that, week 2, Suggest was on fire. He was great. And Depp was completely the other way around. Week 1 and 2, he wasn't doing the best performance. But last week, against GE, was just stunning. It was the old Depp that we know.
Yeah, Depp seems to have bounced back. And you know, we talked about this a little bit with RRQ as well. Like, it seems like some teams or even just individual players, they take a little bit of time to acclimate to the set, to the routine of coming to the studio, of playing in front of a Korean audience. One advantage I've always thought the Japanese teams had is because of the size and scope of the game's popularity in Japan, they get to have this unique exposure to massive crowds right away, where a lot of these other teams from other regions, they haven't even played in front of an audience at all, or just very little and very recently. Going into this, I want to point out one other thing. Let's say there is a crazy upset here. Let's say that Zeta loses. In a weird way, if you're a fan of Japanese teams, it can be a little bit scary, because then that means that Zeta's rank is pulled down. Great, DFM gets a win, but now they're both kind of sinking down towards the bottom of the ranks overall.
Now, I'm going to explain myself. You
explain yourself, Victoria.
How dare you?
I would like to explain myself right now. Okay. One thing I've noticed in Pacific is that the guys who have been closer to the bottom of the ladder somehow find their strength, they find themselves and rise to the top, and they have completely unexpected plays. They have an unexpected player in. Now, Soldom, I don't know if it's going to make it better or worse, but that's why I'm picking DFM. I also believe in the power of positivity. Zenfree had some good energy that I'm gonna count on that. So,
I'm just going with Zeta.
Okay
Sure. I'm fine with that. I went with Zeta because they won more games.
All right. Well, the stage is ready to go. Let's see what's up.
Keep on
This is VCT Pacific Match 19. It's the battle between the Japanese Titans, DFM, and Zeta. And they changed the music. This is different than last week.
Yeah, no, we had different music this week. I noticed it too because I was ready to have our clubhouse music moment
With
up on
the
our
Ace
it's
song?
so loud up on stage because we're right by the speakers at the caster desk. But it was actually a little more muted with this song. So I was like, oh man, I forgot to bring my glow sticks. Well, guess it didn't matter.
It's a little more groovy now. A little like us.
Oh, I gotta tell you guys something. So I found out, you know how last week Depp had his head in his hands during the timeouts? I found out why. It's because he just doesn't want to look at the screen.
It's
he wants to rest his eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know this. Somebody told me, and I was like, that makes so much sense.
He just doesn't blink the entire time while he's alive.
Well, it's like
never miss a moment.
It's like a Clockwork Orange, pulling his eyes.
If these
open.
eyelids weren't in the way, I would never miss a shot. Hey, look, do whatever you need to do to get through the match. And if you need to rest your eyes, put your head in your hands, that's fine. I think that could also be some eye strain from stress, I'm sure, as well. But
Wait, did you guys see that? Takajay, was that a fake out? Did he fake out Laz?
Oh, did he? Oh, man.
Or is that like a thing?
Takajay is known to be spicy. He's one of those guys who's got some...
he did the thing where you did the
got some
handshake.
snark.
Yeah.
It's called that.
Whew.
man,
He did that to Laz.
mind games already. We're not even in the game yet.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
I mean...
What if the coaches just start boxing?
That's right.
Give gloves just fly at them and they put them on and they just duke it out.
They both tried to punch each other just there, but it was at the exact same time, so they just blocked. They said, all right, well, that was the game. I'll see you on the map.
Yeah, I'd be down for some VCT Pacific boxing. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, this is the Japanese face-off right now. I know my predictions are a bit weird with this, but you really never know with the underdogs. DFM is definitely the underdogs for today. Depp's got his hair up, I guess.
Suggest got a haircut. This is old school Suggest hair, by the way. This is years ago Suggest, so I'm kind of curious what that means.
Yeah.
I don't know.
How will this
It
affect his
could-
play? That's what I want to know.
Top tier analysis.
This is top tier analysis right now, where hairdos are definitely. Look, if we could talk about tissues in people's noses.
Yeah,
I think
right. That's all we have to
hairdos
talk
is
about with
big.
God Dead sometimes as well. He puts tissue in his nose. I don't know. Kind of weird.
All right, what kind of maps are we going to see? We saw Fracture was, DFM had a good Fracture game, and Zeta didn't have any of those. I wonder
So,
if it's in
Split's going to be banned here as well.
Zeta doesn't like Fracture normally, so. And it's DFM's only good map so far. Okay,
So Ascent, all right, we're going to stick with the classics here. Ascent picked here for map 1. That's going to be DFM here on the defending side. And then for map 2, it's going to be Haven. And attacking side will be Zeta.
This is bold from DFM. They must feel like they have a good read after the way that, even though Zeta won on Haven versus GE, they must have some kind of read on how they can play around it. Icebox, yeah, okay.
Oh, no Icebox. Damn.
Yeah, I
You
know.
know, Soldam, one of my favorite Soldam TikTok clips is actually him on Icebox. He's so cool. But all right, looks like it's going to be Pearl for the decider map.
Yes, but these first two maps, these teams have played against each other on these two maps many times before. Maybe DFM's got some ace up their sleeve, some new kind of approach, whether strategically, through executions, or through agent selection.
Super
Whoa,
curious.
Laz is getting in the
Laz is focused. Whoa.
Focused.
Whoa. He's not messing around today. No, I mean, I think this is not bad for DFM. If you were able to prep for Ascent, assuming, with the fact that it was their pick that, that Zeta went for previously against G, you're playing the same two maps, right? Or at least two of the maps you saw. So you've at least got hope here for DFM if they've done their homework, if they've been able to prep. On the other side for Zeta, I just want to see them.
It's a mirror matchup.
Again, what a shocker.
We're back.
We're all just.
Japan and Korea is
all
really
right,
got a thing for this.
everything's in line. All right.
We've done
Nothing's out of place.
One, at least perceivably, stronger team versus the weaker team with the same agents again.
Oh, no.
Well, I hope it never changes.
Look, if I'm wrong, it
I
won't be
want
surprising.
Monday to be the same. Let's go.
But Zeta's great. They're definitely one of my favorite international teams right now. I wonder if actually the pressure is higher because it's the same country matchup or if it doesn't matter.
Oh, it's huge.
Oh, it's definitely huge. I mean, you got to be super annoyed playing second fiddle to Zeta if you're DFM. You want to come out there and get that glory, and this is the moment to do it. Both these teams, Zeta's been okay, right? They've had some wins they've had to really work for. But DFM, they need something right now, because if they lose here, they are getting further and further down to the bottom, and then eventually they're going to be out.
Yeah. I mean, by the time we get to playoffs, only 6 teams will make it there. So 3 teams are going to get knocked out. And then after that, only 3 make it to Masters Tokyo. So who's it going to be? With that, I think we are ready to go into Game 1 of Match 2. Zeta versus DFM. We've got our casters, Achilleos and Valdez.
The casters, Achilleos and Valdez, are here on the desk, and we're going to be bringing you Zeta up against DFM. And this one, as the desk has very nicely said, is, there's one team that's been performing well, and another team that is experimenting, which I like. They haven't had a lot of success. They're throwing in some wrenches into the gears and trying to see what sticks.
Yeah, I mean, great job, Caster, just to highlight all of the talking points coming into this one. But one of the biggest things that surprised me was not only seeing Soldam in. I thought this was going to be a one-to-one swap with him and Suggest, given that we have just seen Suggest doing nothing but playing Duelist. Now he's in. Zenfree's on the bench, at least for game number 1. And we get to see Suggest picking up the Killjoy. So,
yeah,
curious adjustments being made here for the side of Detonation. Will it get them that win? And I've been talking about it. Tasteless just talked about it as well. There's a lot of implications here, not just in that this is a Japan versus Japan org rivalry, but also in the sense that this could, if DFM are able to take this away, harm the chances of Zeta both in playoffs or even making it into the playoffs. So, no matter which way you slice it, this could have very long unfolding ramifications as we go deeper and deeper into this tournament. Because right now, we're basically right at the halfway mark. For Detonation, they're looking to get that first match win at long last. For Zeta, a win here slingshots them at least temporarily into 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, if the pressure wasn't high enough, right? Because they talked about the Japan versus Japan matchup. You're on stage here once again. There's so much tension mounting already, including a small little delay. We're going to get into the map as soon as possible, of course. Doesn't look like it should take very long, so that's not a big issue.
Don't worry, no one's breaking desks over here in Pacific.
We try to avoid that over here. And yeah, this is a very interesting thing. I do like the fact that, okay, we lost 3 times. Let's mix it up. I don't know if it's going to work. Obviously, the critics coming into this one will say, I don't like this. This doesn't seem like a great idea. But maybe we'll say that until it works.
Love for the coach as well, being shown there for XQQ. Plenty of Zeta fans. I mean, this is kind of like a bang for your buck day as a Japanese Valorant fan.
Yeah.
Take a quick little flight over, get to watch both the teams perform against one another, and no matter what, Japan wins, walk away happy, bing, bang, boom. Back
and
to Tokyo
hopefully
you go.
good Valorant too.
Yes.
I don't want this to be like our first match, which unfortunately, we had some hype behind it, and then sometimes what you get with the hype matches, or the quote-unquote hype matches, that it ends up being very one-sided. But sometimes with the matches you think are cut and dry, those end up being the most interesting. We already mentioned DRX versus Global Esports. DRX definitely the big favorites in that one, but Global Esports made it a very interesting match and a really fun one to cast and watch. So hopefully we get that here with this as well, as so many of the Japanese fans have come out here to support both of these teams, especially Zeta, having a lot of fans here.
And that's par for the course. Kind of anticipated here, to be honest. So, I mean, Detonation, they're looking to punch up in more ways than one. It's not just what we've seen from either team so far in the tournament. It's also just in the respective fan bases that they also do have. I'm curious, I just took a little cruise back at Suggest Stats. This is going to be the 3rd time that he's locked in Killjoy in a VCT game, or in any kind of official capacity. So it's not something...
not the first.
Yeah, it's not something that we've seen a lot of. And given that it's limited exposure, you can only read into the statistics so much, but a 238 average ACS across those 2 games played, not too bad. So we know Suggest is mechanically gifted. We've seen that from him pretty much regardless of what he plays. Papers are saying, you can basically put him on anything and expect decent results. And I think that that has widely been the case for him in his career, maybe outside of their lock-in performance versus Giants, but otherwise it has looked quite true. The raise from him when he was back on the new turn, back on new turn in that era of Valorant, we would also often see him swap over to things like Breach. Now we've been seeing him picking up KO, still some Breach, as well as Raze and Jet yet again. So it seems like he should be good for it. And hey, I mean, if Forsaken can do it, Just can too.
Well, we know he's going to be hit some nice shots, but let's see if that's going to help him across the line, as it looks like we are just about ready to hop onto our first match here, our first map rather. Already had our first match, as we will be going back onto Ascent and then back onto Haven. So that's not going to change here for this second match of the night. But again, just hoping for some fun back and forth action. Both teams competitive. That's all I want to see. You know, regardless of who ends up winning this match.
Yeah, I mean, we had high expectations for the first series, but hopefully in the end it was nothing but an hors d'oeuvre so that we can get ready for our main course. I won't say entree because it's not what that is. Americans, we've bastardized the word, to be perfectly honest.
Nice.
Anyway, 0 point up over the top, looking to scout and see if anybody's going to be holding close at A. No one to be found, and Zeta just going to continue with this 4-man creep up. Drone at the ready. Let's see if Laz is able to get some decent info, but this is the KJ stack setup.
Gonna send their jet in right onto the site. Let's see how this works. As right around the corner is Tagaze able to pick up that first one. Crow at least able to pick off one, but it does look like they are backing out of this position, as meanwhile, in mid, some interesting firefights. Tennis taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, trying to go for this little flank angle, catch somebody off guard, but seems like it was sussed out. Goes down to 16 HP. Soldam for now going to be the lone player from DFM, splitting over towards the B site. Well, Zeta very much just cutting noise as best it possibly can and trying to figure out what the best course of action is going to be from here. Somewhat surprisingly, Zeta, DFM, not sending anybody over. They're so worried about this mid presence. They haven't really been able to send anybody over towards B to reinforce and have this 2-2 split.
Yeah. At this point, I mean, you know, knife on a B, you do see a little bit of a angling over from Anthem, but not too much. He goes back to A, which they're mostly stacked at, as now definitely going to hear this is Soldam.
They have 12 seconds. The spike gets dropped out in the open. It's going to be bad times.
10 seconds left.
Soldam tucks back away. They managed to get Crow into the site, so now he can get this plant down, but how do they try to hold this off? 4 players. The headshots need to be cleaned. A couple tabs on the Soldam to take him down to about half HP.
Nice little angle, but it's only going to be one for the side of Laz. So now it's Crow against 3. It's got a very interesting angle here, and they will not be able to take him down against 3 in a row and make that a 4K on the round as Crow pulls out a mega clutch here in the pistol round.
What a way to drag that back from the brink, Crow. I mean, he's been one of the quieter members that we've seen from Zeta. There's been a lot of scrutiny directed at him from the fandoms, but that's a hell of a way to kickstart this series, to pull that out. I mean, it was looking like there was no hope in hell that he was going to be able to pull this out, but taking even minimal damage, 74 HP remaining, and Stony Face at the end of it all. Crow picks up a 4K to win the pistol from Zeta. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, and definitely the best ceremony, which is just do nothing with a blank face, because you do this all the time. Like, you know,
I mean, hey,
Crow's just so awesome.
Mako does it, and he's really good. So maybe we all just need to cut emotion when we play the game, and we'll just start excelling.
Just take it for granted. And just Crow does it every day of the week. Well, that's going to be a great start for Zeta, essentially salvaged by Crow. Let's see where they go from here, because, you know, the beginning of that was all DFM. They were able to hold down the site very nicely. Nice little rotate out from Zeta, as they do eventually win, of course, as now they are once again taking it slow here.
Yeah, not looking to push the pace. Zeta, we've seen from them, they like to condition quite a bit. So when they want to go for a fast hit, you'll know it right off the rip within the first 5 rounds. So go ahead, they just play this out quietly, let a minute 10 bleed out. Now they'll go for the spike plant. The Caterpillar smokes do allow for this entry to come in, but everybody's just completely and utterly blind. Sold out with a shorty, will be able to find one. That's a El Clasico move from him, of course, on the jet, but it's only going to be good to help find a second kill. So Zeta will go ahead and move up to 0, retaining 3 of their weapons.
Pretty decent. About as much as you can expect from the side of DFM, especially pushing through smokes and flashes and everything. As Laz essentially kind of holding it down there from the top as...
Hey! The Zeta watch party has seats this time.
They are just so pumped for an like I've never seen anyone more happy for a round like that. But yeah, good stuff. Love to see the energy from the side of Zeta as they've gotten off to a nice start here.
For context, since they weren't here last week, they had a watch party in like a cafe, but it was standing only. So everyone's just standing there. So I'm glad to see people being comfortable setting some seats this time around. Drone from Rada. We'll just spot the turret. He'll take that down. Stop giving them that little contact util to play off of.
Might just come in here fast again. We did see a couple of Vandals picked up now after the guns that were lost. As here they go pretty quickly. This is spotted though. Soldom is right here. As the spray not really going to get anyone, but he did do a decent amount of damage, and now he's got Suggest as well on the site as kind of just running in through onto Market for now. Not going to go onto the site and they go through the back actually.
I mean, this is a change-up, but one that should, at this point, kind of be expected. You've got 3 people situated on the B site. You see nobody advancing forward on either ramp. So the call has to go out to the likes of Takaj as well as Anthem that they're going to end up splitting this over towards the A side. So I like the redirect here from the side of Zeta. It's whether or not it works out. Takaj does get spotted. He's getting pinched on both sides, finds the one. Wins the first fight, looks for a little bit more, but they just surround him and overwhelm him. The Vandal now in the hands of Sugar Zero as the A site is theirs.
Well, at least he was able to trade 1 for 1 as 11 seconds there is the plant.
Anthem noted.
Yeah, 3-4. Sugar Zero underneath here in hell. He's going to put the smoke down. As from lobby here is going to be 10. They're trying to hold it down.
I mean, you expect a lot of this has to be on Sugar Zero. Highest HP on the team at the moment. 10 going to be taken out. So aiming pressure now eliminated. Sugar Zero looks to hold it. 12 bullets in the clip. The tap of the spike. Anthem will be able to get this kill and the defuse to put DFM on the board, but that's 4 rifles gone. The adjustment from Zeta ends up working out pretty damn well. They don't get the round victory like they would have liked, but this is going to be the next best case scenario for them.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Very elongated round after their extended push through the spawn. And Sugar Zero, as you mentioned, it was going to come down to him. He picks up 2, but very low on health. It's just a 1-tap. Doesn't even need to hit him in the head. And Anthem's at least able to get this round for the side of DFM, get them on the board. As we'll take a look at some of the economy here. You see that DFM just not
what economy?
Even, yeah. I think they've got 1 Vandal.
Not great.
Yeah.
Soldom, I mean, looking to go really aggro, and this should tell them quite a bit of information, especially as he swings out into the spawn. That, yeah, this is going to end up being a B hit. Everybody's on this side of the map. Couple stray shots going across. Will tag them down low. I mean, look at the HP bars again of Crow and 10. Quite a bit of damage across, but it's only going to be Crow. He's left on the ground. He's resable.
Definitely, and there he is.
He's back to 100 now.
Yep. It's going to be really rough for the side of DFM. As immediately Laz here in B main, and he's just waiting for that rotation around. He's able to pick up that kill. It's looking really strong for the side of Zeta as there are only 2 members left. Anthem's just trying to get whatever information that he can.
He'll get full flash there. Depth able to take him down as the reveal comes through. Just a nice little wall bang from him. And 10 will find Takaj. So Crow, the only casualty. He died twice in a round, effectively. But giving his life for the cause. Zeta moving up 3-1. And it's just unfortunate. I mean, Anthem is trying to bring them back into this. He's trying to open up the approach towards B, but he ends up just pop flashing into another smoke. He's just caterpillaring forward, trying to get over towards Switch, and then eventually just gets revealed by this recon dart mowed down. See, things nice and calm here from Zeta.
Yeah, no need to panic. And Soldom, you'll note he had a Vandal in the last round. Now he's got a Stinger, whereas his team is on Vandals, so they're not really together on this one, you know.
He does have Blade Storm,
Yeah.
so he could pop this. I don't know. I don't believe he's done it yet. There you go.
There you go.
Okay,
makes sense.
Stinger, just in case he does find himself in a up close and personal situation, and the right click, you know, if he doesn't have enough knives to guarantee a kill.
Yeah. Let's see how this goes. Zeta once again actually gonna just slow things down.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You think about that rush coming through in the last round. Soldan really pushing the envelope, clearing out that A side. Just sit back, wait and see if it happens again. Now they'll start figuring out where exactly they want this spike to end up. There's one thing that we have seen from Zeta is that they are a very patient and slow-playing team that has bit them in the rear from time to time when it comes down to trying to get that spike out onto the site with very limited time remaining. So far, it's been pretty decent for them.
Let's see how this one goes. Depp on the site once again as Soldan from up top. He's got the knives. He has 2 kills, and he will not get his third, but he has pulled enough of the weight of the team. And it's only Laz now who's like, well, I guess maybe I'll just run away then. Never mind. There's a nice hold here from the side of DFM.
Yeah, I mean, trying to just open things up there for the squad. Unfortunately,
10 seconds
not
left.
quite going to do it. I mean, Soldan, that's the kind of Soldan play that we want to see. This is the thing that made him famous. Granted, you know, normally he hits those right clicks. But it was still a very good effort. He's the only casualty here in a round that DFM really need to win. Otherwise, they're going to be knocked back onto yet another Thrifty. So overall, fantastically played. He did buy down, but it was widely just a Stinger that was left on the ground. And he's got enough money to be able to get this full buy in the rest of his team as well. Starting to really get well situated economically. Just great. Overall, what you want to see from Soldan. And this was what was lacking over at Lock-In. It's one of the things that had us really hyped up when we saw that he was going to be starting for this team. We said, oh, the plan from Detonation is actually to enable this guy who has not been competing for a while. Not since we really saw him on North Eption trying to, you know, push his way in through the LCQ into Champions all the way back in 2021. Then he disappeared for a while, like the Avatar.
I mean, maybe this is part of the reason why he's back in as well. You know, maybe it doesn't even have to do anything with their loss streak. It might just be, hey, he looks like he's on form now. Let's give him another chance and see if that helps us out. And so far, it's been pretty good. I mean, it hasn't been like a solo carry or anything like that, but definitely a nice impact so far for the roster of DFM as Depp himself has been opening things up on this Jet as does take a big chunk of damage for that kill.
So too does Crow, backing away. Look at the dash out, but I mean, you look at that util stack on the B side from the KJ. There's no turret set up to play across to make contact in the market. So it's basically just suggesting, all right, I'll watch the angle, and then he ends up losing out of the fight. It's just a good entry, or a good opening kill there from Depp, who, even in Zeta's losses, I'll maybe hold this thought.
Oh man, Rada. Okay, very nice. Picks up 2. It's going to give some good information to the team as coming on over here, Takajay.
TP's in.
Yeah.
I was going to say, even in their losses, Depp has been very good for the first kills.
Yeah. Okay, on the corner of the smoke, Takajay is going to be taken out and now planting Sugar Zero as down will go Anthem, and it is pretty clean on the rotation over to B outside of those 2 kills from Rada. They're able to clear everything out onto the site and get the plant down.
Yeah. A bit of back and forth now between the teams. There's that opening kill. I mean, it's such a small, narrow little sight line. He's able to win it out and even gets, I believe, digs through the corner of the wall there. So just barely off being able to get that one-tap elimination. And then from there, they're able to take it. So the smiles now coming out. Economy softened up yet again. You can see a little bit of a, you know, half commitment widely across the team here for the side of DFM. Soldan just going to be looking to work some magic with this shorty.
Well, that's a nice angle to hold. Doesn't look like Zeta have any intention on pushing out there. Nice little bit of damage on the 10.
I mean, Detonation fully do. 10's going to try to buy himself some time, but here's Soldan doing his best. Will eat a bit of damage, though, from that friendly fire fragment from Anthem. But I don't think he's going to be very nonplussed about it. Yeah. Finds the kill. That's what they wanted, but now they have to try to retake A.
And at the end of the day, you know, like how many times have we seen like 5v5 retakes on the A site? That's happened many times, but now this time actually Zeta are down a member. So maybe, you know, in this round where you don't have a lot of firepower, you find the one pick, it's actually going to feel a lot better, obviously, for the side of DFM. Gives them a better chance here in a rough
Point
spot.
catches him.
Uh-oh.
That should make them suspicious, especially now that he's been seen. Told him, however, previously tagged up, ends up falling quite quickly.
He's got some smoke too, and he's hitting the 2 heads! Back and forth, Laz is just holding down Wine by himself.
Nasty stuff. Good push out. A nice one-tap with the Guardian from Reda. But given the time remaining, this should be about as good as they can hope for.
Maybe some exit kills. Nope. Maybe some exit. No.
Okay, they'll just give Laz the fourth. But saying, okay, you know what? These aren't the best weapons. We want to be able to have Phantom Vandal going into the next one. We've got the money. Let's die and move on with our lives. It's just unfortunate to have to. I don't. Well, they don't have to give away the kills, I suppose.
Look at this. Love the slowdown.
Yeah. I feel like if you're gonna go for that and you say like we don't want to have these weapons, just wait for the spike to explode. Just do that instead.
Yeah.
Scanning ahead.
Maybe getting a little bit desperate there at the end. Zeta's been holding it down. As Ace Recon Bolt gonna catch one, it looks like, but Zeta's been really good about the control of their pacing. It's something you mentioned early on, and you know, one day they're going super fast in A, the other day they're just sitting back waiting for 30 seconds left on the clock and a slow push through B or something like that. So it's definitely confusing to try to figure out exactly what the plan of Zeta will be.
I think the worst thing right now for Detonation is just not being able to build up any kind of econ, and because of that, they might, if things continue and trend in the same direction, they might not ever get an operator in their hands for this defending side. And that's pretty brutal. We've seen just how impactful they can be, especially in the hands of a player like Depp, like Soldam. And to not have that, it feels like you're losing quite a bit of firepower. Soldam can just do that to you, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'll take that. That sounds good.
Heard me talking smack about his money.
They took that personally.
Yeah.
And now, the rest of the team, Zeta, looking to push through onto B here. Soldam will be taken out as they might be able to get on in here and deny this, but...
Lockdown set, but gets cleared by the Hunter's Fury. Suggests now left on an island and dead on that island.
Yeah, not Lonely Island anymore. Well, I guess it was kind of, actually. He was alone. As these two members going to just run away onto the A site and to save these guns. So some more downtime for DFM to consider what went wrong in this round as well, because you get that initial pick, you kind of have an idea of what Zeta's plan is going to be, you have a good setup on the B site, and that you get cleaned up anyway.
Yeah, kind of missed the first, you know, kill coming through there onto Reda, and exactly how that happened. I mean, Zeta, they're out for blood. They know how important and impactful it is to take away these weapons, so they're just going to go rushing for it. They know that there's no hope of any kind of ninja defuse, so just go for it, see if you can kill him. A site going to be the first place that you would suspect. They have a flash. Do they set it up? They've got the turret to try to make this rush happen. Swing out, and 10's going to be good for one. That's still pretty damn solid for Zeta. Now have 6 on the attacking side.
So now Takade is going to say, hey, how about we take a timeout with my one gun that we have for the team. As take a look at this first hit. It is so clean.
Oh. Not what I was anticipating, but yeah. I mean, good read from Sugar Zero. You set up a smoke, you spray into it, and you hope for a kill, and he got one.
There are so many people there. It's like the most packed room I've seen.
Oh, I mean, Tokyo is going to be insane.
Yeah.
Once that rolls around, and given the form that Zeta have been displaying as of late, there's, you know, more and more chance and I think faith in them being able to make it there. Still a long road ahead of them, but we have been seeing some of the teams that started out at the top starting to falter, and Zeta, while they had started out near the bottom, have been rising. So could very well be that we get to see these guys in front of a home crowd in a couple months' time.
Hope so. I mean, that would be really hype, and it does feel like this team could be towards the upper echelon at least, like the top half of VCT Pacific. So know, as long as they continue with this. Saw a lot of frustrated faces on the side of DFM. I mean, it's kind of the sign of, okay, nothing is working. You know, when you're in the game, you try a bunch of things. Oh, well, we got stopped here, we got stopped there, and also when we tried this, you know, like 3 different kinds of ideas. And yeah, I mean, Zeta's kind of had their number at almost every turn. So let's see if this timeout helps them.
All right, well, after the timeout, attempt at a thrifty here. Soldam, the lone rifle handed over to him to look to try to break things, or break down the assault, but Depp is just rushing in. No disregard, no respect at all for the sheriffs on the opposite side. Soldam now dead. The Vandal on the ground is recoverable. But with the door getting shut, it feels like that's just DFM getting shut out of the round very swiftly here.
Yeah, it does feel like it. I like the play from Depp. You're not giving any chance for like sheriffs to hold weird angles and just like one tap you. You just kind of, you know, mix things up. You get in their face, and he's almost always going to win those firefights from there. So nice aggressive play from Depp. That's exactly what we want as they spot Suggest, and on top of the boxes here is Depp, and that's another one to Laz. Will it be flawless as he's like, please, just one gun, just anything. Can we have anything? And the answer is no, because Zeta is pretty ruthless in their demolishing right now. 7-2.
Not even a crumb given over. As, can I just say, hot damn Laz. This is
insane.
This is the best performance I think we've seen from him in Pacific so far. And he is somebody that, you know, Zeta fans that have been around for a while have been begging to start having more and more impact in the lineup, because he was the guy when they made their run. Back in Reykjavik, when they had this incredible performance and outdid everybody's expectations, Laz was one of the ones who was very much leading the charge in that regard, was finding an incredible amount of impact in the matches that were played. And this, 12-2, it's pretty good. It's pretty damn good.
Yeah, it is. I can agree with that. I've been really impressed by Depp as well. I just think his jet play has been pretty flawless in its own right. Just like the angles he's taking, how much room he's creating for his team. And this is kind of what you expect from your jet, but I don't know. It's just been really good stuff. We've been focusing on him a lot as he's kind of entering into the sites first to get things going. And it's been very nice outside of the, you know, the big numbers. As let's see, a little push out here from Soldam and his friend Anthem, or not Anthem, Takajay over there. Let's see what they get out of this. Definitely a decent amount of information, as now Anthem is going to rotate out from the spawn and keep an eye on this.
Oh, and even being able to stabilize for a second there was a bit whiffy from 10, but coming away with a kill, at least making it a trade. Still decent.
30 seconds left.
Crow tag down, Suggest swinging out, does catch Depp. Sugar Zero going to be able to find one. Crow out left to have to be raised. Pings again are coming through. Laz is setting up these darts so perfectly.
Oh, so good.
Soldam with the knives, feeling desperate. Can he make it happen? The answer is no. Sugar Zero says, no fuel for your TikTok today, good sir.
No YouTube highlights, no TikTok. I don't want to see any Instagram posts.
You're grounded.
Your Facebook is disabled tonight.
Taking away his phone.
Yeah. And I mean, like you said, like I think the dart actually was the biggest thing, because Jeff's angle was so good, but then he gets spotted by one tick of the dart and he's just gone. And it's like, okay, well, your one hope of defense on the B site is now dead due to just fantastic ability usage and timing on the push. Like the teamwork from Zeta has been really huge, and Laz has kind of been the guy, right? So
yeah,
really good stuff, 8-2. And I have this feeling, Achilleos, that my wish of having a competitive match might not be granted tonight.
You know, I don't know why, but
just an inkling I have.
There's
like
always Haven. There's always Haven. It's what I told myself in the first series, but there's always Haven.
I hope so.
This one at least is picked by DFM as opposed to the opposite way around, where T1 had it selected Ascent. Okay. So there's some differences, you know. I'm right there with you.
Okay.
It's been 5 consecutive rounds from Zeta, and they're on an eco again. Ooh, Soldam needs to hightail the hell out of here. He re-swings.
Well, what would be the most unexpected thing? to re-swing with 20 health, I guess, through the smoke.
They'll never see this one coming.
Yeah. Well, it didn't work.
No, it did not. Sprays through the smoke this time, not going to be able to find Anthem. I mean, even just the knives dumped in by Depp. He says, screw it, I have a panel, I don't need
30
these.
seconds left.
Sends him out just in case he catches somebody, and Pro catches Taka over in mid. He's now in a bit of a sticky situation. He's being pinched.
Yeah.
But they need to clear him simultaneously, or Rada could just do that.
Okay, nice shot. They will be cleared out, though. No, Suggest finally going to hit that last shot. Anthem's still alive, so I mean, there is a small chance that they make this happen.
I think you just maybe try to get the rifles and save him.
True.
Just run away. Don't give him anything else. Laz is on pace for another Hunter's Fury.
Oh, no.
And he could technically get it in the last round if he finds a couple kills here.
They want to take these out, and Suggest gets one, but they will be cleaned up as they stick around for a bit too long. Zeta will pick up a 9th round and take the guns out of the hands. I mean, it is last round, and they have enough money anyway, so
Exactly, which
they
is
just
why
wanted to make it happen.
they are so unfazed by this whatsoever. No amount of guns other than 5 left on the ground for Zeta really matters at this point. The economy rounds ago became unbreakable. And right now, Zeta, depending on how this next one goes with the buy round, the final buy round in the half for detonation, how this goes, Zeta could be looking at a 10-2 half.
Standing ahead.
It's feeling pretty likely, but let's see. DFM have the full buy here, so one last shot before the half. And, you know, it always starts with one, as a wise man once said. Here on this very desk, actually. Many times. Either way, they got to get this one, and maybe, you know, they can have some hope in a 9-3 curse, or maybe it gets them some momentum to try to get things moving along. But so far, DFM have looked mostly lost. Zeta have been taking advantage of that at every turn.
Yeah, I mean, you say it all starts with one. I think Zeta is saying there can be only one when it comes down to well-performing Japanese representatives. We'll see, though. They're looking for the aggro swing out. Cloudburst blocking them off. Just a blind spray through, desperately hoping for something. No kills found. They will take Crow to 60. But Anthem's at 75 and Soldom's at 77. So widely more damage dealt. And now it's looking like they're going to try to maybe sell a fake here. Sugar Zero does not have his ultimate. 10 avoids this. And they're applying pressure to A. They have fully gotten Detonation to rotate over. Depp is the only one still lingering by tree. Everybody else is moving through. And they're going to know that this is completely open.
Yeah.
Solom finally susses it out. The rotations can start coming in from the side of Detonation, but this might be far too late.
So not only did DFM not get a big round yet, they also got completely fooled on the rotation into B site, and Zeta have total control of this.
They need a kill for Suggest right now. He needs to be able to find something, get a lockdown once they wait this one out. It is used early. They will have time to try to get in and pull off this. Oh, pull off this defuse, but Depp is just holding it down. 3 kills, and everything that I just said went flying out the window.
One last guy. How about a flawless to end out the half, as Zeta are really digging into them now. 10-2 as we go to the half. You need this pistol round, or it might just be lights out for Ascent, as a flawless play here at the end.
I'll be honest, I think it's lights out regardless of if they win this pistol round. There is such a delta right now in the scoreline, and just in what we're seeing, that it's hard to imagine that Zeta could let this slip away from them. I'm hoping to see that pistol round go the way of Detonation, though. Run this back, make this a good, honest map of Valorant. Don't just go out of here without really throwing any punches. Show us a bit more. Because even in some of the close rounds that they lost, Detonation, a lot of that was because it wasn't because they were, getting clutched on or anything like that. They were never really put in that situation. So it hasn't really been the case where it's like, we could have won that round. We should have won that one. It was so close. That just hasn't really been the case. If it's been close, it's usually been because Zeta has been hunting, trying to take rifles out of their hands. I can't read what that says. #Piglet, okay. I was going to say our little graphic was blocking out the...
Could have said anything. I mean, you never know. Yeah. Graphic was blocking.
Always good to see some fans stopping by to check out the matches here from abroad, or whether or not they live in Korea. Either way. We finally got radios back into this.
Soldam, you get out here and don't leave. I mean, if there has been one member, he has had the most highlighty moments. But as you were saying, Achilles, I don't think it really matters too much. I mean, maybe you could look towards that, for the next map or for future matches for DFM. Maybe you see more of Soldam because of the performance, but it does feel a little bit like Team Diff, where Zeta are very prepared. Their pushes are extremely crisp, and Detonation are kind of just like falling apart as we were watching this happen.
Yeah. Has not been super great, but it all starts with one.
One round is the beginning of a comeback.
Yeah, it can
can't
be. By the
start
way,
a comeback without one round.
I don't remember when it was that we mentioned it, but Laz still has not died again. He still only has 2 deaths.
Yeah.
We'll see how that
was
holds up.
At least 3 or 4 rounds ago.
I mean, granted, he's
Been a
only
while.
added 2 kills, but still. Maybe an extra assist in there as well. Anthem is going to be chucking that fragment out right off the rip. Smoke across to block vision over at Cat. Okay, well, Depp spotting them. Still finds himself in a rough position, and Taka-J will be able to find the headshot to get the opening kill. Crow answering back, however, finds one, sends out a pop flash. Push in. Taka-J and Soldam playing split, managing to find some extra kills, and Laz, okay, will suffer his 3rd death, but not before taking down 2. And given the HP bars, this is going to be rough.
And they don't even have the spike, so they got to use a smoke to pick it up. And, I mean, they're going to get this plant down, which is nice, but 10 and Sugar Zero will push through. And let's see how this one goes, as they both only have classics. Not too unexpected, but let's see if they can actually pick up these kills. Only, a couple of shots on one and 1 shot onto the other would do it, as there is the couple of shots. There's the one. Sugar Zero picks it up, and that's pistol round for Zeta, and yeah, that's 1 round to the beginning of this half being all Zetas as well. That's one kind of streak we can also talk about.
Yeah. So now, 100% pistol win for Zetas thus far. We'll see how that evolves on map 2, but I mean, Laz has just been... From where he was looking so uncomfortable previously, he just looks right at home at the moment, and it's good to see.
Yeah, they look really comfortable there on the side of Zeta, and would be really nice for them if they can end this one 13-2, get one of the most dominant maps we've seen so far, and try to go from there into the next one. It's going to be huge for your confidence, as DFM going to be trying to push on through. Has taken a bunch of damage as they do exactly that. Immediately just trying to teleport on the site, but a couple kills as the distraction actually works out. Flash comes down here, but Suggest is able to hold it down. Rita gets one as well, and all of a sudden, okay, Detonation, I mean, this is getting more interesting now.
An explosive entry. Darts come flying, not hitting their targets, as Laz would prefer, but let's see if he's got it in him. Hasn't noticed any movement yet. Soldam just playing right on the verge of swinging out behind Gen.
I think he...
Okay, wants to maybe drone. First has to clear that.
Take flight.
Drone spots one. From there, does he get the read that the rest are going to be in hell? No. No, he doesn't.
Okay. Well, that was interesting to end that one, but either way, DFM pick up a round here. Very nicely done to finally get some win under their sails. It was the first time in something like 8 rounds in a row, as they really threw everything at the wall here and hoping that something stuck, and something actually did finally.
Yep. All right, a much needed win. So while it's not the pistol, the eco, it's going to be just as good, if not slightly better. Just need to have the same thing not happen to them now as they move forward. Double Bulldog, triple Spectre. Everybody able to buy up full armor. As we can see right now, drifting over towards A. Drone to lead the way here. Rada just scouting out the front of the site. Doesn't spot anything. What the actual execution play is going to be. Laz getting jumped on, but Crow out of window. What? Managing to save his life. Up into the smoke, but the pop flash into the face. Suggest lucky to get away with that kill on the depth.
And now, I mean, Reda is going to be able to pick up 2, and they should. I mean, this is their round to take, right? It wasn't supposed to get this messy, as Crow had a very nice timing there to poke his head out, and let's see how this one is going to go. They do have a couple of decent guns at least.
They've interrupted the plants.
Yeah.
Laz is low, but weapons recovered. A recon trying to set up for 10. With Anthem as low as he is, could try to make this work, but oh, that hurts quite a bit. 10 hits that, you start feeling a bit more confident that it's actually going to be clutchable, but Laz about to get wrapped on the flank, and Detonation will be able to go ahead and string together a second round win for the first time here on Ascent.
Finally making things a little bit more interesting in this one. There's Fury ready for the side of Reda, so this is how a comeback starts, right? You get the 1 in a very unexpected manner, right? That very aggressive push after losing the pistol round catches them off guard. You're able to win a round like this where you hold on to 3 of your guns. This DFM crowd, very alluring, you could say. There on the camera, very nice stuff. And now, of course, we are going to have the buy from Zeta, and let's see how this one goes.
All right, another fast hit, the drop down. Really great blind across to get the reveal as well, and 10 just doesn't know which way's left, which way's right. He ends up falling. Depp and Laz struck down, and this is the kind of momentum and just clean executions that DFM were fully lacking on their retakes in that first half. Seems like they're much more at home when they're the ones that can really push the aggression. And that's just going to force Crow and Sugar Zero to have to sit back, to have to save these rifles.
Yeah, very clean entry from the side of DFM, so maybe now they are going to be the ones that get aggressive and look to take these guns out of the hands of Zeta. But not going well for them just yet. That's 2 kills for Sugar Zero as he's going to take that one. Nice flash comes out from Crow, giving him a better chance as it's man through the wall. That does a bit of damage, but can they actually take him out is the real question. Doesn't look like they'll actually go for it.
Reda, the one who does have quite a bit of cash, could be the one who wants to push out there aggressively, but looks like they will just play this out a little bit more cautiously. Don't want to break everybody's bank on the side of DFM, so they save 2, but it's another clean hit. Paranoid goes across, gets the catch, then the dart comes in on the back end, just a further reveal. And 10 just has no way in hell of trying to survive that. I mean, you can see there's 3 people tagged on as an assist to that initial opening elimination. Solidly done, and it's more plays like that. With that level of synergy, that can allow for DFM to get themselves back into this.
Yeah, now take a look at this. Zeta have 4 guys over towards the B site, with 1 over in market. Meanwhile, this full push is going to come in onto the A site, so they're going to give this one up for now. Trying to stack it a little bit. Laz not really able to hit too much.
Yeah, had he, basically impossible, but had he anticipated actually the crouch from Suggest, he might have been able to dome him, sending him just over the top of his head. Hunter's Fury going to be sent out here. Reda looking to cut them down and at least soften up the members of Zeta before they go for this retake. Crow able to find a single kill, but it looks like that's all it's going to be.
Pretty quick stuff, and you can see that they, like Crow's sitting on 600 credits right before coming into this one, so a lot of half armors.
He's able to get full util, so
yeah.
that's the most critical thing. So I mean, they're balancing it out decently with what they can invest to, compared to how much they're going to be able to get. Because obviously, they win that round, great. They now lock in map point. They're guaranteed at least overtime if DFM go on this miracle run. But if they lose, the loss bonus is enough to compensate. So they stick in with this. 3 ults to try to utilize here. Hunter's Fury, I was going to say to counteract the lockdown, but this is used so very aggressively from Laz.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to get 1 tag at the end of it all.
I guess he's just saying, okay, don't rush into A.
Don't you come here.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna shoot you if you come over here, guys.
Yeah, and DFM are like, no, we're gonna do it.
I'm gonna do it.
You can't stop me. Let's see it. You are powerless. Gonna clear out everywhere. Laz takes a lot of damage trying to hit them as they're coming in, and Anthem is pretty low, but this site, once again, is going to be pretty clear to the side of Detonation Focus.
Yep, now 5-man retake, suggest alive, just about to mention it, lockdown available. There it goes. Laz is getting pinged, shots flying. Pro will find one, and oh, they push right past each other, ships in the night. Soldam plays around it beautifully to find 3, and now Cole can come in. Yep, he's in heaven, he's detained, he's dead. Detonation continue to run this back.
How is this happening? Well, it all starts with one. And finally, Zeta are going to call a timeout. They're like, whoa, okay, this has gone on for too long. How many rounds is it in a row? Is it 5?
This was it, yeah, 5 in a row from the side of DFM.
So they waited 5 rounds to actually say, okay, well, economy's in shambles. We're getting outplayed. DFM have had very many nice pushes onto the side here. They look so comfortable from the attacker side. Soldam, another nice little highlight play. You can add that to the reels.
Great timing. Really, really good timing from Soldam. And Zeta, yeah, I mean, feels like this could have been used a bit earlier.
Yeah.
You know, might have anticipated after round 16 that would have been the case, but XQQ saying, okay, now I definitely need to pump the brakes. I'm going to burn our first time out and see if we can't just finish this. Because from the pace that we were set, it's like, all right, this is going to be a really quick map. This has been dragged out quite a bit now from the side of Detonation. But, I mean, if they're able to come back into this next round, carry onward, keep it clean, and continue to have these fantastic synergistic execs onto the sites, who's to say that they don't actually end up stealing this map away?
Yeah, and this makes things a lot more interesting now. We actually do have a real competitive map. We do have, you know, even if DFM go on to lose from here, you can say, well, they started off slow. Maybe they'll start off fast here on the second map. This is, you know, they had a rough time of it. Zeta got away with a little too many rounds in a row, so now there's going to be a chance here for Detonation to have a better chance on the next map. But let's see. I mean, they've even put themselves in a position now to have a chance to win this map. So very curious to see how this one is going to end up.
I mean, it's pretty limited here. 10 actually not even placing his alarm bot in this round so far. That already placed it and recalled it a bit too late. Either way, doesn't have that. Just the turret set up to...
He only needs the judge.
Looks like it's point contact on either side. Yeah, I mean, he's going to try to push off the backside of this, but oh, his attention, it gets split. Too many targets, doesn't focus on one. Now he's dead.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I mean, Soldam's low, but that's still a fantastic pick-off here to the side of DFM, and now they're going to catch 0 in mid, and that makes their push even more threatening. As Steph is over here with the Marshall, he is just blinded all the way through, as it's going to be a free entry onto the A side. At least they take out Soldam. I mean, at least they've got that. Hanging on to a judge and a Marshall.
30 seconds left.
Let's see if they can pick off anybody, but this is looking, of course, like a DFM round win.
Yeah, I mean, a steal away here would be a backbreaker for DFM for sure. But, I mean, again, you look at, you know, given this 5-round win streak that they're on, now looking to make it a 6th, there's so much money that they have. And they will just continue to buy up. They can throw bodies at this, try to take these guns away. Try to get those ult charges built up just a little bit more. But it seems like from the side of Depp and Laz, the call is widely just, okay, be silent, wait for Spike to go boom, and then we jump into the explosion.
That is definitely the call. They're grouped up in the corner for their inevitable demise. And now they go. It's 8-11. DFM on the streak. Continuous 6 in a row. Up to round 20. Didn't think we would get this far. Almost thought we'd be on to map 2 by now. But
yeah,
DFM have put an end to thoughts like that. As let's see how we go from here. If that timeout will actually help going into a buy round. We'll have some more utilities, some more firepower, of course. But DFM have been really threatening on the attack.
Yeah, I like that Laz added both 6 kills and 6 steps to his score line since we had first checked in on him. Looking to add a little bit more there as, oh, Soldam spotted it, sniped out of the air. Can't quite adjust over though. So while he does put Anthem down low on HP, he ends up getting swung on and eliminated. Drone scouting out the site, not going to spot 10. Question is, does Detonation stick around this side of the map, or do they tuck tail and try to go back over towards A? They're going to play this nice and slow.
Yeah. Maybe just wait here in main and look for a follow-up push. Smokes are going through, so you'd have to imagine that Zeta should be expecting this. So he'll push in as a team. Nicely grouped up for flashes and blinds. Got to be careful about that as 10 is covering the angle, but let's see it.
Gonna get spotted. There's the TP. The first one cut down, but Suggest swings in. Sugar Zero, however, the CT side swings out. We'll find Rada. Brings us into a very winnable position for the side of Zeta now. A 3v2, Anthem at 32 HP. This should be them taking this to map point.
Should be, but let's see. The hold from the side of Detonation suggests it's going to pick up the first. And he is aggressively peeking on the two of them. Does get taken out by Crow. Now it's 2v1. Anthem on 32 health. Does he have a miracle hold? He gets one.
He's got one more flash.
And he gets a second. That is 2 in a row. And Detonation will not be stopped just yet.
Unreal. In their hands, but it's one after the other from Zeta. Trying to push down into the site, and Anthem says, yeah, I'll take those odds. The headshot's clean. Not a bullet touching him. Just incredible from Anthem to keep them in this. It suggests as well doing his damage, but it felt like Crow getting this should have been the end of it all. The fragment was there. I was trying to say Anthem does have a flash to play with, but he doesn't even need it. Dep just swings in and cuts him down.
And now they are extremely excited, as you guys could have heard on those comms. And they're going to go back to the tried and true push onto 8. This time, Zeta seemed pretty well prepared for this.
It's heavily stacked. Dep does have the Blade Storm available. Laz taking some damage, but so too does Soldam. Looks like he might want to try his luck again playing around this Heaven Smoke. We're here, the window break. And oh, the timing is just slightly off from Anthem to try to stop the lockdown from coming through. Now Soldam going to fall. Taka-J, however, up here in Heaven. The Cloudburst expiring. They go for the aggro push over towards the defending spawn, but they're going to end up falling. And now it's all on Rada. 10 HP. Needs to hit a miraculous timing. He's being so disciplined.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
No.
Oh, man. I kind of feel bad for them. That would have been so hype. But Zeta is going to run away with round number 12 in their side. And we will have at least overtime.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is far from finished. Unless Zeta can just go ahead and put their feet down finally. There is plenty of cash banked up here from Detonation. And yeah, it's the last place you always look. There he is. But Rada widely playing that correctly.
All right, well, they did 7 in a row. Why can't they do 3 more? It's not as difficult as 7. It's a much lower number.
Biggest difference is this time Dep has an op, and
Yeah.
he's here on A.
He's
The reveal
waiting
on
for
1.
them.
Ooh. Good blind, though. And he catches 1. Rada going to be taken down.
Yeah, and he's got Sugar Zero right next to him, essentially escorting him into the site. It is a flawless victory on the final round. 13-9, Zeta finally will win this map as they will breathe a small sigh of relief. They still had a pretty nice buffer even after 7 rounds in a row given over to the side of Detonation, who finally woke up. But at the end of the day, Zeta was the better team here on Ascent.
But I mean, you have to give credit where it's due. An excellent attacking side from Detonation. Clearly, a lot to work on when it comes down to these defending halves for both teams, realistically, at the end of it all. But really good from them to be able to push back and fight against this. Paper thin will catch my reference, but this felt like I was all the way back in the 2021 LCQ when Soldam was playing for Northemption. It felt like that again, where teams just were so attack heavy they weren't able to get round wins on that defending side on Ascent. But a good effort to make this, you know, again, a more honest, hard-fought scoreline for the side of Detonation. So 13-9 at the end of the day. It's definitely going to suck to not be able to continue that win streak, to be able to take this into OT or even steal the map away. But they should feel pretty good overall about how they were able to play this. Just things that for both teams need to be tightened up on those defensive halves as we get ready to go into Haven.
Kind of makes for a fun matchup, actually. The fact that both teams are somewhat weak on defense, but also really excel on attack. You get these incredible entry plays, these set plays where you get some of these crazy wins on the attacking side, these huge streaks for both teams. And yeah, we had so many highlights in this one, especially just seeing the amount of people that are cheering for both teams at the watch parties. It's just really fun stuff so far from our Japan versus Japan matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, the fans very much engaged in this one. I think that a lot of people were saying like, oh, I guess, we'll get to go home somewhat early tonight, but it is what it is. But after that, I think that there's a lot more entertainment to be beheld here by the fans, both you guys, talking to you, watching at home, as well as the ones here in the audience.
You know, you and I both wore kind of green shirts today. Isn't that kind of weird?
Wow, caster synergy. How amazing it is.
Really matching today. Just a really fun match. I hope that the second map is just as fun, guys, but we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the desk and, of course, map number 2 on Haven.
It's dropped out in the open. It's
got a very interesting angle here, and they will not be able to take him out.
Yeah. Pinch on both sides, finds the one. With the first fight, let's go. Mean pressure now eliminated. A shot again of Crow at 10. Quite a bit of damage across them.
That's medium.
Wall back to him.
Oh man, right?
Should make them suspicious, especially now that he's been quickly.
He's got some smoke too. Maybe some exit. No.
Here, quite a bit of right now.
Oh, so bot suggest and on top of the box.
Pro tagged him by Jeff. That's true. Okay. Pull off this.
Nice.
Oh, pull off this defuse, but Devin just home.
One last guy. Not on the other would do it as there is the couple of shots. There's the.
Pro will find one. Oh, they push right past each other. Ships in the night. He's detained. He's dead. Coming through now. Sold out. Going to fall.
武器なんですか？なんでも。ジャッジはお前ゼロや。Okay, I'm ready.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just finished match 2, game 1 on Ascent. Now, Nick, at some point, you started like packing your stuff. You're like, oh, I guess we're gonna go home early. But then something changed in the second half.
It was crazy. I mean, the fact of the matter is that DFM fought back very well. There was a point where the score was 10-2.
Yeah.
And it just, you look at that, you go, all right, well, I hope you have a good pistol round in the coming up here. No, there was
and they lost the pistol round.
Yeah, it was 11-2. Yeah.
Yes, and from there, Zeta suddenly saw a totally different DFM here. Detonation fought back so well. Obviously, Zeta ultimately did win in the end, but I'm curious to see if we can have Detonation carry that momentum into Map 2 as we continue on in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I'm excited that DFM was able to kind of find some kind of groove. You can see that their stats overall weren't so good, and that's because that first half was so lopsided in favor of Zeta. I mean, Zeta just right out the get-go was just basically taking that over, and so the economy just started to steamroll into Zeta's favor. They were able to play their attacker side so impressively well, but what concerns me here for both teams is that they couldn't play any defense. And that's a problem on a map like Ascent, which is widely known for being a more defender-sided map. So while, yes, Zeta does get a win, there has to be a lot of concern here after, starting so well on their attacker side and flopping that bad on their defender side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 7 consecutive wins on that second half was, for DFM, was just crazy. It was really unexpected. Now, let's rewind a bit to the first half when Zeta was very well in the lead. You can see how happy the players were by the end of that first half on round 12. So this is like the very last round of the first half.
Yeah, I really like this from Zeta here because they end up selling this fake very well. You can see they're even kind of considering it halfway through their rotation. So there's an initial kind of push here at this door. Even Depp kind of updrafts up and over at B main to kind of sell something. And then they rotate over. Now they're rotating back over to B, and they've completely sold this to DFM. DFM has no idea. And now they're able to just come on the site. Depp is able to lurk towards the B lobby area. And then DFM is completely befuddled. They have no idea what is going on in the map right now. So they just have to kind of try to clear corners. And they say, okay, well, let's see if we can maybe surprise Zeta by going through DFM. Well, surprise, Taku J doesn't check a corner. And then it is just a massacre for Depp. And so what this showed me right here was that, Zeta just had such a good read on the map and on DFM's tendencies here on this first half. Which credit to them on this part of the map that it was just near impossible for DFM to do much.
Yeah. They looked so strong in that first half. It just looked like an absolute cakewalk. And you're right, they were just reading everything. The fake outs were fantastic. That lurk, but that depth kill over there, that was so painful. Check your corners, ladies and gentlemen. Check your freaking corners. Now, we did see a turnaround in the second half. Soldam, I mean, there were a couple of moments where we're like, oh, we're going to see that TikTok moment. And every single time we're like, no TikTok moment. But there was a moment where he had interesting kills.
This was cool. He basically timed it out to move through the smoke as they exited. Managed to whip all the way around, getting the triple kill here. At the very end, you can see Laz is still stunned there from that Killjoy lockdown, and they closed the round out. But that was one of those moments we saw, and we thought, okay, well, he is bringing these kind of TikTok, Instagram reel highlights, and that kind of play in this match. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit too late. You get that behind in the first half, and it's a lot of work, and without any mistakes, especially when you're down that much, to actually recover and come back. And so, cool to see that they were able to pull it together there and make a closer game. Again, I'm hoping that Map 2 can look a lot more like the second half of Map 1, at least for DFM's sake.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more, honestly, it's a lot more exciting that way to see a closer matchup like that happen. Maybe more back and forth instead of like whole halves of going to one team or the other. But that was really interesting too how Laz decided to jump into that KJ ult, knowing it was it was almost like a revenge kill on Soldam, and then he went down with the rest of his team. Now, what happened in that second round? paper thin. Like, why was Zeta like were they just too confident going into it?
No,
they were
I
making
don't
a lot
think
of
so.
mistakes.
I think they just kind of stopped like really focusing and playing as a team, and this is going to be just a microcosm of it. You step out here, Crow first, and then it's a slow push out from Depp afterwards. I was losing my mind during this because this is fundamentally unacceptable.
Yeah.
Like, a team of this caliber cannot make these kind of mistakes. They just can't. This is... You need to either double push together or come from flanks or something else, because this makes it way too easy for Anthem to get that double kill. This is, and especially at this point, because this was what, the 7th round in a row there that DFM had won. That's when it starts to get really scary.
Yeah, that was, I think, the 7th loss by them, and they did that multiple times. That they didn't peak together. They had it was last man standing for DFM, and somehow they keep closing it out because Zeta. I don't know what happened. Like, why would you? It's fundamentals. What are you doing? You're making our good man Paper Thin get really upset.
He was mad.
I was mad. I threw my phone.
He was so angry.
You know, sometimes you can be really ahead, and it's these moments where maybe you loosen up a little bit too much. Maybe you get a little bit too relaxed. Maybe internally you're celebrating before you've really ended the match. And it did seem like they played a little bit too loose. You know, comebacks in Valorant are very possible. We have seen it happen again and again. Once you're able to ride out a couple of rounds of momentum, then you have the cushion to have all the utility and all the funds for the rest, and it becomes an easier closer. So I am hoping we're going to have a little bit of a better I guess for Zeta's sake, I should say, just tighter play overall if they're going to close it out.
Yeah, that's right. Now, Laz was great on Sova. I think we were admiring his KDA for a while.
It's through the roof. This was really encouraging. You know, as much as I'm kind of harping on Zeta here, this was a bright spot for them. Was Laz's performance, the guy who was the guy for Zeta last year. He hasn't been as good now that he's switching over to the initiator role here in 2023. So for Laz to be, you know, showing up big, especially on the attacker side, and it wasn't, you know, it was a lot of the kills and things like that, but that's really important. We need to see that Laz if Zeta is going to have deep success this year.
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of nice, though, the first half. I feel like we haven't seen him smile very much, but he was just like all laughter and joy during that first game. So that was nice to see. I hope he continues this into the next map, which is Haven, and this map is DFM's pick. Now, I think you made a really good point. It was really disturbing that on defense for both teams, they weren't doing really well. I hope a lot of these little mistakes are cleaned up for Haven. Otherwise, it's not going to be too good for Zeta.
No, it'll be interesting to see if Zeta does make the necessary adjustments for sure. One thing about Zeta that we've been critical about in the past is that they are a little bit slow with movement, especially if they're on the attacker's side. They really like to milk the clock for as much time as possible, and then always in the last 30 seconds they'll dive in and try to do it, which leaves them to be a little bit predictable. If you can't tell if they're going to have a slow play or they're going to pop into the site, you know, right at the start of the match, you can at least keep the team guessing. You can keep them maybe trying to rotate around a little bit more.
Now, Soldam made his first appearance as well
right.
on DFM side. Do you think that was good impact, or
no?
Not at the start. I mean, he did have his moments, but
it's not enough.
You swap someone in like that, you're going to have consistency the whole way through, and I don't know that we're going to have that. But again, you know, maybe he needs another map to acclimate. You know, we do see some players and some teams kind of snap into it after they've warmed up, so to speak.
I like Soldam. He's fun to watch, but, you know, still Suggest on the Killjoy had their best overall scoreline on that map, so still he's their best player. And I think for DFM to succeed, I think they were so close, in my opinion, after week 2. I thought these guys can certainly, after they, you know, took a map off Gen.G, really push Gen.G to the limits. I thought this team and that current organization, that in terms of their agent compositions and the way they were playing, I thought certainly this is a team that could turn it around this season at some point and start making, you know, maybe not get to the playoffs, but certainly push teams and maybe win a couple matches.
Yep. And it looks like the team is remaining the same for Haven. Soldam is still in. Zemfrey is not on the roster right now, for those of you who are wondering who is missing. And let's take a look at the
it's a
agent
mirror
there.
matchup again. Yes! Let's do it. Game 4. Korea versus Korea, Japan versus Japan. This is what I call Valorant. What's the year? Is it 2021 or 2023? It's hard to tell. Let's do this.
Again, it's funny because it's true. Oh my goodness. I hope we have another good game. That's all I really want right now from these Japanese teams. Yeah, so I think we are ready to go into map 2, Haven. We have Detonation versus Zeta. Over to you, Achilles and Valdez.
Thank you guys for your awesome work on the desk so far today, especially that last segment. It's 2023, by the way. I looked it up. I had to. We are going to be jumping into game number 2. This is going to be on Haven, of course, and by game I mean map, of course. This is, I'm really hoping that Detonation put up a little bit of a better fight a little bit earlier on, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not only in the context of wanting this to be a more competitive series and see Detonation, you know, kind of go back to the heights we saw from them 2 weeks ago now, but also when you just kind of zoom in on the microscope and you see how they performed on Haven. Because so far, we've seen Haven twice from Detonation. Once versus Giants over at Lock-In, once versus RQ. Both of those score lines were not favorable to them. It was 13-4 losses in both times played on this map. Granted, very different look now. Soldom is back in, much as he was when they were playing it at Lock-In, but they didn't have Suggest playing on the Killjoy. We got to see him on that Breach, I do believe. For Zeta's sake, it's a win-loss. 1 to RQ, who clearly pretty good when it comes down to Haven, and have been looking much better, week over week. And then a 13-8 victory over Global, who has been, despite not having a win under their belt yet, a very competitive team within the region. So just kind of on paper, you would favor Zeta Division on this map. It's really going to come down to have these adjustments come through from Detonation on Haven to justify the pick.
Well, it's a question that will be answered relatively quickly here as Detonation, of course, they did select this map.
Yeah. It's Zeta on attack. It's going to be pretty slow.
And Zeta choose attack. So, yes. Within the next hour, I'd say. We'll figure it out. Well, let's see what they decide to do, though, as they're going to spot a little Sova.
Looks like it might just end up being the classic strategy of first round. Go A. For now, just waiting to see if there's any kind of really big overcommitment from Detonation. We're widely happy to just sit back on sites, looking like they anticipate some B presence here, nice and early. But, okay, not A, but C on the opposite side. Turret's there to alert.
Oh.
Got an alarm bot. Oh.
Not C, but A.
Not the C side, it's the A side. I was right the first time.
They're tricking all of us.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Maybe even themselves.
Like I said, 30 seconds left. It's Zeta on the attack.
The only team they're not tricking is DFM. We're just waiting for it, essentially. And now they're going to know that they are on the A site here, but smokes are down. Pretty standard stuff so far up in the towers. Rada is looking to just rain down arrows as pushing into the smoke. They got a couple of them already as they just line up for the rest of them. Takade has to, but he will not be able to reload. And that is a pistol round, very clean to start us off from Zeta.
All right, well, so far that's 3-0 in pistols. Zeta have been very, very clean in that regard. Did see them drop the anti-eco in that second half of Ascent, which is what really allowed DFM to get the ball rolling to find their way back in. But this time, it's not going to be a force buy from Detonation. So we'll see what they end up putting together, but nice from Def. I mean, barely even see Suggest right at the beginning when he initially finds that first headshot. Unfortunate for Crow, but at the end, they still have enough coverage, plenty of people still alive to be able to go ahead and close that one out. Similar fault line from Anthem to begin the round. So to clear the dart here. And again, Zeta just pumping the brakes.
Yeah, just taking a little break themselves. You know, we did have a break in between the maps, but these teams, they say, well, it's been a while since we've been on the attack, say Zeta, so let's take it easy here for these first couple of rounds. I hope you get to see some kind of mix-up. You were talking about this in the first map where you slow it down and then all of a sudden you pull out a couple of rushes onto C or something, because their entries, their set plays have been really clean, and I've really enjoyed watching them on the attack as well, so I want to see more of that swiftly.
Again, though, they are pretty heavily invested into this. I mean, you can see some of these, cash values quite low. Let's see how cleanly they can get away with this one, if they can get away with it at all. Turret, not going to be able to see anything. Set up in a garage, smoke comes across, cutting off that backside access as well. That from his perch can just barely actually see over this. But the really nicely timed blind comes in, but still snaps on. Shuts down the entry from Soldom, and Depp will just clean up 3 so swiftly. The only member lost now, Sugar Zero. And widely, all the firepower gonna be saved.
Yeah, most of it here, so that's a really good start here for the side of Zeta Division. And yeah, really loved, obviously, Depp's flicks, but Sugar Zero just holding the corner. He ends up being the extra distraction after getting those first couple of kills to allow Depp to essentially clean up from there. So, good stuff. Let's see if Detonation can put a stop to this a little bit earlier on this time on Haven. Smokes are down. They're already into sewer very quickly. This is what we were talking about. Zeta are not wasting any time, as maybe reading this in the smoke is the Jet. Not too surprising. So Jet's going to open up with the first kill, but up on top, they're not able to clear it. But Reyna able to pick up 2. Laz with the Bulldog, okay.
And suddenly it's a 1v1. Soldom still rotating. Obviously, Laz unaware of this. Spike over by short. Soldom, see what he decides to do here. Really doesn't need to do much until he hears that spike getting planted somewhere. Laz is really wary about this being a very long flank around the backside. But at what point does he decide to rotate into A to grab this?
Well, Laz is part of Zeta, and as we know, they like to take their time. So he will as well. He should know that he's down on firepower, so just going to really make sure he covers all his corners here.
He should be able to recover a better rifle.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Soldom is paying this respect. He's drifting over just in case this ends up going to an opposite site. And it looks like Laz, is he going to creep out of here and try to go to B?
I mean, he should have just barely enough time, right, if he starts running.
He needs to start doing
right
something.
now, right?
I mean, Tasteless used the phrase milking the clock. This is the epitome of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very well calculated. He's definitely got enough time to plant this.
Spike planted.
But can he get into a post-plant situation, or position, I should say? He's got both shock darts. Soldom, swing right into him! Ooh. Takes him solo.
Scanning ahead.
It's a win for Soldom. Swings out again, but it takes a bunch of time. Baits out a shock dart.
He's not going to be ready for the swing. Yes, he is! Laz with 3 in the round to get 3 for Zeta. That is a bonus. Carried over. Man, what a knife's edge play from him.
If you were confused about who the MVP so far has been, well, he's continuing to lock them down. As picks up 2, he's got a Bulldog, upgrades, incredible flick right there at the end. As you see, he's really, really happy. He's actually the oldest player in the roster. Maybe just not really feeling the pressure, just having a good time out there on stage.
Either way, I haven't seen Laz this happy since Flamestorm in depth. Rushing and gets the kill. There's the reset, the reveal is out. Crow's got covering fire. Anthem gonna be dead. I was gonna say, I haven't seen Laz this happy since they were on Reykjavik. It's been that long.
I mean, that's what happens when you're winning. You start laughing, you start having a good time. It's good to see. So, of course, not much in terms of firepower here on the side of Detonation, especially down a couple of members. Let's see what they decide to do here as smoke committed to. Depp in the corner, doesn't seem to be too phased by the smoke. Oh, at the wrong time.
The timing, but he still gets a kill. He up drifts over the top of the smoke, and Raid is just spraying, trying to find him, and he just can't.
Oh, no. He just styled on them so hard.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, to get away with a flawless in that situation, it felt like Depp 100% should have been dead in that scenario. But some crisp and somewhat fortunate movement allow him to survive. But the opening kills, that was very much skillful.
And he's like, nope, see you later.
Just jumps over his head. Beautifully done.
Heard a little nicer there at the end as well.
Revealing it, scanning ahead.
They'll span many different regions. As okay, gonna be throwing in a bunch of aggressive ult usage, and now it actually ends up working for them. Soldom is out here with the rest of the team. He's pushing out of A, but this angle from Tenny gets 2.
Still, you take that, at least to even up the numbers. The plant comes down now on the C site. You have to know that this rotate is coming in from behind. A smoke isn't available, so Sugar Zero is just going to have to get tucked away in the meantime, or they're just going to Rolling Thunder this.
Well, that's one way to handle it.
Okay, that's a really good time by from them. Now answering Rolling Thunder, but it's going to be only Sugar Zero caught by this. Out of range was Crow. The sun expires!
Okay.
Oh, dear. Well, this is very bad for Anthem.
Well, this is awkward. He's just going to run away.
Yeah, he has to save.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that is going to be 5 in a row now for Zeta.
And this has to be the timeout from Detonation. Surely.
Surely.
They did allow, I mean, they did allow 6 rounds to go over to Zeta before they called a timeout in the first map. But they also had 2 rounds picked up within the first 5.
Maybe they'll wait for the buy round, you know.
I mean, it's, yes, that's, I guess, a bit of a preference from the coach. It's whether or not you want to try to set something to set up for an attempt at a Thrifty as well as that buy round, or if you really want to just fully tackle how you're going to be going about things once you have rifles back in hand. But, I mean, fairly heavy investment from both teams, but unfortunately it swings very much in Zeta's favor using the Rolling Thunder and getting the Rolling Thunder away from Detonation as Depp gets ahead of the fault line and he just mows down 2.
He's having a pretty fun time this time around. He's going to take the 2 of them out. The rest of the team going to run with him over to a different site. As, let's see, I mean, Sugar Zero, or not Sugar Zero, Taka J sitting there in the garage, just waiting and seeing if he could pick someone off, but maybe expecting a seat push that is not coming, as everybody from the side of Zeta has rotated over to the A site.
That suggests needing to get some headshots here. It's just on the side, but here comes the push. The dash in, looks for one, turns away, but then Crow arrives. Takes him down from behind. And we're probably looking at yet another flawless, because at this point, if you're DFM, it's sit back, see if they push into us, try to kill them. If we can, grab gun, save. If not, die to spike.
Definitely seen this one. As, I mean, they're going to throw in a smoke and maybe see if anyone decides to challenge them. But no real reason to do that for Zeta right now, who have more than enough money. Maybe if you want some ult charge or something, but just wait it out. Some spam through the wall. And they will just run away.
I mean, maybe if that catches, you can fault line somebody into dying to the spike. But not going to happen here. We'll just go ahead and give themselves up. And that's a 6-0 start now for Zeta. Even more dominant than we were seeing. And yep, right on cue. There's the timeout.
Yeah, and we'll take another look at this replay. You know, just as you mentioned, hops out forward, spamming his flash, doesn't matter. It's just kind of an unfortunate spot, and they're going crazy. They're just having a great time. Yeah! You know, it's not like the most competitive round, obviously, but it's still another win. It's still a 6-0.
Win is a win is a win.
Yeah.
Can't be upset about that. Well, we'll see. This is a lot of pressure now on the DFM coach to try to get them prepared for this bye. See, probably listening to the call from Anthem as well as far as what he thinks they should do and try to just make sure that that is a level-headed play. Whether or not it's going to be something they can execute on. Okay, we've got tattoos.
All right.
We've got tattoos now.
The tattoos and the iPad. The meta of fan cheers is evolving.
Where are your tattoos at, Americas? EMEA, huh?
Haven't quite seen that level of passion in many other regions.
We'll see someone with a Carmine Corp tattoo. That'd be great.
Yeah. Indeed. All right, Detonation, you know, as you mentioned, they haven't had a good time on this map so far. This start of this map has not been any different. Zeta has been really clobbering them. They take a timeout finally. They have to take this round. They desperately need it.
Yes.
You can't let them get away with the 7-0 and,
no,
you know, feel pretty broken. So what is the strategy going to be here? See, they poke their heads out of B and see if anyone's going to be there, but Zeta, you know, they haven't really had to change up their style either, you know?
Yeah. I mean, they haven't been pushed or prodded in any sense, realistically, here, have Zeta. And again, I mean, just slow things down. And this is the problem, I mean, realistically, for Detonation. I think they're perfectly aware that Zeta has not been fanning out across the map. They have not been looking to take early space. They very much stay clumped, and that pretty much stops Detonation, or at least heavily dissuades them from trying to do like a mid-window rush play. Because they say, well, they're probably going to be expecting something like that, and even if we do go for it, there's going to be 5 people waiting there. So we might not win out the fight. Spike is going to be planted, 2 people are stacked up, but Death is still going to find the opening kill. Soldom on the entry, knives out, will be good for 2.
Soldom's got to be the guy, I guess, as Crow picks up another, though. And makes this pretty even as, once again, Soldom trying to make it happen, runs straight into 2 people, just waiting with open arms as the defuse does come through, so he buys enough time. Didn't even notice that happening. I was watching the TikTok highlight, man.
Okay,
I was still a little bit taken off guard by that. Okay.
Yeah, and I think that Zeta will be as well. It's definitely not what we were anticipating. We'll go ahead and take a look back at it. I mean, it's a great opening kill despite being paranoid. He's playing close quarters enough to be able to find it. Good entry from Soldom.
Just diffuse
but
forehead.
yeah, TakeJ just sticking to it. And it seems like, I think in all of the chaos, Zeta never quite registered that the tap had come through and that he was just going to be holding it. So it's kind of stolen away here from the side of Detonation. They get 1 on the board, but can they get a second? Because the buy still a bit wobbly. A Guardian in the hands of Anthem, a Spectre here from Suggest, but they have pieces to try to make this work. An Operator from Soldom, if he can find value, then this could very well be a second round victory.
Ooh, Deb just gonna peek and take his head off as TakeJ is trying to open things up and smoke it off, rather.
I tried.
Yeah.
I tried.
It all starts with 1.
I tried
right?
to set that stage.
It all starts with 1.
Yeah.
You think Soldom's gonna hold on to his Operator?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
All right, so what do you want to talk about for the next 30 seconds while we wait for the spike to
I mean,
blow
at
up?
least they got 1, right? That's better than having the complete blowout on this side. And they're gonna have 3 guns that are pretty decent, so not too bad. That's all I got.
Yeah. Well.
Maybe we should check out some more fan signs.
Yeah, I think this would be a good time to do that.
Well, might have. Well, actually, we're definitely gonna have Zeta hunting this out. So Soldom's gonna pick up the first.
That's the value we're talking about.
Hell yeah, that's the big kill. So they get the 1, and I guess the rest of them not really wanting to go to the open arms.
You should be able to start a vote when you're on the attacking team that the other team can accept or deny, where it's like, do you want to just blow up the spike now and get the round over with? We'll all exit. You save your guns. We'll agree to this. Like, let us know what you think. Just strike a little accord with them and, you know, parlay getting into the next round a little bit faster.
I feel like that might be abused a little bit in solo queue, but maybe on the tournament realms. Either way, here comes Zeta, maybe going for a bit of a faster approach this time. Gonna start with the drone.
Well, could be. This was where the op was situated last time, so they're probably suspecting that it's going to be a swap out on the sides, and they would be correct to think just that. They haven't been able to scout anybody out, though.
Just floating in.
I mean, what in the hell is Depp doing? He gets a kill. Just the boldness of the man is what's striking me here. Backside Anthem, a couple shots across onto 10, but can't find the kill. Sugar Zero might die? No. Dart went a little bit wide.
So do you think Soldom holds on to his Operator this time?
Yeah. You know?
Yeah. Maybe he can get like a little bit aggressive, try to like catch him off guard. Doesn't look like he will. He's just hanging over in sewers, so that's going to be the end of that. I'd like to vote for the spike to blow up now.
See?
In 5 seconds, actually.
How
So,
nice would that feature be?
Zeta has some time to run out and survive.
We wouldn't have to fill all this dead air. Maybe Soldum can kill somebody else, but given the position that he's in, it probably won't happen. But we could just be on our merry way and go into round 10.
Yeah. Still searching, wondering, watching for where these members could be, but making a lot of noise. Looks like that'll be a free kill to Reda.
Oh, but he's gonna die.
There he goes. Reda goes down, so that's the end of that Vandal. At least they held on to the operator.
Yeah, I think he was wary that somebody might have pushed out towards, the C-Link area, maybe towards their spawn, and that he could get wrapped on, so he didn't want to push into B. But had he just gotten that kill and either stayed tucked or gone into the B site, would have been perfectly safe. Yeah. Well, they saved the operator.
Yep, that they did. And no second timeout is going to be called here. They do, of course, have the halftime soon-ish, so perhaps they'll just wait for that, or maybe just wait another round and go for it again. At this point, maybe we just see a little bit of what we saw on the first map, which was Zeta dominating on attacker, but then also Detonation coming out and having a bunch of rounds, 7 rounds in a row on the attacker side. Maybe just wait for that. Maybe save it for a chance for you to make a big comeback once again and actually stick the landing this time.
What hurts here is just seeing, they're trying to go for this full rifle. That's a great opening kill from Soldum, and it might be able to lead to a round win. But util is a bit lacking. I don't believe Anthem's used one of his flashes, but I think that he had to buy down to 50 just to get this Vandal. Doesn't have armor, only has 1 flashpoint here, which he needs to be pretty selective about when he's going to use this. They will deny the B site being taken.
Not bad. Although we do have, the timing of that. Soldum, fortunately, is not going to see him coming in. As meanwhile,
okay. The minimap baiting me a little bit. I thought he had actually TP'd up into heaven, but
yeah.
No, he's in hell. What? 10 gets taken down. Good kill from Soldum. Really giving them this man advantage. It's their best chance right now, other than the ninja defuse, of finding another round victory.
All right, gonna wait a little bit. Send this down as the push comes in. As nobody is peeking just yet.
Great read. Just knows exactly where that dart's gonna end up. Soldum taken out. Laz finds a second. Answering fire though. Leaves Crow all on his lonesome. And he might just be able to do it. One more, Takaj, tag low, 8 bullets, can't make it happen. Takaj just needed one more. A heroic effort from Crow, but Detonation will be able to close out this round.
All right, well, that's why you save the operator for 2 rounds in a row. You get Soldum. He's just hanging out here in tower. They don't know he's here because the timing of it is, okay, he doesn't see them coming in, but also they don't see him. So he gets a free peek to just get a free kill there on long. And it gets really close. Don't get me wrong, Crow almost picks up the incredible clutch here, but Takaj able to stay solid and pick up the win.
It sounds like a card game. It's like gain 1 op kill for every round you save.
Yeah,
previously.
Seems pretty good.
So I'm gonna pick these up for later.
Good for going on a burst play. As meanwhile,
You should run.
well, they definitely know he's here now. As he's just gonna push through and just shorty him in the face. Picks up another.
More of this, please. That's what we want to see from Soldum. A quick 3K play, the shutdown and the lockdown, and suddenly Depp and Crow stranded in the site. Here's a drone coming. Can't take it down first, so they do note his position. Crow is trying to swing around and support Depp from behind here.
Oh, this is rough for Depp. Let's see if he can get it. He picks up one. He's got knives, and, well, fortunately, he is not.
Crow. He's got a Rolling Thunder and an Aftershock. He can buy an immense amount of time. He goes across. He gets fault line. He is going to be stunned up, and they're back onto the spike. They can at least hold this to half.
He's not able to get that hit, just holding it, just sticking it, and suggests we'll be able to stop this from exploding. So a second round in a row, the first time here for Detonation, as they get a chance now. I mean, 8-4, 9-3. We've seen teams come back from that. Detonation finally a sign of life here. They just really, they need to wake up a little bit earlier on these maps. That's all I'll say.
I mean, Hey, sometimes you just gotta let Soldom off the leash. Remind him that he can do crazy things.
Tell him about how many followers he has. just show him his Twitter and just be like, hey, by the way.
All these people want to see you do
Yeah.
crazy stuff on Jet. And he went, okay, that's right.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Oh, an up battle. Watching out wide. Depp takes him down. Expecting the wider swing there. Depp just inches way into line of sight and scrapes by with a headshot. Survives. Obviously nobody here to try to heal him back up. No skies right now.
Yeah.
As just the Nano taken down by the shock dart. The alarm bot does survive.
That's going to clear out the sewers. See what he can see here. As meanwhile, Depp going to be looking for the angle. Ooh. As at least he takes out the turret. The counter push comes out here from the side of Detonation. They know where Crow is, but not quite able to get a handle on that kill, and he will escape.
Barely. That's two members now down to HP in the 20s on the side of Zeta. So realistically, not in a bad spot at all here for Detonation. Flash out to try to slow any entry onto B, and that's also going to be Taka J now smoking that area off from Garage. As it looks like once again, Zeta, they want to end up on this site, and this smoke should be fairly revealing for them. Rada, does he just spray this? Paranoia, it's good, but it's just to the left. Tangles just a bit off. Anthem finding one, nearly gets another. Suggest can't quite hold it down.
Nice try from Suggest. I mean, it's rough, you know. Depp's up there, but he takes a pretty sharp angle, gets the kill, and now Taka J, it's all up to him.
Cover going out.
Give yourself a better chance after the half.
He still has a Paranoia. See how he decides to pilot this one. For now, it's just the TP forward, everybody playing back. Sugar 0 and 10 not looking to get themselves in a scenario where, he's able to isolate these as 1v1s.
Well, so now he's going to be focused on Sugar 0. He taps it. 10 can just wait, peeks around, and okay. He's going to survive. I mean, he's still got a shot, not able to get it to half. Sugar 0 will take him out. We got 9-3 here in favor of Zeta. A little bit of a stumble from them at the end, but just really some nice plays from Detonation to at least get them to 3 rounds here at the end of the half.
Yeah, I mean, it's that aggression coming through that's really what saved them. And a great shot there from Depp to be able to find that kill. Rada a bit late with trying to go for that spray. I think had he done it, right as the Paranoia was coming through, he may have been able to make that connection. But either way, was likely to get traded out. It's an improvement here for Detonation, finding a 3rd round in the first half. But again, I have to question, how are they going to look on the attack? Is it just that both of these teams only know how to attack on these 2 maps? Is anybody going to have a strong defense?
Feels that way. It certainly does.
I believe from Zeta, when they were playing versus Global, they did have a fairly strong defending side, if my memory is serving me correct. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case here. But, I mean, if Soldom, if you can unleash him, unlock him, and let him start to pop, and that delivers round wins, then by all means, I'm happy to watch that, because the highlights from Soldom have been fantastic to see. It's something that was expected but missed when we saw him, debut with this lineup over at Lock-In. And I think widely, he has looked better, significantly better, compared to that performance.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see, but at the end of the day, he gets that couple of pushes there towards the end, and then he loses a very close battle that, maybe he wins it next time against Depp. The issue being is that, he's playing up to his top level. He's playing up to a great level, even if it's not his best ever. But the rest of the team needs to be there as well, and we haven't really seen that, whereas Zeta have been playing well as a team. Now, can't necessarily clump up all in the same place on the defender side, especially on Haven, so curious to see the defenders' side strategy from Zeta and how they will try to bring this home.
Well, the time for talk is over, at least for the coaches. For us, it continues.
True, yeah. We're still here. The desk is later. Also an interview, that's part of the show.
There's a lot more talking, actually, that's going to happen. But for the coaching staff, no more comms unless you call a timeout. As we'll see what DFM want to put together for this initial attack. For now, I mean, it's looking like Anthem wants to just send this fault line straight over towards B. And everyone's getting clustered up here in the window, so it seems like it's just going to be a fast hit.
Looks like it, as the turret is here to spot this out. Does a little bit of chip damage. So you should expect this push coming on in.
Flash into backside, good spam damage from Crow, however. Pixel down from 68 to 22 HP.
Spike planted.
Crow very good to just essentially escape, reading the play very well. He's trying to group up with his team now as he runs back around. The entirety of DFM are back towards the defender spawn as we speak.
Okay, now Swarm as well as the turret puts some damage down on the depth. Both jets now going to be softened up a bit, but that dart could be value. Let's get a chunk out onto Anthem. Rita as well, tagged low. Dep trying to find an additional kill, can't make it happen. So Jets going to be able to get a second. The diffuser killed. They're holding now. It's past half. They rush in, and they will be able to stop it in the last second or so to go ahead and pick up, I believe, their first pistol round victory.
Yeah. Just good set play, push on through B. You've got enough utility to buy yourself time to put down some smokes and essentially hold this corridor. And they do exactly that. I mean, they know where this is going to be planted, obviously, so you just can spam on through. Extra bit of vision there. Right at the end, it got to half, and they nearly had it defused, but nicely timed there on the defend and the post plant from DFM.
Well, that gives them a leg back into this. See how they fare, though. Rated with the two Guardians, actually. That's not something that you see every day. So, two Guardians, a Stinger, Phantom, and a Bulldog. Still hefty purchases. No one opting for the pistol, so we're not seeing, you know, FPX-style buys here. As Zeta have gambled fairly correctly. Drone not going to be revealing too much. Eventually does get a dart out. And they're going to be forced back. There's time to rotate, or at least cut sound and try to force some rotates out here from the side of Zeta, but it looks like Detonation are going to commit to this.
Everybody on the map is committing to this, as Zeta are reading the push very well. I mean, it's not every day you see them full commit like this, but everybody on the side of DFM are just pushing through Garage into C, as in the corner is Dep, but can't land those shots. Looking good for DFM. 10 gets one, but at the end of the day, not able to do too much with these frenzies. This last somehow able to take him out. Guns ablazing there onto C site.
Sprinting in, yelling, covering fire. Does find a second, but yeah, not that much damage to tell. I mean, again, with the heavier purchase that they've kind of been straying towards, it does hurt a little bit more. But overall, not too bad. And this is, if you're Detonation, you're fine with this. You're very happy to get those 2 rounds out of the way.
That's a good start. 5-7. From what we saw from them attacking, like to see more of it here. Continue with this. Bonus round win would be just so much wind in the sails for them. And I kind of want to see it at this point. We've come this far, Detonation.
Dart in, not hitting anyone. Oh, Dep stays in just for one. After shocks across the box just to try to stop anybody from pushing through. Laz eventually going to fall. Dep good for one. Dashes over towards short and even gets Takache for his trouble.
And it's basically been only him. I mean, he has 3 kills. There's another. Make it 4.
If he transferred to that ace, that would have been the nastiest play I've seen in my life. But it's not quite there. But 10 finishes the job. In the end, you know, it's a good bonus. They've managed to take away 4 of the rifles from the side of Zeta. But damn, Dep is not looking clean these last 2 matches that he's played.
Yeah, he's pretty insane. You can see even getting so aggressive, pushing through the smoke. And then this, which he nearly is able to transfer it, as you said. It's so close. But 2v1, and at the end, 10 cleans it up. So, yeah, they get 4 rifles out. Zeta still pretty happy about it. You know, they're 3 rounds away. Let's see where they go from here.
Look like 10 is considering swinging this, but okay. Multiple people spotted. Crow going to be the one that finds the headshot. Dep going to now run out of blades, but Sugar Zero got himself into a cheeky spot that he now can't really get out of. 10 comes to the rescue to try to peel back some pressure. This is going to be good for 1 before getting traded, but it's still Zeta maintaining a man advantage despite not having the weapons to really back it.
Yeah, it looked like there was a little bit of a confusion there because already the knives have been thrown by Dep. Like, they knew that they were coming out of the B entrance, and yet they weren't all looking that direction. So it almost ended up being a couple of free kills over to the side, and of course, Sheriff in the corner, a tried and true strategy, able to pick up at least one, make things more interesting. But even 2v3 from this position, DFM, pretty nice. They have a free A site at this point.
They do, and this plan is going to give Anthem the Rolling Thunder. So if they really feel pressured for the rest of this round, they can go ahead and burn it. And I think, given the situation of the scoreline, you kind of need to. The tap on the plant to see if they can fade anything. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and situate it. And this is an unorthodox plant spot.
Shadows traveling.
But because of just the amount of space opened up and how far they're playing away from where the first contact came through, weapons are recovered. So Zeta now have 3 rifles to try to retake this.
Yeah, it's going to make things much easier as some time is bought, but at the end of the day, here's the Rolling Thunder. Let's see what it can get going. Hits 2 of them, and will buy so much time. So let's see, Laz is going to be big here. Takajay from up top gets 1 already as Laz hits the 1. Takajay is so low.
OTP in the back, but Depp is there.
Oh.
And with just enough time remaining, they will be able to get it done. A thrifty win to really just kind of break the backs of DFM now.
Yeah, that's might be the knife to the heart at this point. Timeout will be called because, I mean, you might as well after losing this one. This is what I was talking about. There's a Sheriff shooting at you. There's knives flying, and yet they had to check in garage. I guess there was also some pressure coming out of there, so
it was 10.
Nice little push that did come out from the side of Zeta. Really catches them off guard and essentially wins them around because, you know, they get the thrifty, they pick up the 3 rifles, and claim it there at the end. They clean it up.
That's going to be a big blow here for the side of Detonation. Dropping more rounds is definitely not something that you can really afford, but hey, on the bright side, it was when they were at 11 rounds, that was when they started the run back to that,
True.
on the first map. Maybe that can happen again. But yeah, I mean, it's just such a big concern going into a firefight like that out in mid and not being able to come out on top. You know, even walking away 3-2 players remaining, not going to feel great when you are going up against a bunch of pistols against a Blade Storm that Depp didn't even hit any shots with. So
yeah,
definitely rough around the edges, and so is this buy. Stingers for pretty much everybody, half armor, buys on 4, Frenzy for Takajay, and Anthem again just going to be left armorless.
And this is coming off of a timeout, so you know this is the plan essentially, and let's see if it works out here. As Spike currently with Anthem over by C. So let's see exactly what angle they do want to take. Finally going through the garage here, actually. In goes Soldom, trying to open up some space, but 10 is right there, puts an end to their dreams.
And Takajay just TPs into the back and ends up getting cut down. This is not the window play, the window rush play I was expecting to see in this game map. But they get 1 kill, they take down Crow. Widely the buy, not leading to much here.
Match point.
And now it is match point locked in for Zeta.
Well, not much else to say about that one. I mean,
so we'll make you watch it again.
Yeah, they tried, you know, and Ten's just got the great positioning there in the connector, and like, he's just able to put an end to their hopes and dreams. And that was the end of that. At least they have enough to buy up and give it one last go of things. But might just be a little 13-5 action the way this one has been going.
Cover going out.
Away on the clear. 3 members situated here at A for Zeta. Soldom looking to rush in. Cloudburst keeping him obscured for a while, but as he swings out of it, oh, it's into the meat grinder.
Oh boy. That's not the way you want to end this map, but it will be fantastic for
No
Zeta. As
shot.
Depp picks up the 3K just to put the end to their misery. Zeta will pick up the 2-0 tonight as they defeat their Japanese brothers on the other side. And they make it look easy. Very strong stuff from Zeta Division tonight.
That it is, and I mean, this is what you want to see. Granted, again, things to be worked on with the Ascent allowing Detonation to get themselves back into the game in such a major way and string together quite a many few rounds. But widely, a fantastic display from Zeta, and Depp in particular here on Haven. The Death's going to cover it. I got to shout it out. The guy was almost at 400 ACS. It was an incredible performance from him at 27, 10, and 2. He had Valdez.
It's pretty good.
Valdez. I'm going to get my megaphone out.
Yeah.
He had 10 first bloods in this map.
Okay.
His performance was insane.
That's incredible.
Soldom had 3.
I mean, yeah. Soldom tried. He tried at the end. He tried at the beginning, in the middle, but Depp was just maybe 2 or 3 steps ahead of them. I was calling him out on the first map. It ended up being Laz who kind of like took the cake on that one. At the end of the day, I think it's Depp who might take my MVP vote just because of how incredibly he played here on Haven and his consistency from the first map.
Yeah.
2-0.
I think he might be able to win it out again, because if my memory serves, I believe he was able to win it in their last match victory as well. Just another performance from Zeta that, you know, it's not leaving us saying like, wow, they're absolutely insane. They're going to challenge DRX at the top. But it leaves me saying this team is getting better and better.
A challenger, perhaps.
And they are, from before where they were looking like they might not be able to make it in the playoffs, they look like an absolute shoo-in. And if they can continue to improve week over week and do solid prep work for their opponents, I'm expecting that Zeta probably going to be going in, you know, maybe middle of the pack, if not in that upper echelon of teams into the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're definitely top 5. Are they top 3? I think is the next question we have to ask. They have Talon, and then they have Team Secret up next, the next couple of weeks.
Just temporarily slingshots them into that 3rd place spot.
On paper, they are the favorites now going into those 2 matches, so hard not to see them in a really good spot now. So I am very excited to see the root of this team. Now, obviously, on the other hand, Detonation Focus Me have a lot of work to do, but Zeta will be extremely happy to go away with the win tonight.
Yeah, I mean, what I'll say is, look, I was surprised, very surprised, to see that Soldom was going to be coming back in. But at the end, okay, a little bit happy. I don't think
understand why.
I don't think Soldom was necessarily. I can't look at him and be like, oh, they lost because they put Soldom in. Clearly, there's an issue with the team right now. There's things that still need to be worked on that looked quite good in their 2nd and 3rd matches, or no, in their They had like 2 series where they looked pretty good. Maybe it was their 1st and 2nd. I forget when they played Paper X. Either way, they looked good before. Their last matchup, not great. This is week 4. This is their 4th match, so it was their 1st and 2nd. That looked okay. But I can't put blame on Soldom. He gave us some flashy moments. That's what we kind of want from Soldom. But unfortunately, that is not enough to get wins. So Detonation's still going to be finding themselves without a match victory under their belts, and there's only going to be one other team that joins them in that regard, and that's the winner of tomorrow's matchup, which is going to be Global versus Talon. So at the end of it all, there's going to be 2 teams left, 0 and 4, and you don't want to be a part of that company.
Yeah, that's not a position you want to put yourself in. But unfortunately, Zeta had to do that to their brethren on the other side, and I guess the Zeta watch party will be very happy. They seemed really happy even when they were winning round 6 against Sheriffs and all that good stuff. So obviously very excitable. That crowd, always really fun time to watch and enjoy. But yeah, should have an interview here in a moment. Will be fun to listen in to more thoughts, of course, from the side of them. And actually, we do have that interview ready right now. So let's throw it down to the floor with Laz.
We are here at one of Week 4's most heated matchup. Let's take a closer look. I'm here on stage with Laz of Zeta. Congratulations. Yes. And we felt Zeta kept composure throughout the whole match. What was your favorite moment during the match with DFM?
マップを通してすごい冷静なプレーができていたと思いますけれど、何か一番好きな瞬間だったりってありますか？
そうだな。この試合で一番
おーってなったのはやっぱりもうアセントのファーストマップの1ラウンド目のクローの 1v3 です。
Well, my favorite moment was the Ascent first map, first round, Crow's triple kill.
Oh yeah, it was one of my favorites too. And on to the next question. It was the first match with the Japanese team. What was your overall impression?
日本チームとの対戦は初めてですけれども、何かもう全体的な印象はありますか？
そうですね、結構試合ごとに戦い方を変えてくるチームなので、本当に何をやってくるか分かんないっていう状態で、みんな試合中に情報共有とか声出しとかしっかりやって、うまく試合を組み立てられたんじゃないかなと思ってます。
They changed their playstyle match by match, so we communicated well and then found out what they do, and then we kept our composure and structure.
Oh yeah, a lot of improvements going on the team. And it was Oldham's first appearance in the VCT Pacific. Was that expected?
今日はソルダム選手の初試合となりましたが、それは予想できてたのでしょうか？
可能性はあるなぐらいですかね。10%ぐらい。
I knew there was a possibility, so it was like I was 10%.
Oh, 10%. Okay. So as the IGO, you must feel a lot of pressure and responsibility for the team. Like, how do you handle all of it?
IGL として責任やプレッシャーを感じると思いますけれど、どう対処してますか？
そうですね、チームの要になることは自覚していて、ただ自分がプレッシャーをかかることに関しては昔から結構得意な方で、プレッシャーかかればかかるほどすごい自分で成長するなと思っているので、今回本当にウィークごとに強くなっていくのを実感してていい感じです。
I'm very fully aware that I'm the key of the team, and then I handle pressure very well, and then I feel that I grow a lot when the pressure is on. So week by week, I feel myself getting stronger.
Oh yeah, we can feel that too. You're definitely good as an IGL. And for the last question, your next matchup was being with Talent. And what are your thoughts on the team?
次の試合はタロン e スポーツとの対戦となりますが、何かチームに対して印象はありますか？
そうですね、奇策もやってくるチームで、かつチームのベースの部分がすごいしっかりしてて強いチームなので、気をつけて絶対勝ちたいなと思ってます。
They're kind of team who uses a weird strategy, but at its core, they have a good fundamental, so we have to be careful.
Oh yes, we'll get our fingers crossed for the next match. And congratulations once again. Thank you for the interview, lads. And one Japanese word I just learned. 次の試合も頑張りましょう.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now over to you, Victoria. Bye.
I want to know what that meant. Do you guys know? How's your Japanese?
It's just like, thank you.
It's aimed for the head. Always shoot the head.
Well, they definitely aimed for the head.
Maybe good luck. I assume good luck in the future.
It's Japanese for don't reload your gun if you shot 2 bullets. Okay, you've got enough bullets in the chamber. Take it easy. Somebody might peek you, and you could be punished.
Oh, is that what that means? Okay, thanks. I had no idea. Yeah, well, Laz looks super happy. They had their series hats on for the second map on Haven. Zeta won. Zeta won. You guys called it. It was a 2-0. I think there was a little bit of a climb back in the second half, but definitely nowhere the same as the first.
This is more what I expected, especially after the 10-2 half on Ascent, the scoreline to look like for Zeta. I think again overall, like, they showed that they are significantly better than DFM. Even with DFM, throwing them some curveballs, like Laz was saying, it did catch them a little bit off guard. They weren't expecting Soldom today, so they had to adjust to that, and that is part of the reason that he's thinking that they struggled a bit on that second half of Ascent. But once they made the adjustments, it was clear that they were the superior team.
Yeah, definitely. There are moments where DFM
10 first kills.
Yeah, first of all, let's adjust that. First, the 10 first kills.
That's wild amazing. 10 first. Well, that just goes to show you Depp is always succeeding in the initiations, right? And not coming in there and even just, sometimes when you're Jet, you'll just draw the crosshairs away and you get killed, but the rest of the team can actually pick up the work and infiltrate the site. But Depp really fulfilling that role, getting that many first kills is amazing.
It's super impressive. Like last week, Depp really showed up. And even when Zeta was on defense, that was different than how DFM played defense. Depp was pushing out a couple of those rounds, and that's how they switch it back in their favor. Depp was just pushing in there and kind of scrambling their senses before they could get that spike down. Now, Laz was playing super safe. on A when the spike was maroon. This is the first half of the game. Let's go to the beginning of the game when the spike was maroon. It was just Laz and I believe Soldom. And
Yeah.
he was just waiting out the clock, which
So,
is super interesting.
You know, we talk about Zeta. They like to slow play. Again, not bad, but definitely kind of sticking with what they know. He did nab the spike. This is kind of funny because he's backing out here through sewers. And if you just walk, in other words, if you're trying to not make any sounds or you're moving, this is actually not quite enough time to get over to B. So he has to, when he's out of earshot, scramble over there and then just get into walking. Gets the spike planted at the last second. And played a pretty tight kind of exterior position, letting the clock run on. And I mean, it was a really kind of exciting moment here. It was one where I thought, okay, is DFM going to be able to pull it back together and start to try to play an even game? And I think we can really point to this game here as a moment where they were absolutely able to start to build that momentum. And the crosshair not even in the right spot, too. As we were backstage, we were like, oh, no, he's looking the wrong way. He's looking the wrong way. And it, bam, got over there and got that kill.
Absolutely. They took it back into control. The spike was there, and that's what they did the entire game. It was always in their control.
And I'm happy to see that Laz is playing much better here today. Like, again, he's been struggling a little bit. Certainly, again, change in roles, change in leadership position, these kind of things have to affect you. It's impossible not to. And so for him to now be able to find that comfort like we saw last year in terms of his fragging capabilities is like a cherry on top for Zeta, because everybody played really well today for the most part. And if he can keep playing like that, then they can certainly make a run towards getting one of those top 3 spots, you know, to get to Masters Tokyo.
Absolutely. Just good big brain plays by Laz and the rest of the team. Now, we did see some interesting plays from DFM as well. Soldom was a little bit different this round. He wasn't just running in and without his team and dying, you know, even distracting the team. But from this round, he has some good impact.
Well, I love this because he's flanking here, and he has to stop this lockdown. And he is the only one that can do it. And he's got the Blade Storm. He right-clicks for it, and then boom, he's got the lockdown. I mean, this is quintessential Soldom TikTok shenanigans. Like, he's just in here just wrecking around by himself, around that. Frankly, if he doesn't get through one of those first 2 people or even one of those 3 people, that round is very different potentially. Very likely going over to Zeta instead. So this is like, yes, overall today I don't think he was that great, but this was a round where you can see why people are very interested in him, why he is a hot commodity in our region, because he does have those explosive moments where he can literally win rounds by himself.
Yeah. Definitely. There was a particular round, I think it was their first win after a couple of losses. Yeah, he distracted Zeta. It looked like he was just doing crazy TikTok stuff, but what he ended up doing was distracting Zeta while there was a stealth defuse happening right under their noses. So that was pretty cool. Hopefully Soldom finds more synergy with his team. Maybe he just needs to warm up, like you were saying, Tasteless, just like getting into the groove with his team again.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you need a little bit of, like, I don't know, it's almost like throat clearing or something like that to get comfortable, to get into where you can actually execute. And we were seeing some of those moments, some of those really highlight-worthy gameplay moments coming out of him. And I'm looking forward to seeing, as we have more and more weeks of this player debuting, what he can do, if we're going to see even stronger play, and maybe the kind of play that can actually allow this team to really start to bring wins in. Because let's not forget, I mean, the big takeaway today is that DFM sinks further down to the bottom of the stack.
Yes, that's right. I mean, this week, I mean, tomorrow we're going to have another game too that is around that range with Talon and Global Esports, and this might be it. You know, we have to knock out 3 teams by playoffs, and then we only have the final 3 teams after that for Masters. Now let's talk about one of our key players. We were talking about 10 first kills from Depp in that last map. He was amazing.
He continues to pound on Haven. I mean, he has been absolutely out of this world the last 2 times he's played Haven, and this is huge for Zeta because, again, if him and Ten and Laz in particular are all clicking, this Zeta team can beat anybody in the world. We've seen it before. We saw it last year. Certainly, he needs to continue to step up. He needs to continue to have the impact like this. He needs to be the one that Zeta can rely on to find those opening kills, to be so nutty with some of these moments with his rifling in particular, has gotten so much better in the last couple weeks. So this is awesome to see. I hope he can continue to be this way because this guy, tremendous potential. You know, again, they call him the child of God in his region in Japan because he has that much talent. Like, they could see it. You could see it at moments where he's just like, this guy could actually maybe be one of the best, if not the best duelist in the Pacific region.
Yeah, he was brilliant. And last week, I think that's when we saw him like kind of shake out of this hibernation stage, and he just came back to life. And I really like the Zeta that I saw today. I know you guys felt it was gonna, that they were definitely gonna win, but I'm really glad to see it. I obviously was rooting for the underdog here, but I want to see a Japanese team play in Tokyo for Masters. So I really hope they are on the road for that right now. Now let's talk about the MVP. Depp was just mind-blowing, but there was another player. His entire team played really well.
Yeah, Crow really delivered today. He had some moments that I was like, is this the same guy we've been watching since the start? So many clutch moments from pistol rounds early on to later on, and I can't remember if it was in the first or the second half of the last map, but really making these moments that we would have had a completely different score here that frankly would have been much closer had Crow not delivered at so many key moments.
Yeah, he really set his team up at critical moments.
Exactly. This is the best utility usage I've seen from him, on top of having some really impactful frag moments. The best overall performance from Crow that I can remember in watching this team for the last couple of years. So this is huge. Again, if all of these pieces start fitting together for Zeta, then again, they can really do very well. They can push towards that, not just the playoffs, but towards Masters Tokyo. Who knows? Maybe even get into the finals or something like that of the VCT Pacific this year. So I'm really happy that he's stepping up. A lot of criticism has been thrown his way for underperforming so far in the Pacific region, but today he really shined.
Yeah. Definitely. Crow was fantastic as well. All of Zeta was just great. Laz in the first map was also just brilliant. I'm like very happy for Zeta right now, and you could see their energy kind of like shine on that stage too at the end of it. They know they did well, and they should definitely give themselves a pat on the back. Now, the next week, they're done for this week, and next week Zeta will be facing off Talon. I don't know how that'll go. I'm kind of curious how Talon's going to perform tomorrow as well. And then we also have DFM versus Team Secret next week. Do you guys want any quick thoughts on either one of these matchups?
I'm most interested in the teams that are kind of in the middle and a little bit below the middle, because that's going to be the fight for survival. It's cool to see that Gen.G and DRX are undefeated, but that's not as exciting right now as who's actually going to be fighting for the ability to not be knocked out and to be one of those 6 teams remaining. And it's not clear where those teams are going to be. Zeta could be one of them. Team Secret could be one of them. But in the next coming weeks, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, with that, I want to get your thoughts too, Pipithan. But let's pull up the standings to see where all the teams are right now so we can talk about this, because you're absolutely right. It's those guys right there in the middle. That's, they're fighting for the top right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely keen on teams like Team Secret, but I think tomorrow's going to be really interesting for Talon and Global Esports. I favor Global Esports tomorrow, but I was talking to you about this, Victoria. Every time I seem to start doubting Talon, this Talon squad, is when they prove me wrong. So maybe tomorrow's that day where they turn it around and they can start making a run, and then next week, maybe they can string together. If they can beat Global tomorrow, they can win again the week after against Zeta. Who knows? This Talon team has the potential. We've seen it before.
Yeah, and let's point out, after we're done with Monday, we're going to have one team that's 1-3 and another team that's 0-4.
Yep, that's right. How long have you been doubting Talon, just so I know how much power has built up for them? 2 weeks, okay.
Yeah, I thought Talon was going to perform pretty strong, and so far not so good, unfortunately, for them.
No. And, I've also been betting a lot on the underdog. This is why I don't go to the casino, by the way. I'm terrible at this. I was, bank on the wild cards, the ones who are sick of losing and they're just going to make that comeback. But I don't know. But these two, it's really hard to say. Global Esports has been performing really well. Even though there have been 2 O's in not their favor, they've really, I think in their DRX game, everyone saw the potential.
Yeah, and we've seen it with Talon previously as well. So I don't know. I think that's a pretty coin flippy match in my mind, but I do right now, with what I've seen between the two, slightly give the edge to Global Esports.
Yeah. How about you? Any final thoughts on that?
I'm just loving every week. It's getting better and better. The drama's building. It's going to be interesting that we've got SK Rossi back in town. We've got the full lineup.
Right.
So that's going to be cool. We finally have It's like all the Avengers are reunited together. So let's see how they perform. We started this off without everybody being able to actually be in Korea yet. So
yeah,
looking forward to it.
You're right. Everyone is now in Korea. We've seen most of all the players play at one point, except today, and then that was Soldom. So yeah, just SK Rossi left. To see what Pacific is all about. I still want to see a battle of the Jets, the Pacific Jets, not just the Korean Jets. That'd be really cool for a show match at some point. Maybe we'll do that in weekly recap. We are going to have our weekly recap tomorrow after the games with Global Esports and Talent, so do tune in for that. With that, let's say goodnight. It's time to peace out. I'm Victoria, and on the desk with me today, thank you for joining me, Tasteless and Paper Thin, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are on week 4 right now. Match 18 starts now with 2 historic Korean teams facing off for the first time this season, T1 and Generation Gaming.
Yeah, that's pretty big as they make the sentry, and now the shock dart is in, comes Meteor. This is not going to be easy. Picks up 1, does not make it 2, and Gen.G. Oh, they're pushing out of the door here, getting really aggressive. Thinking there, but King gonna take that down, but T1 are holding the site really well. Ends up being a 2v1 as in he comes. King and is not able to pull that one off. This is extremely aggressive, and immediately they're gonna get shut down. King's got his own sheriff. He gets a 3K.
First fire kill.
There's another. Gotta kind of go in there as Goddamn says, take me, witness me. And Munchkin will take down both of those kills.
The push in, doesn't get him. Side player takes him down, but King is here, anchoring the site with Goddead, and it's over. 13-5 on Ascent, a 13-5 on Haven. Gen.G.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just completed match 1 between the 2 Korean giants, and now we're going to go into match 2 with the 2 Japanese titans. All right. Well, the stage is ready to go. Let's see what's up.
Got a very interesting angle here, and they will not be able to take him out. 3 in a row. Bro pulls out a mega clutch here in the pistol round.
Aiming pressure now eliminated. 12 bullets in the clip. The tap of the spike will be able to get this kill and the defuse.
We want to say spot suggest, and on top of the boxes here. Will it be flawless as he's like, please, just one gun, just anything.
Up into the smoke with the pop flash into the face. Suggest lucky. Last about to get wrapped on the flank. Here's a while, but as he swings out of it, oh, it's into the meat grinder. No shot.
Fantastic for Zeta. And Zeta picks up the 3K just to put the end to their misery. Zeta will pick up the 2-0 tonight as they defeat their Japanese